ladies and gentlemen, on a stellar Sunday here in Shanghai, Tianma. We are ready for top 32 action, and we're going to be whittling them down until one remains, and we get our first winner of the season. This is where you got to try and put yourself together. I'm Jake Sperry, Alex Koo over on the Chinese commentary as we get ourselves set and sorted for action here today. It's going to be an absolute treat as we get ourselves in. Some of the looks of what we saw over in practice have now found themselves into position, and they will know and understand that today is going to be interesting. It's hotter than it was yesterday. It's a full 6 degrees more than what we saw, so it feels like it's going to be a bit of a cauldron out there as far as we are going to get. They know that they might only get 2 drifts to prove themselves. They might have a whole heap more if they get themselves through the advancing round, and the goal is getting to top 4, where round robin will decide your winner of the tournament. Here's where we are. Round 1, Shanghai Tianma, where we were for the welcome round 2 months ago. Over next month, we'll be at V1 Auto World International Speedway in Tianjin, and then we'll have 3 final rounds, September, October, November in Ningbo, Zhongzhou, and then Zhejiang, then to finish off the season. So it will be about getting yourself the best marks, and just a 5-round calendar means that you have got to be quick off the draw and scoring points early, because you know one wrong move and this season could be going up in smoke for the overall championship. So with that in mind, we are going to be in for a real treat's worth of running, and I'm really looking forward actually to V1 Auto World International Speedway next month. It's going to be one of those circuits where I think it's going to have a very unique feel to it, of how aggressive you're going to have to be with the way that the track might be laid out in competition specs. So you'll just have to keep in mind of that and stay with us on the Royal Drift Series. This is how they all qualified. 99 out of 100 for Artyom Shabanov, ahead of Pavel Korpelinski, Yarko Yulha, and Matskevich Kirill, who fought in super top 4. They've had a little bit more time to understand it, but you can also argue they've used their cars a little bit more. So for drivers like Echo Gao, Maxim Grossman, for the likes of Johnson Chen and Xian Juan, I would look around at them and say they might be in a better position as 5 to 8 seeds than maybe the 1 to 4 seeds are, but they're going to have to go and prove themselves out there as they go. Drivers like Sebastian Fontaine, for example, has run into issues in the final practice just before we got ourselves ready, as too has Zhang Xinqian in 10th position. It's going to be a case of what do you do? 11 in the 90s is a stellar result to have seen, and you've got the like still of Brian Chen, who can always be a challenger, Connor Shah and Nick Lee making up your top 16. And then you go to the underdog side of the bracket here. Those 17 and down with something to prove, like Chun Jilong, like Jerry Zhu, the likes there of Van Chi, I think is a little bit down in terms of what he's capable of doing. And you got drivers down here like Zhang Zhehe and Yvonne Pei, who will be their 23rd and 24th, as well as that Japanese starlet Kodai Subagiri, who is there, has had 6 years over in D1GP. Just about making it then was Leonid Schneider. Kevin Lee had power steering issues. That's what's dropped him down to 31st. Kaitak down here, Shong as well. He's going to have a tough battle on his hands, as well as the likes of Sam Chen there in 26th position, who I believe has managed to find a way to fix the anti-lag issues on his Nissan Skyline GTR 35. This is how the bracket will look. So 1 plays 32, 2 plays 31, and keep on going down. And so as you put the bracket, it's designed in such a way that everyone plays around, with the top playing the bottom, and then the middle brackets then getting closer together. So for example, you've got 132, 16, 17, 8, 25, and 9, 24 as your top 4 on the left-hand side. And that will ultimately bring the seeds in until you get to that top 4 mark, where they don't advance into a traditional final. We give you a few more drifts for that. So that round robin, everyone will play everyone else, and whatever score they get from the judges on their respective drift then will then be added up over into that next phase. So we've got to keep a very close eye on how that is going to play about as far as this one will go. So I would be keeping an eye out on who's got a good run through the bracket, and there is a lot of opportunity for upset out there here today, as the judges will have work to do. Here's how they stack. Stepan Zemtsev is the line judge, the main judge. Then you've got angle with Denis Denisov, commitment with Staj Dolgic, fluidity is with Danila Vororiev, and then you've got Erasmo Rios in with pace and with speed. So that is going to be ultimate in terms of where we'll be seeing some of the big runs that will come out today, as that will now set itself up in and sorted. But they will also be looking to judge this on who is going to be showing what they can out there. Your job as a lead driver is to go and push in as if you are in qualifying. Go as fast as you can. As a chaser, hold up and match. On this circuit, which is surprisingly technical out there compared to what we have seen from many before who have wanted to go and prove that they have what it takes. This Shanghai Tianma circuit, 4 outside zones, 2 TG zones out there, and a couple of no-goes that have to be avoided at all costs for this one to go the way that is necessary here. So you've got to keep in mind that as they come up over OZ2, you need to carry that speed to OZ3 and into OZ4. OZ4 has been where the predominance of trouble has found itself, and you'll see through blue and through the dark green and through the light green acceleration zones, transition zones, and deceleration zones that are out there on track, as well as the respect zone that is there at the beginning, where you have to allow the lead car to get ahead, to merge and take the line that is necessary as they push through OZ1. So you mark as well, you've got those 3 lines which are like Adidas logos out there. You've got to get over to part 2 and 3. That's going to where you score the big bucks out there, and you're not going to get as much luck then from the others. But lovely to prove. We'll move on in a moment.
1087X 漂移车队成立于2023年，扎根中国天津。车队集结溜溜哥、高璇、钱尊、张展赫4位顶尖车手。近年来，我们持续征战国内外顶级漂移赛事，屡创佳绩，以硬核技术、赛场实力与超强流量领跑中国漂移新势力。从解说台到冠军赛道，从国内赛场到国际舞台，每一位车手都在用热爱诠释速度与掌控，用实力铸就中国漂移新高度。1087X 漂移车队不止征战赛场，更立志肩负起推广中国漂移文化的使命，以热爱致敬赛道，以实力续写荣光。
So, top 32 is looking to get itself set and ready. And so, with each of them now getting set on their path to glory and success, they know it is as cutthroat as the FA Cup, if they should want to put it as such. It is single elimination out there, and there are 2 runs to be taken, one as lead and one as chase. And the goal is very, very simple as they look to set it out. Who can outlast on what will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6 drifts, or 6 competitions of battle to go and get to the top. It sounds so simple on paper, you just got to win 6 times in a row. But for those who know, it is going to be one of those where you say it's not as easy as the eye looks. It's lovely in terms of the way it's starting to brighten up out there. You can see the bright skies over the distance to the north side of the circuit here. Down on the south side here of Shanghai Tianma is where you have the grounds there. You've got all of the lovely food vans there on the right-hand side and the drift taxi that is over on that right as we take a look down for the first time today into pit lane here with the Time Up boys who are there. Maxim Grossman's Toyota Mark II there, and Matskovich Kirill there, the Belarusians Toyota A90 Supra there, sitting with that lovely 2JZ GTE engine there, sitting nice then and ready for action. Looks so clean, looks so nice out there. It's got a livery that just pings with the chromatic look there of the yellow that goes along with the silver and the black, and really pinpoint who is who. And the other two will be sat and ready to go off first. And had a chance to chat with Leo Schneider before today's running. Just as I actually walked into the circuit, I ran into him just outside. And he said to me, every competition I seem to run in where I am with my teammates out there, every time I seem to get paired up against Artyom Shabanov, and I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I want to go and battle against different people instead of running into him first. So I think he'll know he's got a long day. There is the Marshal looking to get set and ready. Has a nice official badge, same as me, which will allow him access anywhere on the paddock, as well as a yellow whistle out there if he needs to desperately get the attention of someone out there on the circuit. You've also got on the far side as well, just out of shot to the right, you've got some lovely street drift machines that are out there and is brought together. There's a lovely Honda NSX that is wrapped up in anime print out there. There's one of a lovely Honda Civic type thing there with an absolutely beautiful Gengar paint on it. There's a Spy X family paint on another one. There is a Lotus Neo down there as well, and so it's absolutely huge. Got a couple of sim rigs down there with Shanghai Tianma on Assetto Corsa that you can go and deal with. There's Matskovich Kirill giving a little bit of a wave down then in the paddock as he sits there and gets ready. A lot there of work to go forward with, and the spotters then working. Maxim Grossman also having a look there, sitting alongside. And if this track is going to heat and heat and heat, it's going to be one where I think everyone's going to set up. So it's a case of get the trucks off and the sweeper vans away. We're going to want to get in and get some lovely drifting all set and sorted. And we're so glad that you are here with us here on the Royal Drift Series. And on top of that, you have the opportunity to follow us on all of the social media platforms, be it in China or here in the rest of the world, to get yourself into play. And so that will include things like Redbook and not LinkedIn, but Instagram and the likes of Bilibili there that will help Douyin. And then, of course, you've got the likes of YouTube, which you're on. And then, of course, you can go to the website of royaldriftseries.com. So, warming up, getting themselves ready and into play. Artyom Shabanov and Leonid Schneider are going to have themselves a power first competition to go and work with. Leo looked very stressed on his qualifying run, had to sweat it out until the final competitor to know whether he was in or he was out, and critically, he faded lucky and got in. But Artyom Shabanov running then with that Toyota Supra A90 there. Boss of all bosses, it says on the right corner there of his machinery, and with the way that he drifted, my first time seeing him in competition, boy does he live up to that hype of he is the boss of all bosses. Leonid Schneider did so well in his work on the welcome round. He got himself to top 8 as the number 2 seed and won the Super Top 4 there at the welcome round, but critically ran into Sheng Senqian on a wonderful battle between the pair, and he's got a lot of work here if he wants to try and prove he is better than his own teammate. So both running with 2JZ GTE engines. That will indicate that they are turbocharged with 1,000 brake horsepower apiece to go and charge with. Artyom Shabanov will lead first. Leonid Schneider will be the one who will be taking on in chase, and will know and understand that he has got everything to prove right now. Does Leonid Schneider, the 7 versus the 77, understanding that this is the first run of the day, and this sets precedent for everybody else on what the level of competition is if yesterday's qualifying at such a high level doesn't do so in its immediacy. So, no threat of rain, which will be joy to certain drivers out there who will feel like this isn't exactly what they wanted. And there's a look at Rage. Leonid Schneider there wanting to set himself down in, getting himself up into position and say, look, I'm ready, thumbs up, takes the visor down. Artyom Shabanov also ready. And so these two have it all to set. Light sequence then will start. 1, 2, 3, and let's get ourselves underway here in top 32 here in the Royal Drift Series. Artyom Shabanov then tipping it into OZ1. Leo Schneider's going to try and get there. Straightens out though through OZ1 and a chance then to say I'm going to run away. Leo pops out of the smoke then into OZ2, tries to chase it back, gets back to the door, but Artyom Shabanov is drifting this one lovely, hitting the marks, absolutely ace. And now how's the transfer out of OZ3 into OZ4? Leo's very shallow and he's having to fight this one to get back. They'll call that compromise, but a very accomplished start there for Artyom Shabanov here. And what a wonderful way to kick things off. Leo Schneider throwing it in, over pushes on the angle and has to correct out of it. Then as he works on through, Judge will take a big long look at that as he worked on for it, but then look at the stagger as he goes through. Again, he's trying to fight to get back into position here is Leo, and it's just a case of a lovely controlled line by Artyom Shabanov, and I think he'll be very happy that he's just hit his marks. He knows exactly where he's got to place it, and nothing is out of step. It is as clean as a whistle there. Leo having to go very low just to chase on back in. And ultimately, I think, so long as it's held into the same regard as what the run was in the lead here for Artyom Shabanov, he is certainly looking favourite here in this top 32 matchup. But Leo Schneider's given him a red-hot go on that first one. I think he's slightly off. There is Maxim, who is there just to give him a little bit of a look to say, this is where you were, this is what you're looking to try and get to. And so you try and use that as an understanding of, right, this is what I need to do in order to improve and what I need to find in order to get better. Leaf blower there in underneath then for the engine for Artyom Shabanov, just to try and cool it down a little bit further, and they go to that level to go and make that happen and say, right, I want this engine cool, I want it running at an operating temperature for as long as I can, and use every tool and trick in the book to go and make that work. And so a leaf blower, very good at pushing air into places that will help to blast it cool, and you see that in what has happened there. So they'll pull themselves back around and get themselves ready then for the reverse of that. So for Artyom Shabanov and Leonid Schneider, they will look to go again, this time with Leo taking the lead out there, and he has really got to set a very hard, strong tempo here for Artyom Shabanov to hopefully not run into. Now, if there is contact between two drivers, this is what we would call zeroing out on a run, and that would be an absolute disaster. So you just got to make sure that as you are running forward here in this drift, you're not holding yourself to contact. You've got to get close to the door and nothing more. And as we know in rule 1 of any racing of any kind, don't hit your teammate. It's the first thing you want to do, don't want to do, because it'll be double the budget that you'll have to do on the repair bill, and that's the worst. What's worse than repairing one car? Repairing two of them out there. So they set themselves back into line. They've had their chance to get the tyres reheated up and put themselves back in position. So Leonid Schneider on the left and Artyom Shabanov, who has been nothing short of faultless over the course of this Royal Drift Series opener so far. We'll be looking at this going to get a little bit more. Got a truck on circuit, which we'll have to pull away there, just getting a little look at some of the cones at turn 2 there, potentially, by the looks of things, holding them into a closer mark. And so a chance then to get that out of the way first before we have the chance to run, and rightfully so. We don't want any other cars out there on the circuit that will potentially get them in the way. It would be a nightmare for safety if that were the regard. So Leo versus Artyom once again. They will now go the reverse way, and they will try and push. And I would say Leo has got to lay it down and give Artyom Shabanov something to think of here. Artyom, he's a very confident man, and he will be looking to try and prove that he has that confidence. He knows the winner will go on and battle the winner of the next battle of Nick Lee and Chun Ji-long. So here goes Leo Schneider, really kicking an angle. Oh my! Oh, Leo, he doesn't quite hit what he needs to there, but he put an absolute eternity on that first one. It's a little bit compromised in then from Artyom Shabanov. He's not following as good as maybe I've expected him to, but now as they work into OZ4, lovely, he's got to get right up to the door here and try and get that in on the chase. Very good recovery there by Artyom Shabanov. It was looking for a moment like we might need it a little bit more to split them. Look at this angle here from Leo. He chucked it in a mile, straightens out a bit there, does Artyom Shabanov through OZ1. That's going to be a little concern. Compromising, he's a fair ways away there at OZ2 as well. So that could be something the judges might look at here and they say, well, it's car width, then compromise, then car width, then it's gone. So you got to be very much onto it. He fought well to get back, but Leo absolutely chucked one in and said, how do you get there? That is slightly forward as well from the shorter, I would say, length of the vehicle that is there as well for Artyom Shabanov. I think the judges are going to have a little bit of a think about it. I'm not sure it's enough to change their mind, though, in terms of how they go. Look at it kick up! Oh my, that is absolutely amazing there. The back kicks up there. That grill, which effectively works as the rear glass then, or what normally protects the parcel shelf, there going up for Leo Schneider as he put that all the way to the wall. He left that out there, and I think he can be very happy. But he has put a big old effort in then on that attempt. I don't think he can, if he doesn't get through, I don't think he can say that without regret. Top 32, judges' scores are in. Artyom Shabanov gets it from Stepan Zemtsev and Denis Denisov and Stas Dolgic and Danila Vorobiev and Erasmo Rios. It's a 5-0, and Artyom Shabanov then will move into top 16 with that one over Leo Schneider. I wouldn't say faultlessly. I would say, though, he has left himself room to improve as the competition continues. Next up then, the 302 Dorimos machine then, which will be running around for the zero mileage lubricant Noyu zero mileage team. Then that is going to be Nick Lee on the left, and he's up against one of the DRS drivers then are looking to put themselves up into position. The champion speed sport DRS drifting team there of Chun Ji-long, who will be next. Fans having a good little look over. There they are. VR38 engine, 1,000 brake horsepower for Nick Lee out there. It's normally what you find in the Nissan Skyline, but he'll be now looking to push that in his BMW. Chun Ji-long wants to get himself in, and let's get ourselves then going for this. Beamer versus Beamer, as here goes the push. This is the 16 and 17 seeds. Oh, two tyres dip over, and that's not going to be ideal here for Nick Lee on that lead as he goes through. Oh, big contact! Bang! Absolutely smashes in. There does Chun Ji-long. They'll put it on Chun Ji-long there for that, and hopefully there's not enough damage there that has knocked anything out of kilter on that front right. A big old hit into OZ2, and that is going to be something that I think we were all trying to avoid. Nowhere on that first attempt in. It was so quick, that initiation there from Nick Lee. He went into the corner far too deep, and then he tries to gather it back, and he just nibbles his rear as he goes through. I don't think it's a massive hit there between the two of them, but ultimately, that's more than enough. And you'll see it here on the 4K slow-mo here. He's got to do a lot of work to get in. Bang! And there's the turnaround that says, okay, that's on you. You couldn't chase that back up, and you've done too much to try and get it back. So, replacement cone is going to be put there because one of them got absolutely flattened in the process. And there you can see they're going to be put back on OZ 2.1, and the drivers, I think, getting back into their position. The question will be, how scathed or unscathed are they from that incident? So immediately pulling on through, there goes Chun Jilong. But Nick Lee, I think, is going to take the advantage on it. There's a little look around to say, did we get a hit? Get on that side there and see if there is anything out there. I think he's come away without too much at all. A little bit of racing tape there. He's going to pretty much get through on it. So they are just going to strap that up. Mainly the rear light casing, I think, is what they're going to look at there as something that they're going to have a look at. And I think that's relatively fine there. Built of very stern stuff. Then is Nick Lee, and I think he'll be quite happy in the sense that, okay, we chalked that one up as we won that one, and we'll be also keeping an eye out on what happens over the next stage. So I'm sure that Nick Lee will be very happy in that M2. Obviously no damage there as well for Chun Jilong, who pulls immediately back over and is probably going to have to rely on exactly the same thing happening. I think this just needs to be a drift of competence from Nick Lee. He's just got to show that he can get generally near Chun Jilong, and that will be more than enough, I would argue, to go and get him through. He pulls on around. Look at them. They're already waiting out there. And in fact, they were so eager to get out and do practice. I turned up at the paddock, and they were queuing up 25 minutes before the start of practice. They were so eager to get out there to understand the conditions and to give themselves an advantage out there as they push. Chun Jilong is in an E92, which is the evolution of the E46 that has gone on through, which was produced from 97 to 2005. This coupe version, of course, was a car that took 2 World Touring Car Championships through Andy Prio and a British Touring Car Championship victory through Colin Turkington. So some very important legacy from the E92, and the M2 is pretty much what I'd like to call drift coded out there in the way to drop for release, because this was a car that was first announced right now with Nick Lee over through Need for Speed, which was in November 2015 before it had its original production in 2016. So a little bit of a problem here for Nick Lee here. He's looking underneath, and they are taking a look at the rear to see if something has just been knocked and has maybe done some damage there. You can see the damage there on the front right that's gone in. It's obviously knocked the casing, but everything all right. Everything's all clear to continue. So Nick Lee gets back into position there, desperately weaving, and the tyres will cool just a little bit more as they will now play the flip side. Nothing too unserious here, Nick. You just got to find yourself a way through. Chun Jilong will realise he was at fault for that, and he has now got a very important second run to now try and get. Hold yourself steady. This could be a moment here where Nick Lee gets himself a chance to go against the boss of all bosses in top 16. Here comes that second attempt that goes through. That's nice on the line. Slightly over, though, from Chun Jilong. Nick Lee's going to have to go out there and give him a little bit of a something for it. They get close over the bump, trying to stay with. This is looking nice out there. Big kick of tail then from Chun Jilong. He's trying to desperately shake off and run away and drive away, but Nick Lee's not going anywhere. Nick Lee has done more than enough then to deserve his place in top 16 then. Chun Jilong threw one down, but he'll know the contact basically means that his chase run was a wash, and he needed that chase run to be out there. So very, very forward from Nick Lee. He'll have to try and address that in his top 16 battle. But ultimately, I think that is a citer of, well, you don't get much easier in terms of top 32 battles. It's almost a case of you just got to, basically switch on for it, that you don't make a silly mistake, and that's what we saw there with Nick Lee. He just did the job necessary to get him through and managed that one without too much carb, or without too much panic, I should say, with a lot of carb then as he worked through. There's the look at OZ4, really tightens up off the exit. Looked very, very nice, and Chun Jilong just couldn't break away. He would have needed to have outsped him to have any chance then, the longer that run came about. So a good effort, but one where he will see only, I would believe, a top 32 cut as far as that one all set. So, ultimately, Chunji Long, I think, is going to be looking at the judges pleadingly, and the judges up there in the cherry pickers. Yeah, 5 going the way of Nick Lee. No shock, no drama at all. They got that through very, very quickly. So the 302 goes into top 16. Next up then, a very accomplished drift from Tianjuan, who will now battle over with Tong Ling out there in the Minion machine. It is an E46 playing a Safiro A31. 50 horsepower to the favour of the left-hand side of Tianjuan. And so 1087 will now look around at this and go, have we got what it takes on Tong Ling, who's normally with Shanghai Zhejiang drifting. Now here comes the chance then into OZ1 for the first time for these two. Really nice line there, shallowing, and oh, he's driven out of it. There has Tong Ling, hasn't been able to get any rotation. Oh, and again, back to back. We have had the trouble there, back to back. It has gone wrong at OZ2, and so in that regard, I think, Tong Ling again, exactly the same promise and premise that we saw from earlier. It was an ultimate case of I've got to try and get everything I can back here, because look, it straightens out, struggles to get it to turn or do anything. All the pace was evaporated from it, and then into OZ2, bang, that a lot more of a side-to-side contact rather than catching a part of the panel. And so that will be, I would say, a little bit easier to deal with there. More energy would have dispersed on it, but that Safiro came in at a rate of knots. Oh, and we might see a fair chunk of that over the course of action. So I'm going to be sure that it's going to be a day where many, if any, are going to be looking at this going, OZ2, that's the moment. So, Chunji Long, oh, look at that wheel cap. Look at the wheel there. You can see there that the casing there is just absolutely bent in on the rear, and it'll be a question of what they are going to be able to do in order to fix that, or whether they'll have time to fix it out there, because the wheel rim there is certainly bent up. That was the word I was looking for. Wheel rim there, bent into position, and there's a big old look underneath. See, is there anything more sinister there over to look at it? And it doesn't look like there is, so I think they're okay about it for the moment. I wonder if we can get our camera underneath there. Oh, I can't see anything either. I'll do the same as well. Look, have a look, see if there's anything. They are going to get a tyre change out of that. Look at that. That is an absolute flat and a half, if ever you've seen that. So it's damaged the rim, which has created the spikes, and it's dropped it on in to a position where I don't think Tianjuan is going to be too pleased. So they are going to be allowed a little bit of time to change the wheel, get the gun on it, and make sure that those 5 bolts are changed. And in fact, they're going to get both rear tyres changed in that time period too. So I think they're going to be very much happy in the sense that they're going to put a fresh set on and see how that will go. Winner will go up against Sebastian Fontaine or Avant Pay. Let's take another look at it here. So just really struggling to get anything to hit there was Tong Ling. And then he realizes, right, I've absolutely mucked up one. I need to come back at it, bang. And that hit there just absolutely chucked down the tyre, because most of the energy dispersed from a rear first entry. And then you have to try and drive that back out again. Let's have a look. Look, it was pouring so much smoke, was trying to get that to come back around on the power. Mr. 1087X jumps back. It's okay, is what we're hearing, so we need to get this sorted. And that was very much I need this to make it happen. Can you let me have this to happen? And yes was the result. So this will be a very frantic run of trying to get all the repairs sorted before they go through. They're going to jack up the back then over for Tong Ling. And it looks like they're going to get themselves some tyres as well. That will go on the side. Look at that already. You see the rubber discard on the inside there that's gone through. And there's a very nice look at the brake disc that is there and is all set and right up in and underneath. Then the car, taking a look at some of the parts there. There's lovely bits of work that is done to create all of this wonderful machinery and to get all that drifting. There's the DKS longsword over in the top left corner of your screen, and still the fans of Lin Gaoyuan are going to be there and lining up, all of the VIP and co, which can still see the car that is out there, but ultimately it's a team of a one-car entry out there for Tongling. So they're going to look around at this and go, well, we need to get that tyre, or I think that might even be just tyre in to see if anything has happened to the suspension, if it's caved in. There is maybe a little bit of a buckle, potentially, which will not be doing any favours if that is the case. That would be what we would call mighty concerning out there as we wait for the second round, or the second part of this drift between Xianjuan and Tongling. Thumbs up for Tongling. That'll be very good to go and deal with. Part of the crew just deciding to get on in and say, look, you're going to have to stop here. Scrutineering, having a look, and look, they're putting it underneath, trying to get a look at the back to see if there is anything that is in trouble back there. So it looks like, okay, that's good. Frantic work being done underneath there, trying to get something on that suspension by the looks of it. They're just behind the initial brake disc that's there. And so I would be a little bit concerned that they are both trying to get this back on and going. Tyres going back on, so they'll say it's all good. We'll get the chance to go and make that happen. And Xianjuan then already into position, and will now be looking at this to say, right, I'm going to go around and have another go. So really to the time limit here. They're going to have to send that one back out again and say, right, we need this one to be absolutely on point. So double tap on the back says we're good to go. We're good to go. Send it round, and send it round quickly. Xianjuan waiting. Oops, I'm in the wrong slot. We'll have to go as a chaser back around to get himself into position, because he's already done the lead job, and so he's going to have to just flick that around in potentially through this left gateway here. Yep. And then back into position to have another go round to get back in on the right side. A little bit cheeky there to line up in the wrong slot. Some would say gamesmanship potentially there to roll that back around into play. Now Tongling will get back into position. He'll probably look about and go, where is 039 out that position? He left way before me. Where is he? Is he back in pit? And the answer to that is no. There is Leo Schneider alongside Maxim Grossman down there in the paddock. A chance then for him to say, my job is done early. I get to watch the rest of the competition. So the Minion Machine, a little bit naughty, some would say. And will now have to find a way to get a run that will be successful for even King Bob out there, as he will look to try and get this sorted out. And now, next up, of course, Xianjuan will be needing to have a very, very solid run to finish off this. He just needs to follow in the tracks of Tongling and I think this will be pretty substantial. In fact, they'll go around. He's getting more repair time here underneath, so something again not quite right. And at some point, you know, this team is probably going to have to look around in it and go, are we going to have the opportunity to make top 16? So that is a big old concern there. The rear comes off again, and something not sitting right. I thought it was sitting a little low there for Xianzhuan on that rear suspension. So as if it's come down a little bit too far. So whatever they're trying to do, they've got to do it absolutely pronto. Otherwise, I think they might be timed out. More to come here on the Royal Drift Series. You would have seen that, the lots of hits that were out there and pushing through as we are currently in competition timeout here for Xianzhuan. The frantic work that is going on the rear of his BMW. He is really trying to get that sorted. You would have seen the crews there underneath and physically kicking underneath to try and get some parts back into position there, looking like they were trying to move something around and very much trying to get that all set up nice and neatly before getting back out again at work. But ultimately, they know that this is going to be a very, very quick turnaround needed, and frantic shouting there of go, go, go get me this part, come back. The only advantage that 1087X have in this situation for Xianzhuan is that their garage is the closest to this part of the circuit, so they don't have to run as far as, say, what you see from the Jean-Sur lads or what you see from the likes of DRS, for example. They would have to run all the way down the other end of the paddock in order to get that into play. Tyres then going on and looking to get themselves set, and so this is going to be the rush to get back into position. And it's very much a case of please don't drop a wheel nut, because they need that on, and they need that on pretty pronto to go and get that on and back around. So Xianzhuan, they know he's only got to get through this run, and then he's going to have a lot of time to get that prepared then for top 16, because top 16's after lunch. So they've got to get that back out and going. That's the key. There it's sent, trying to get it to do something. Oh, getting a lot of temperature there, trying to burn it out on the handbrake and the clutch, and ultimately it's going to get its chance to run on forward. So fortune favours the brave, and ultimately those tyres will be ice cold right now for Tongling. There's not much that he can do about that, sat in the position that he's in, needing some help then to pull this back. Otherwise, it might have to go to a one more time if we can't see a drift between the pair of them. And there's nothing really to decide the run except one corner, which will not be ideal for the 5 judges up there in the judges' tower. But that frantic amount of work there to try and get that fixed, that was a lot. You can see a lot of smoke then being dragged and now trying to get this ready. Xianzhuan is in position, and I think we will now finally get around to the second part of top 32 here between these two. Dongling on the left in the Nissan Safiro A31, the E46 by Xianzhuan, who now looks to try and give himself the opportunity to move into top 16. Here goes the chance then, 1, 2, 3, and let's get ourselves back in and pushing hard for it. Dongling will have the control then as he looks to try and get that tip in here to OZ1, and he chucks it, but he misses it. Xianzhuan is so shallow down on the inside. He's got to be very careful here. Make sure that you don't make contact on the transfer. It's very, very much a case to don't get there. Oh my, almost enough to make contact, and I think he just about avoided it here. Something clearly not right for Xianzhuan working through OZ4. I think you're going to need one more time between those two, because I don't think you can say either have had a very nice drift at all on the chase. So you can see so shallow on the inside, almost nowhere, can't hold the pace. I think they need one more time, and those one more times, I believe, will come at the end of this one. Oh, there was contact between them, so that will cancel each other out. But I think potentially there, because it was just kicked out so much, they might look at Dongling on it in terms of who holds the fault. Very, very tough in between them, but I would be very interested to know where the judges lie on it. I would probably be looking at one more time, just by the fact that you've had two not very amazing. Oh, look at it clip as it goes by, and I think that actually you could argue that Dongling straightened out, and there was no way that you're going to get out of that as Xianzhuan. So that might be a case that they might rule out on the car in front. You don't often get to see that as they go through. So judges, what's the thought process here, lads? Well, they will rule in the way of Xianzhuan, who will now prioritise as Johnson Chen. There we go. Xianzhuan, 5 O's, and ultimately will make his way through. So for 3 straight runs, it's the higher seed who has got the result, and so the 39 will move into top 16. Now, this is where it gets really interesting here on this competition push, because it is now Sebastian Fontaine versus Yvonne Pei as this next competition out there. But the key to this is going to be Sebastian Fontaine is not in the car that he was running on Saturday, and this will be down to practice. The exhaust was blowing out white fumes, so he's in an E46 going for it right now, and so I would say he's in a car that he has had no practice. It was right at the end of practice. He couldn't get any running, so he is going in 100% blind against Yvonne Pei in the 117 for Revolution. So that's where the next run is. Waves about then from the crew that are down there. Big old battle that is going to be needed, and so they are all pushing. The overall series, of course, for $1 million out there, it is 1.25 million Rembrandt, Chinese Rembrandt, that is there and steady. A little push over on the Wally system there by the looks of things there from the judges, just to try and see if that is centered properly by the looks of things, because it's so critical that that system there, it's a tracking system on the top, is in absolutely the right place, because it says that's where you need to know where you're drifting around, and it basically 3D models where the car is out on circuit. So if it's in the wrong place, you're going to get a very, very big fine on it. My good friend Roman was carrying about 8 of them down, and I ended up getting 4 in my hands through 2 flights of stairs this morning, which, according to Roman, it made me a Gary, the first UK Gary here over there. So everyone who is out there and a helper, for notes for now until time, is going to be known as a Gary. So, Sebastian Fontaine and Yvonne Pei looking to get themselves ready. Yvonne Pei dealt with. Look at the angry levels of camber that's needed to go and drift here. Seb Fontaine, in fact, will be running the car that was run in qualifying yesterday by Johnson Churn, ZZC. So the 721 machine repurposed today as the 76. And very tough for a 6'6" man to basically turn around, jump into a car that's not his, get it adjusted and get it ready. Definitely not ideal for the 9 seed to go and make this one set up. So let's get into play. Now here's the chance for this 4th lot of drifting to go in. Fontaine the lead. Chase from Avonpay. Fontaine trying to kick it out. It doesn't matter if he's done it for the first time in this car. He is absolutely lighting it there through OZ1 to OZ2. Getting close there is Avonpay, really trying to get himself through, but he stutters up so close. He has to really fight back now through OZ3 into OZ4. Chases it back, but there's not much angle to give there from Sebastian Fontaine at OZ4. Lovely bit of competition between the pair of them. That was a very nice run indeed. Avonpay gets in, I wouldn't say massively close to OZ1. He still had a couple car widths to close the gap, and he gets right up in and then has to try and get back to the door, struggling about for it on the exit. Really has to gather in some power over through OZ3 to get that back. That is just 2 very committed runners going for it, challenging for it. And a lot to be given between them as they look to try and push forward. Not much angle is a criticism for the run up front there from Fontaine into OZ4. But the level that those two look to try and prove for it, you do have to look at those levels and say, okay, is that going to be a difference maker or is it not? And so for that Rydans 441 BW machine, Fontaine knows he needs a little bit more pace is what he wants. Oh, Pavel's down there having a chat about it. So I think Pavel's trying to get as much information as he can as well, but they're trying to relay as much as they can. There's a little bit of this, there's a little bit of that. How is it feeling out there in the car? And ultimately, everyone will chip in and everyone will help. There is Avonpay over at Shanghai Apex. A lot more of a lonelier existence. He's happy that his car works, so he will pull that off and away and say, right, I'm going to go. And there, of course, just behind is Sebastian Fontaine, the Dutchman out there going to battle. Only Dutchman in the field. And he will understand that he wants this to go up to battle Tianma. And especially when you know that he was damaged out there, I would absolutely be chomping at the bit to want to get through into top 16. Because if you have any opponent who is wounded in any way, shape or form, that's advantaged you from a psychological perspective right off the bat. So we've had them all as 5-0s so far. We haven't had any need to go to 1 more times or anything of that regard. And they know that after top 32, they will have a driver's parade over at about 1 to 2 o'clock, and then at 2:30 local time, top 16 will then kick on in, and we'll go all the way down to about 4:45 for top 4 finals. Avonpay now in the lead position. It's going to be Sebastian Fontaine who will now look to give this chase. 3 up. It was a very lovely first drift by the pair of them. How will things pair on the second run? Now it's going to be a case of give yourself what for. Avonpay absolutely chucking it in now, and Fontaine is going to try and give himself everything he can to chase this back, working hard then through OZ2. Lovely, right to the door handle, but he has to straighten out for fear of making contact. Fontaine's got to do a lot of work now to get this back through OZ3 into OZ4, gives it a little bit more angle, and Avonpay has put a lovely battle on in here. Sebastian Fontaine has been pushed really hard here in this one. I'm not quite sure which way it's going to go. I think Fontaine was slightly better, but Avonpay here, I think, has made a really good name for himself in top 32. And I think he wants to give himself every chance of moving in to top 16. The 24 seed, I must remind, at the welcome round, found its way from a Shanghai Apex driver in Brian Chen to go all the way to top 4. Oh, he almost nicked the GoPro, and I think he clipped the rear there on the front tyre. Oh, the margins here are absolutely finite, working through into OZ3 and OZ4. getting it right out there, trying to show as much tail as possible, the locking of the wheel there as it goes through, and saying, I absolutely want to go and get that sorted. So that just shows you the level that they have. And you can see there, immediately onto the phone is Sebastian Fontaine to have a look at that drift and say, how important was that run? How close are you going to have to be in order to make it stand up on song? So I'm sure there'll be a lot of respect between the pair of them as far as this result is going to go. A look then up from the top as we see them all the way down at the south side of the circuit. You've got refueling there on the far zone behind the pits building there. You've got places for a tyre pressure check and the like then as they start winding it up ready and getting themselves set for the second half of the left side of the bracket that will be going through. We'll soon have Matskovic Kirill up against Zheng Wenxi, who will be next up in the 16, Kirill running in the 80, 4 seed playing at 29 seed as that next run goes. But we're just awaiting confirmation here on who has made their way through from top 32 into top 16. It's a very close battle out there. I wouldn't be surprised if one more time's called between them, because you're having to split heads between them. It might even be a 5-2 situation. Fontaine jumps out of the car, has a little look then at it. Look at him, he's absolutely huge as he's there in behind the vehicle. I don't know what they put in the water over in the Netherlands out there for how tall of a man Sebastian Fontaine is out there. He even towers over me, and I think I'm quite tall from time to time. There is the difference then. Evonpe very happy then with the work that he's been able to do there. They have a little look then down at the end. There you can see service park over to the left. Track goes all the way around as they go through, and they've even got fire crew on hand there and ready. Hopefully they don't get called into action then to put themselves in this position. So they'll be looking around at the drift saying, how much information have I got from it? I'm chucking with everything I've got. Let's take another look at this run and really dissect it down here. Was this more than enough to get it sorted here? So Evonpe has himself about 3 or 4 car widths there through OZ1. Fontaine straightens out a lot on the exit of OZ1 there. So that's going to be marks against as he tries to work in, and he gets right up into the door. Almost makes contact. I think he just got out of it before making it. Not too sure there from that angle. And then over into OZ4. Not quite there, but he's trying to gather it back on the pace as Evonpe was able to try and just jump on and get a little bit further sorted there. So Yvonne knows that he's got to try and get himself then through. Winner plays Xian Juan, and then the winner of the battle over in top 8 between either Artyom Shabanov or Nick Lee. So not quite sure from the body language there how they feel about it. There's not an air of confidence from either of them really that says, I feel like I've got this. And I think that's also got to be considered. If the drivers don't know, then they're not going to know, are they, judges? I'm sure you've got to look around at that and say, I think they are sitting in the bracket of you're going to have to go down to the very minutiae. Right, results are in. Which way is it going to go? Sebastian gets 1, Sebastian gets 2. Oh, Ivan gets 1. 3, 3-2 is the result. So Sebastian here is going to get the call of winner there by a result of 3-2 on that one. So that will be enough to get through, but a very close battle there for Seb Fontaine, who will now go to face Xian Juan next up. Matskovic Kirill now into the second half of the bracket against Zheng Wenxi. LT5 engine in that BMW, and it is absolutely ace to see that LT5 engine there. Kirill running something lovely, but that Chevrolet LT5 6.2 litre supercharged pushrod V8 from 2019. It's going to be absolutely ace. He immediately gets across here to Zheng Wenxi. Matskovic Kirill chucks in a lot of angle then off the start and says, I'm going to want to get on in. Transfer over, and now he's trying to pull away here. A lot of work going to have to be done here by Zheng Wenxi to go and get this one back. He normally runs for Jonta, straightens out on the exit, trying to get back here, and he's not got any pace by comparison. Look at that, that's an abandon of the run. Just couldn't get any drift momentum out of 2 into OZ3. Matskovich Kirill well on the advantage there on that run. And I am sure that you set yourself in. Look at it, gets right up to the wheel and just can't get there because he's left no room for that transition to come back. Takes so much out of it that it's just completely thrown it. Again, he's getting to the door way too late in the corner, and so he's spending all that time trying to get there, and it leaves you no momentum then to go and push into the next section of the drift. That's the key, I think, difference between a good run and a bad run, and you saw it happen then into OZ3, into OZ4. That's where drama befalls. Look at it. Oh, right there. So aggro on it. That could have gone absolutely everywhere. Maxim back alongside then to just have a chat and say, look, we're looking at this, we're looking at that. You've got to be careful of this. I would be getting a very, very good look and saying, right, we need all this information to go to you, and we've got to give you everything that we can. Over on the other side, there with the Westlake sponsorship there on the side. Already happy enough to just pull that away and get that into line to run on through. Matskovich Kirill representing Belarus by way of Minsk out there, the capital of Belarus. Oh, tyre! They're going to need a tyre there. So obviously we saw that running down. I thought it was pretty low to the ground, but they popped a tyre there going through OZ3 and into OZ4. That's incredible. Competition timeout called while they go and change a tyre. On cue, off and away goes Matskovich Kirill. And so with that tyre changed, he'll be ready to go through. Very impressive to continue the drift in that way with a flat that worked on through. The rubber then basically being encased in the rear of it as it now looks to set and get ready. Drivers will push the door back and forward, try and generate some wind, get them a little bit of cooling, probably do a little bit more wearing down, I think is the way to describe it, of your energy by doing that a little bit. But Matskevic Kirill, oh, that was aggressive. That was aggressive, trying to get some heat in the tyres. Flicked it around absolutely ace. And now, a chance to go and chuck this back into position. So, now here goes a wonderful, wonderful run. And say, now you want to go and push with everything that you have. So, here goes the opportunity for Matskevic Kirill over against Shanghai. And this a big old scrap that they are going to have to deal with. The return then, Shanghai I think is on the back foot. Matskevic Kirill with an advantage. How will this second part of the run now set itself into play? 3 lights up, and let's get going once more. So, now Shanghai has to put himself steady into this one. Matskevic Kirill has to find a way to follow. Oh, lovely angle there by Shanghai. He's got to try and get himself out of the corner quick, but remember that 2JZ engine that's there is going to make a big difference, and Kirill's struggling to keep that distance back into play. Massive angle being brought into play by Shanghai. He's laying down a storm to try and keep this one to Kirill. Kirill's struggling through that final section. He's not going to get there. Oh my goodness me, we could see an upset. We could see an upset with that run. Shanghai has put down an absolutely ace lead run out there to give that problem to Matskevic Kirill. You can see there, he's a mile back going through OZ2, and giving it the angle gave him the way to get back in. But then on that rotation back round, you see it here into OZ2. Nowhere near, not close enough. I think we could be seeing an upset. So shallow, so low. I wonder if there was any damage there. He tried to kick it in through the no-go zone, give him something to say to get back. I think we're seeing a shock, and I think we're seeing it in top 32, and I wasn't expecting this. A guy who was in super top 4 yesterday had the opportunity to run. If he gets knocked out in top 32, we'll be talking upset, and that's a huge upset to see the 29 seed knock out a 4 seed in top 32. Fans packed in at this moment, and I would be looking around at it and saying they are going to be watching a lot of good fun. There's Artyom Shabanov down there at the bottom. He'll be having a good smile and wave. Time Up boys there with this massive group and having a chance to go and watch. So, judges will have a look at this one here. One more time is the decision, and I think that is a very fair call to make. OMT, they will have to go, and they'll have to figure it out between them. Is there enough that can separate these two? They'll go at the end of running, as now the competition will go over to 2 very, very good drifters who battled in top 4 last time out at the welcome round. On the left, Brian Chun Chi-yin, who is there looking to try and pilot that BMW through. That Z4 that sits now liveried is Van Chi, who's there for Champion Speed Sport DRS drifting team. Brian there for Shanghai Apex drift team in that E92. 900 brake horsepower play, 750. And I know that Brian wants to send a message. Van Chi, a very, very good drifter. I'm shocked that he is the lower seed out there on as a 20 seed. So, give it what you can. The darling in the Franks now looking to try and chuck it in. Lovely angle, slightly low, and low again. Needs to fight this one back off the exit. Vanchi has got to try and get close. Grass gets kicked up there at OZ2. Desperately trying to get that to kick in for an angle. Van's not going to go anywhere here. Brian, you're going to have to do a little bit more here at OZ4 as they work through. Oh! Vanchi into the wall. He tags the wall there as he goes through. He's managed to gather it back enough, but that is a moment that maybe turns the tide on that drift. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious me. So, look at this on the push. Okay, that was nice there through OZ1. Vanchi, I think, was up going into OZ4 here. And now working through. Look at this. Look at this. This is not a hit. That's a clout. That is an absolute clout going through out there. And yeah, I would look at that and go, is that car okay? There on that rear right tyre. I hope it's not buckled anything in down there, and it has had a little bit of a nibble, so they are, oh, it's cracked the wheel there as it's gone through, so a little bit of water I don't think is going to fix that one, mate. I'll tell you that much for a start. So a cracked wheel rim there is not going to be doing any good, and I would be looking at this going, right, get me a jack and get that up and get that changed. Brian Chen will be, I think, a lot happier of that. It is the most beautiful car out there in terms of what it represents for drifting. It represents the underground out there, the street scene of a car that it is. His understanding of the artwork on the side was all about, okay, well, I want this to be whatever you want from the artist, a racing, any character you like, on there as a in racing gear and trim, and that's why you get the darling in the Franks there. 02, the character's name there on the side from that anime of that time period. So, is there anything worse than it? No, we're going to have to check everything first before we can just put that back on. And the answer is it's fine. Stick it back on, nothing hurt from it. Check the pressures on it. Maybe they'll have a chance to let a little bit out of that tyre before they go and push it forward for the next part. Great drifting action then between them. Another look of it here as we work on in forward with more Top 32. So normally, when you look at those tyres for Vanchi, he has 2 up there in the silver and 2 in the bronze at the back. He's now playing with 3 silver around and a bronze rear left, such is the change of tyre that's gone on. You can tell it's a brand new tyre because you saw the sticker on the back, which tells you all the information of the tyre, how good it is, the tread, etc. And you'd see that be wearing off as far as that drift goes. So Chen Qian then back into position. I think he's got out of dodge a little bit there. I think that's your get out of jail free card that is there and used, and there's the artist sign there of the livery that has been worked on, that lovely wrap that is there and in play. But I think Brian knows he is someone who gets better and better as the competition goes on. Now I think he needs an almightily good chase here. Vanchi did look like he was holding the advantage initially. Now he's got to set a very good run here as lead. And this will be very determinant on who will go through and who will make their mark as they set. So, Beamer versus Beamer. Z4, though, playing E92. Vanchi will now lead them away. And Brian Chen, is the one who's gonna have to follow on in sort into OZ1. Very big angle from Brian there, but that's gonna mean he's gonna work hard to have to get back. Van Chi held the line lovely on the outside. It's such a small piece of machinery out there, that Z4. It's very tough to know how close you can get, and Van Chi is starting to break this one away. He's looking there, but Brian gets back, but he's not gonna get back enough in my view. I think Van Chi's done enough with that there as he's put himself into play. Look at this, tried to hold the angle, over-rotate slightly as Van Chi just held it into the corner a bit better, working back on through. I know that Brian's done a little bit of setup changing on it, but Van Chi looked absolutely smooth as you like. Look at the gap he pulls there off the exit of OZ2 into OZ3. I think that could be enough to see him through, and I think that Brian Chen is a bogeyman out there, and his name is Van Chi in terms of his competitive ace that he is now going to have to try and beat, because that would be 2 straight competitions he's run into him, and 2 straight competitions he's going to find himself on the wrong side of the result potentially. So lovely stagger going into OZ4. Thumbs up, Brian's happy out there as he looks to try and get himself then into position, and we'll have a little look at the phone to say how did that go. Very good go between the pair of them, and looking to try and get that all into play. I think Van Chi will be looking around at that, and he'll be playing the winner of Matskevich Kirill and Zhang Wenxi with their one more time that will come along at the end of top 32. But that Z4, I would argue, is probably going to be one that goes through. But we'll wait and see, because I've written off Brian before on these results and it's gone the other way. It'll be about how this now looks to set as a result, and who has got the margin that now puts them up over on the edge. I would argue that he just got driven away from there coming out of OZ2 in towards OZ3 and OZ4. And so I would maybe look at that and say, well, if you didn't have the chance to chase, what's worth less, basically? Being pulled away from or making that contact into the wall that made all the difference. And I would argue if you still kept it in the line, which Van Chi did, I think that's going to be more than enough for that BMW Z4 to advance over to top 16. But it's not my decision out there. It is, of course, the 5 judges who have that all-important distinction of saying we are going to be the ones that you need to look at. Stepan Zemtsev, who is in charge of the line. Denis Denisov in charge of angle. Oh, 5-4. They are going to call it then between them, which means it is one more time for them as well. So next to nothing to declare between them. They will have to go at it again. And so I would say again, there wasn't much to separate them. And to the point where they say on a 5-4, one more time is definitely necessary out there. So one half of the bracket, or one little piece of this second part of the bracket we don't know about. Now it's going to be a case of Kaitak, as he had Jerry Zhu there as his photo. They're going through against Echo. Echo not in the car she normally runs in, because she's had some troubles out there with the steering and the gearbox, so ultimately has to go into position now and really kick with a car that doesn't necessarily do much. Echo for 1087X, it's Kaitak, then for 0 mileage lubricants, Nuoyu Gold Core, and Echo pulls away through OZ2. Now he's going to really try and set it down. Power comes back into play then here from Kaitak, who brushes against the wall. Echo has laid down a very nice mark. Kaitak's not really been close, trying to make it through. But what a moment that is there. Look at this. Kaitak, lovely through OZ1, was able to hold that quite close. Chucks it up back in close, but it's at the rear tyre and not at the door handle. So that's going to be a little bit away. Then has to work to fight that back. Echo having a much better OZ2. OZ3, that's okay, that's passable, but look at the stagger. So far back, look, a full mark away, a full zone of OZ4 away, having to gather that back. That's advantage Echo in my regards, moving over into this second run of it as they go. Echo, someone who, as a character and personality, she's huge out there in China. She is the leading lady, in my view, of drifting, and I would look around at her and she's an incredibly pessimistic person, unfortunately. I went over to her and said, after qualifying, I think I judged you a little bit too unfairly out there and scored you less. She said, don't worry, I did so myself as well. Scored 93 points in qualifying, and now I think is going to be setting up and going, yeah, I am absolutely in for it and trying to get everything I can out of it. And we'll be looking at trying to get into top 16, and we'll play against some international talent, either Shalva Adziashvili or Kodai Subagiri. Then it will be a battle of Ukraine versus Japan, if that were to be the case. So, now they set themselves to get back into position. This will be Echo on the chase. Kai-Tak Ho will be then into play as the number 3 car. Kai-Tak ultimately ran into Jarkko Julha in top 8 last time. Echo also made top 8 and could not advance further as she ran into Van Chi, and might have the opportunity to run into Van Chi again in top 8 if she's not careful for the 2nd consecutive meet. Now, let's get ourselves in. The chase begins for Echo Gao. Kai-Tak now looking to chuck it in, miles ahead at OZ1. Now just drive it away, why don't you? Echo was so slow off the mark to get that setting into play, and I think Kai-Tak Ho here is going to create a huge upset if that's the case. Echo's really got to work to get this back. No angle offered there by Echo, trying to get into OZ4, really going to have to work to chuck it in. Oh, that's a mess for Echo. She tries to get back at the door and does. Oh my goodness me. What happened here for Echo Gao? Kai-Tak just lit up the afterburners. You know, Echo was worrying about the power that her engine could produce. Kai-Tak just saw that and said, well, if I've got a gap, I'm going to run. I'm going to try and head for the border, get me back to Pudong Airport. Absolute ace in terms of that for a breakaway. And that could be a huge moment here in top 32, as a 28 seed could have just put the finishing blow on a 5 seed. Oh, goodness gracious me. It was looking so good. And we'll see whether this is going to be a case of what can you do. You got to stay concentrated out there. Echo was saying she was a bit tired this morning. Didn't want an early run. Ended up with one. But we also know that Echo says that her skill strength is the solo qualifying runs. Tandems are what she has to work on to get on into play. She's someone who could go and challenge for championships. And Kai-Tak there is a very dependable drifter. And I would argue that being a 28 seed does not look at the pace that's there. And Kai-Tak is going to get through as a 5-0. And so that is a huge upset. 5 seed goes out to the 28. And Kai-Tak Ho is going in to top 16. And Echo Gao is the first scalp out. Oh my, that wasn't on the boards. Next up though, it is 12th place 21. Shalva Adziashvili against Kodai Subagiri. These two have got to go and put on a show, and they know how critical it will be for them. Raidan's playing up against the DRS team. Shaq with the lead. Kodai is going to be the one who is going to have to chase the man from Gifu. They're looking for it, slightly missing the mark there. Through OZ1 is Shaq, and he knows that he's going to have to be absolutely on it here if he wants to get it. He's got to go full Shaq attack if he wants to go and get this sorted. And Kodai gets very shallow through OZ2. OZ3 is a wheel out the mark, gives him the room back in at OZ4. Look how short that is from Kodai Subagiri there, and that could be more than enough to see that through here at top 32. Another little look at it then as they push. Lovely from Kodai there at OZ1. OZ2 struggling a little bit there, trying to square off the bump or avoid it entirely. You can see it here on the 4K slow-mo. Lovely from Shaq Adziashvili. really trying to get that to play on the line. It's what the judges are looking for from the lead. You just need it as good as a qualifying run, and that will give the opportunities to follow. And here into OZ4, really knocking this one around and saying, can I get there? Kodai, look at it, straight, straight, straight. I'm gonna have to try and get back at the end. Tyres in the no-go zone, trying to get there, and I argue still didn't. Advantage Adiashvili in my book. Water cooler there on the radiator, along with a fan blower. So that's gonna be their leaf blower even. And so they will now look to set themselves up for the second run that goes through. DRS there, very much also in the same position, trying to cool off the tyre. Of course, that'll be hyperheated from how much drift has been put in for it. So, Shalva Adiashvili will be looking at that going, I think I'm set, I think I'm ready. Kodai's ready. He's had 6 seasons as Kodai in D1 GP. Ultimately, best finish of 4 over there on 1 occasion. We're now looking to try and kick on further and give even more in terms of that. Both of them will be set and ready to go again for the second part of their top 32 clash. Back to line and back set, and this will mark halfway. 2 OMTs needed. A 3-2 result for Sebastian Fontaine on Avampe. Sylvia versus Sylvia. SR20 against 2JZ GTE. Very much a case of what you see from the Toyota engine for Kodai Subagari. And this NSR20, it's a 2-litre inline 4 in normal situation. So now, play it on the reverse. Subagari chucking it in here on this second run. Shaq is gonna find him right at the door through OZ1. Now get the transfer into OZ2. He left him too close. Oh, he got far too close there. Now he's gonna fight it back, and he almost loses out going through. Kodai gets the gap. Shaq's gonna have to really work to get this back at OZ4. Abandons OZ3 to have a go for it. Kodai Subagari, I think, has found a way back here in top 32. Oh, Shaq! No, 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 no. You didn't want that one to be the way. Look, leaves next to no room on the transfer. Almost tags his tail. And, you know, this isn't a game of NFL tag or tag football or tag rugby. You're not trying to get to the back. He's just got so close in that it's left himself nothing for OZ2. Oh, that is really disappointing. I wonder whether that's enough to overturn. Kodai absolutely pins it then out of OZ2 to OZ3 to OZ4. Faultless from the right-hand driver. And that would have been exactly what the doctor ordered. And it would mean that at least one seed out the top 20, if this result goes that way, will make a way to top 8. I think Kodai can be really pleased with that run attempt that he's gone through. Question will be, how will that go? There were mistakes on that first run from Kodai Subagari, so I wouldn't say either of them were faultless in their regard, but it's a question of whether that is more than enough to overturn it. Kodai with a big wave, and I would look at Shaq, and we might need more to try and discuss, and that would be 3 OMTs out of the last 4 battles in top 32, if that were to be the case. So there is so much that can and has and potentially will make changes over the running. Keep yourself staged and steady. We will await the result. God, you could see there that Kodai was still shaking after that second run. Oh, he got so close there. You see it here from our drone shot. Shaq then really has to chuck it back, and then he loses all the ground trying to get back, and he's now got to do all that work again. Basically has to sacrifice it, chase back up. I think if you're looking at pace then in that regard, if you're going to lose that much ground, you're going to be in trouble. Kodai chucks it on the line, dips one tyre over. But it's all smiles between the pair of them as they get to have a chance and look at where the run is, how it's put themselves together, and where they can go in for it. So I would look around at that. Shalvadiashvili will take a look with Kodai Sabagari and go, what would this one be? So, how would my nerves be in a car like that? Oh, they're going to go the way of Shakadiashvili, who will go through on a 5-0. So they looked at Kodai Sabagari's first run and they said that was not good enough. And Shaq has found a way through in the 78 and will move on into top 16 cut to face Kaitak Ho in that next run. So the Japanese star ultimately not getting there. Pavel Korpelinski, fourth at the moment in Drift Masters up against Kevin Lee. Kevin struggled out there with power steering issues in qualifying. That's why he's down as we move to the second half of the bracket. Now, can you lay down a run and give it the what for? Pavel on the lead, Kevin Lee on the chase. Pavel, lovely line in. It's very, very front nose heavy from Kevin Lee. He's going to have to work hard here through OZ2 to keep himself back into this one. And again, he's struggling down low, where Pavel Korpelinski is just getting the line that he wants and then some. Now running through OZ3 into OZ4 and trying to get as much of a turnaround as possible. I think Kevin Lee's going to be nowhere close there. Pavel has got a lovely start then to his top 32. He was second out there, of course, in his run going through, and then also running in super top 4. Absolutely fantastic character is Pavel Korpelinski. He's got time for absolutely everyone in the paddock, and nothing is too much of a trouble for Pavel. Oh, he looks so good there. Ran in for ride-downs, had his engine pop on the dyno as he went to practice for the car last week. And ultimately, he sits back and says, right, watch this. Kevin Lee just couldn't quite get there for Marvi. His teammate Zhang Hao wasn't able to go out there and participate here in this opening round. He had an engine go dramatically in practice on Friday. And ultimately, this is Pavel Korpelinski at his best, and he is looking really, really good out there. 95.5 he was able to score on his runs yesterday. So Kevin Lee with it all to do here in the second part of it. And he will look at Pavel Korpelinski and figure out what more do you need in order to get yourself up even further. Winner will play the winner of Von Kai Wei and Jerry Zhu, the 15 and 18 seeds, which will be on the second half of this bracket. But they should pull themselves into line shortly and get themselves ready for that next push around, where Pavel, for the first time today, will be on the chase. And a lot of big fans with Raidan's hats on. That's what I love to see. The fan base out there in force, giving themselves a wave there over on the right-hand side. And so, how do you look to try and push on together with them? They'll flip onto the other side. Lexus being run by Kevin Lee. There, that IS200. Sylvia S14 for Pavel Korpelinski as he looks to try and push in through. 860 brake horsepower. Team on a budget, but he is their #1 driver for this season. He will run all 5 rounds. Pavel will look around at Kevin Lee, who's now got the opportunity to push forward. Now cut it up into OZ1. Lot better there, Kevin, but he's overgone in. Korpelinski trying to give room here into the transfer for OZ2. Now as he goes up over the berm here, moving from asphalt to concrete like it's Sebring. Kevin is having a much better lead run than he is here in the chase, but Pavel is just getting him at every single corner, has not once let him leave his side. That was a get the job done drift, And I think Pavel Korpelinski here has done more than enough to get himself up into top 16 with that effort. Kevin Lee's given it a red-hot go. There on that second run, he had to, but ultimately, oh, he almost caught that cone on the exit, and then gets right across for that TG1 zone, and that touch and go gets on by without any troubles at all. Again, slightly shallow there, only one on the mark in through OZ2. And then Pavel, the only thing you can say about that run is he did get low off of the exit. I would have argued that he's done more than enough through OZs 1, 2, and 3, that he just blazed out of it and went, yeah, job's a good one. I will go about this and try and get more out of it later on. But I would say Kevin Lee, very good character out there in the paddock to go and talk to. Very insightful. You glean a lot of knowledge out of him, even though he is still in the learning development curve out there. No shocks, 5-0 it's going to be. And so it is going to be Pavel Korpelinski who throws Rydans into top 16 with that effort. And we'll make sure that it's not just him and Sebastian Fontaine that gets the way on through. So I would look at that and say, great job, sorted. Next up, it's going to be Van Kai up against Jerry Zhu for Shanghai Apex. Champion Speed Sports being run there. The battle of two beamers out there. Jerry switching from his Mazda RX-7 into that BMW. And so really a good chance for Van Kai on 25, the 15 seed, to go and really lay something down. Jerry was best in Suzuka at Formula Drift Japan in the qualifying. He's now trying to step into the shoes of a car that he put down actually for 18 months, hadn't driven it, and is trying to find some help. Had troubles with the steering rack in the warm-up session just before this, so if you see him going a little bit wonky, he's had to get some repairs onto that and get some repairs onto it pretty quickly. So, what can Jerry find? As he knows, Van Kai, despite being the fifth, being the lower seed as Jerry Zhu, Van Kai is out there and really showing that he wants to give it what he can. Van Kai actually missed the cut of top 32 in the initial round. He's done a lot better this time to get himself into top 32. So we'll see what he's all about here as we will now lead off here in the second half of the bracket. Van Kai tips it in. Jerry Zhu is going to have to follow him. Van is nowhere through OZ1. Is going to have to fight to get back through here. Jerry's following the wheel. Nice. He's slightly uncompromised. Oh, he's zeroed out. He's gone and straightened out there, going through OZ2. Now that's going to be a disaster for Jerry as he couldn't get anything to really grab and give. He'll fight to try and get back. He won't get there. Van Kai on a huge advantage now to try and get on into play. That is mega on a result there. So I would say big advantage now over to Van Kai. Jerry Zhu, I think here is going to be staring down that and going, it just did not click. Couldn't get it to work around. I think there's going to be a more serious issue on that power steering. You need a bit more muscle to get it turned through, and the amount of work you have to do when the car is not helping you on the power steering, you need almost 10 times the force, I think, to actually get it to chuck through. So that is going to do so much to say, right, I want to be in on that. So look at it here at OZ4. Jerry tries to fight it back, but he's going to need Van Kai to run into the back of him, I think, to get out of top 32. I think you'd say, yeah, that was really nice. The only missing point, I would say, for Van Kai was he did not have a very good OZ1. He was basically in the track. You've got that curve that goes around the outside. You've got to get over the curve and then drift, and it pitches down away. It's what we would call off-camber out there, or gyaku, as it would be said in Japanese, which means opposite. So ultimately, you've got to get through the off-camber corner and then get out the other side. Judges Tower there. Two cherry pickers to get them up into the air. Stefan's a lovely character out there to go and talk to. He's got time for everyone, and the whole point of this series as well, it's not just the fact that they are drifting, it's about the development of the series as well. With these 5 rounds, here in China that we will go to. We've got Tianjin, which will be coming along next month, and then we'll head over to Ningbo, to Zhongzhou, and then to Zhejiang to finish off the season. So this is going to be big, as they will now look to run through. Overall prize through the season will be the equivalent of $1 million, and they will, or $1 million US, and they know that here today, divide it by 9 in terms of what it means in pounds for where they are sitting out and being comfortable at this moment in time, with 1.25 million Rembrandt out there. Divided by 9, there's about £300,000 on the line today. 300, 400,000 pounds, there's a lot. So, Jerry's back in and ready, as too is Van Kai, who's got a big advantage now as he looks to wait on the chase. Jerry's gonna have to pull out all the stops for Shanghai Apex. Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team. A battle of 2 E92s, 2 2JZ engines, a GTE, the turbocharged version, gives an extra 200 brake horsepower into the way of Jerry, and he's going to need to use all of them to get himself in and with a shot of seeing top 16. Here comes the chances then. Van Kai, oh, he's so late on it, and he's actually going to spin out. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness me. Jerry Zhu, red flags are going to fly, and he knows he's going to go out there and be absolutely elated with that. Well, Jerry, the one disaster that you needed to avoid, Van Kai has gone and spun it out at OZ1, trying to get through. He was so wide on that run, trying to get himself into play. And he didn't need to be either, he just needed to paint between the lines. Gracious, gracious me. Let's take another look. Oh, he's so late on the transition. And that's why he gets so chalked up getting to the back there. He's just initiated so late that he's left himself no room to get out of it. And basically it's abandon all ye faithful as he goes into OZ1 and spins it round. That's a mistake I wasn't expecting out of Van Kai. And I think Jerry now is going to turn around. So he is now going to set himself into play and go on forward for it, potentially. We might even argue one more time, might need to be called, in the sense of, have we seen enough of it? But that spin will zero out Van Kai. And Jerry here, nice respectful shake of hands between the pair of them. How are we going to see the differences between these two? We'll await the result on the other side. Jerry is going to get the mark with that zero out from Van Kai on a 5-0. So an underdog goes through, the 18 seed now moving on by, but two very close competitors in that regard. So Jerry Zhu for the second consecutive meet is going to move himself into top 16, where he'll run into Pavel Korbelinski. Sam Chen on the right, Johnson Chen on the left. And it's going to be a case of United States versus China. Johnson in the Chun-Li machine out there. The Street Fighter is going to go out there against that R35 Nissan Skyline that's been struggling with anti-lag out there. Here goes Johnson Chen moving on through. Oh, and there's going to be contact immediately there as they push that in. That one, for the third time today, sees contact through, and Johnson takes a big old whack there into OZ1. You can see there a little bit of worry on the bumper for Sam Tien there is trying to get through, but ultimately going to get that pulled away. Finish him is not what would have been on the call out there for Sam Tien there from Johnson #1 Racing OPS Drift Team. You can see tips it in. Oh, it's too much. just too much. Couldn't get that slowed up in time. It was very consistent of a line in through by Johnson Chen. And so ultimately, I think they're going to pin that one on the skyline. And ultimately, there is going to be so much where you say, I love some of the drifting that we see, but there was none there out there as they set. So there's still a lot more to try and get into. But I would be arguing there that Sam Tian will be not pleased that he's made that contact. Not much margin, but more than enough. They'll get the jack on it because they are going to desperately need to pull that back in there, the front there, so it's going to get itself free and clear for any more rubbing on that front tyre. GoPro there on the front as well would have taken a little bit of a whack, and they're going to say that's all okay, we can go away. Now the question will be Johnson Chen's car, and whether that Rydan's machine is going to be in a position, that 770, to have had all of that to go through. They're going to say that's fine on the rear side, but they're still going to have a good look underneath it here. So there's going to be a lot of looking about here. Are we happy with it? They are desperately going to want to try and get this one into play, and it looks like everything's going to be fine. Not going to need to do anything. Or are they going to have to do something on the front? It looks like the more issue is going to be on the front of the hit than it is the rear. Let's take another look. So he's trying to pull it away. Look how much grass actually goes up on the tyre as he's trying to get that away. Not much I can see from this angle of it sitting wrong or sitting bad. The angle of the tyres looks good. And so I think we'll go and see what they're going to look at. Oh, they're going to just be pulling stuff out of there. I think that's what they're trying to do, pull all that rubber discard out there and all of the grass that is accumulated on the or into the wheel arches. I think they're just going to do a clean-up job and get themselves back through. More to come here. Johnson Chen getting ready to get back out for his second run of top 32. Johnson Chen pulls himself then into the chaser's role. Sam Tian knows he's going to need a lot of help if he's going to get himself through into top 16. Made it to top 16 in the welcome round. Johnson Chen will be looking to give a massive kick there, a martial arts style, to get himself through. So, Sam out there in the skyline. Johnson looking to give it the what for alongside. How will this mark now set? They're ready. Green flag in the background to allow the next lot through. Here comes a chance to get this one back in, and again, round two between these two. Fight! And now in through. All the cones are going to go. That's 3 in a row from Sam Tian, who's trying to just jump away from Johnson as quick as possible. Johnson's got to stay with him. That skyline is going to be massive. Gets right up to the rear, but now needs to try and get this transfer sorted. Slow on the transfer here. Johnson's being left in the dust, but I don't think it's going to be more than enough to see it between them here. They'll see how this goes, and around there going through is Sam. Another look at it here. God, 2 tyres over, taking the grass, and 3 cones for good company along at that as well. And so, needed a little bit more out of that. that could have been setting itself up for a wonderful moment out there, but it looked like it was a case of, can I drag that away? And the answer to that ultimately was, yes, I can. That S15 Silvia was having to do a lot of work to get back. It did, it straightened, and then having to get that rotation just so easy there. That nature of that Skyline R35 basically sets itself down and says, right, it's a lot tougher to drift one of these because we're all-wheel rather than rear-wheel. And so what it does, it generates the power down better than what you see from a rear-wheel drive car. So it gets the ability to just rock it away on high-speed sections, which is why I think Sam actually would be really well suited to a circuit like this. But Johnson, I think, he's put a full run in. I would say it's his argument out there and saying, okay, I think I'm there. 5-0. They'll rule that one to Johnson, Chen. And Sam out there in his backup, rather than the E36 that he was going to run. He's now going to see himself then out of the competition. And so it is Johnson Chen moving on into top 16. A battle of two Zhengs coming up next. Johnson Chen, the big boss at 0 mileage, up against Zheng Zhehe, who is there alongside. Zheng Zhehe, I would say, is the embodiment of the spirit of that 1087X team. Johnson Chen is going to be a driver who is one of the most experienced out there, and he can lay it down against anyone. He's got a Mercedes SLS drift car as his backup out there, and he's there in his Supra today. Had some contact with one of his teammates down in at this point in time, and through practice. And basically, I had a chance to have a little natter with him. I said, how much for him not driving away from there quick enough for you making contact are you going to charge? He said 5,000 out there was his response. Zhang Chen looking to go out there against Zheng Zhehe. And now, how does he lay it down? Very nice then on that run. Zheng Zhehe trying to hold himself back, but Chen is going to be looking to try and jump away. He's a little over the mark at OZ2 here. Zheng Zhehe is trying to hold the best he can. That Supra has got a lot of pace about it. Zheng Zhehe is holding himself steady. He's a little narrow there on the back, and he's going to have to fight hard to give it some angle to go and get it back. Very, very nice attempt from the pair of them, but I think Zhang's got the advantage. Well, one of the Zhangs definitely has the advantage. Zhang Chen, I think, laid down a very nice marker there as lead, and I think he knows that he's going to be in a better position, but Zhang Zhehe really tried to hold himself close. I think he's criminally underrated here in this field, and he's doing a very, very nice job as far as this one sets. You can see this line at OZ2. Get it on the super slow-mo here. OZ3. Oh, look at a kick up of the wheel there. That front right getting air as it bunny hops around. Really showing you the level of what is needed between the pair. And Zhang Zhehe, oh, he's so in on entry. Too far forward for my liking there. You'll definitely get marked on that the wrong way. So, very experienced Zhang Chen. Zheng Zhehe is going to pull away. 24 years of age. He's almost twice his senior, is Zhang Chen. He's 47. Very, very rich. Very, very good. 0 mileage sponsorship. The oil money coming in good for the team. Have drivers like Jarkko Julha, who will be running for the Gold Core variant of ZML. And we'll be looking around at it and saying, okay, we got some pretty good cars that we can go out there and battle with going on in. So, Zhang Zhehe will now have the opportunity to lead. The chase is going to be then from Zhang Chen. And it's a really unique style. I love the style of Zhang Zhehe's drifting. It very much is, I can just delay it into the corners a little bit more, rather than when you see those who go really, really quick and can just find the flow. It's a little bit more staggered. If I think Zhang Zhehe had more power, I think he'd be an absolutely wonderful drifter, but he's still finding himself then into play and saying, I am going to need more to go. 750 horsepower plays 800, 2 JZs for the pair. Most common engine that you're going to find here in this series, because it is, of course, bulletproof, a 2 JZ out there. So, It'll be next up between the pair, and they will just wait for their opportunity then to go on forward and give it a little bit more. There you can see Jarkko Ylhä, who will be next up, going forward for it. Already looking to warm up his tyres then in the background. And we're just going to have a little wait here before we move on in for the second part. Here we go. This is going to be where they look to try and charge this back. Zhang Zhehe versus Zhang Zhenchen. Looking to try and really chuck this in through OZ1. Oh, lovely on the transfer. Now into OZ2. Zhang Zhehe trying to do everything he can to break away. Zhang Zhenchen's at his door handle, and he's now trying to give himself the what for. Transfer looks good. Over into OZ4. Oh, he's going to have to stall him out late on the turn in there. And Zhang Zhenchen, I don't think, didn't have a chance to do anything at OZ4. They'll mark that down on Zhang Zhehe. But that was a mark between them as they looked for it. And so that could have been a mega attempt in to go and get that sorted. Zhang Zhehe was just trying to break as much as he could. Zhang Zhenchen was there sitting behind in that Supra saying, look, I'm going to give my everything out there. Watch it poke out through the smoke there, that Supra just staying in on lane. And then look, it's that delay doesn't give Zhang Zhenchen a chance to go through. That's the style we see so often of Zhang Zhehe, and that's the bit where I like it. It looks pretty, but he's got to do more to get it back out and round if he wants to get higher and higher in these competitions. So ultimately, those two having a really good run and attempt on in. Zhang Zhenchen having a look. Zhang Zhehe over his shoulder, going to go forward for it. That is what we do call a solid battle. You're right out there in YouTube chat. That was solid between the pair. And so you're going to have to find so much to go and get sorted out in tournament play like this. You have to be switched on from the moment and go, look, he's trying to pull him out of the cockpit there. Give him a moment. He hasn't even got his outset there, so he's going to be happy at the moment. And so he'll set himself up ready. So the cooling here on Zhang Zhehe's machine. Very happy. A big old wave from him. Very much the heart and soul of 1087X. Fantastic joker in the paddock. And so we will soon be into position with the results coming up soon. And this will be, for everybody here, a really good opportunity to say, I want to get in. Winner, of course, playing Johnson Chen next. And I would be looking around at that and going, okay, that is going to be something really nice to see over the course of the run. Another look at this. Lovely push between the pair. A battle of two Zhangs. Putting it all on through on the line. So one more time is going to be called between the pair. Not much to split them at all. Two very accomplished drifts out there from the pair. They want another look to go and say, right, I want more as it goes. Jarkko Ylhä is now next up to go. The Finnish sensation against Lee Shanghai. who is there for DRS Crown Speed Sport. So now here comes a chance for them to go, right, I want in on it. Jarkko Ylhä is now going to be the one who's got to try and chuck this one in. He looks around at it. Oh, big angle starting to be thrown out there by Lee Tianhai as he now looks to try and get close, but he's nowhere off the exit. Ylhä, run. Going through OZ2, trying to build that gap. Hits the mark well. That R32 is absolutely launching away here, heading in towards OZ4. And it's taken all the run for Lee Tianhai to try and get back, and couldn't quite manage it there. So that needs everything and more. Look, oh, he almost took his tyre out. And so that abandonment basically creates the pace. And Jarkko's so fluid there, just says, right, I'm running away and I'm getting that one all there and nice. So, there's a look at the likes of Jarkko Ylhä. Nothing wrong with that drift. Looked absolutely ace. Stood it down. Said, I'm going to go for it. And they'll have another go around in just a moment. So, there's a look at the bracket as it currently stands. Artem Shabanov and Nick Lee. You've got the likes of Sienjawan, Sebastian Fontaine, Kaitak through to play against Shalva Adziashvili. Pavel Korpelinski against Jerry Ju. And then Johnson Chen awaiting a one more time to go and set that into position. So, you're still waiting here. You've got Jarkko and Lee Tianhai. We're in the final bracket here of top 32 before the OMTs then look to set themselves out. And so Jarkko in that R32 and that Nissan Silvia S15 is out there and looking to push. Right, ready, and here we go again. So now here comes the attempt to push on in. Jarkko Ylhä on the chase. Here comes the chance to work on around and say, look, I want in on it. This is going to be big here from Lee Tianhai, who's putting a nice angle in. Jarkko having to fight to get back there through OZ2, but he's a lot closer by comparison. He's doing more than he needs to. Very far forward at OZ3. Oh, it's so late on that spin out, and that's going to be far too deep from Lee Tianhai to finish this one out. In fact, Jarkko finishes ahead there, going through OZ4. I think that's enough, but Scruffy going through there. Look, he's trying to fight to get there. That's nice at OZ1. Take a look at it at the super slow-mo. Very, very nice. And really pushing to try and get through and working on into OZ2. But then out of OZ2 here, look at this from Jarkko. Tries to tip it round, and suddenly he just can't get it to bite the way he needs to there. And so that leaves OZ4 as a little bit of a concern. But it's overcompensated by Lee Tianhai. Look how late he has to initiate massive amounts of handbrake to get it to turn around. And Jarkko, I think, at that point goes, well, I do need to go where you go. But look at him, he's sailing. He's Rod Stewart. We are sailing. Trying to go through that next section. And ultimately, massive corrections, not going to do any favors out there. There's Jarkko Ylhä. He's from the same town, believe it or not, as Kalle Rovanperä. Fantastic rally driver out there. And a nice embrace between the pair and a shake of hands. And I think Jarkko would have been pretty surprised to see that flying on forward. So we'll see what the end result is going to be here from the judges. 5-0, no shocks. So Jarkko Yulha, the 3 seed, moves on through. Li Shanghai out in top 32, which means the 63 machine will be going on to face the next of either Connor Shah or Ken Chen, who are the next two going out there to battle in top 32 cuts. So they'll be looking around at this going, right, what a wonderful battle we have had there, but there is still more to go and deal with. Of course, these one more times and the like will push us back a little bit in terms of our brakes, so they might parade a lot quicker than is in regards. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a Ferrari California out there and battling here. Connor Shah's Ferrari California. He was the first Chinese driver to win in Formula Drift Japan as he took the round at Suzuka. And so he will now be turning around and looking to try and build on that margin after getting 14th in the qualifying here. He's up against Ken Chen, who is looking to try and give it some gusto over from Shanghai Apex. That lovely blue machine is going to be out there and battling with all that it's worth and then some. And you tell me, in terms of this competition, that we don't get variety. You get a whole heap of it here in the Royal Drift Series, and that is a lovely piece of machinery that is going to be out there and drifting for it. So I would be very happy to go out there and compete against this, or even in this. I think this is a dream drift car, in my view. A Ferrari? Yeah, you hear that right. Now, this is going to be where these two have to stand on song and ceremony, and winner goes and plays Jarkko in top 16 cut. So let's put ourselves then into this situation. On the lead then is Connor Shah in that Ferrari California. 2JZ engine, 830 brake horsepower. 2JZ for only 800 for the likes of Ken Chen, who is going to have to go through. He's going to be very happy, is Ken, that there is sunshine in his pocket. Now let's go for top 32 as they look to both push on and say, this is what we are all about. Tip it in, Connor, and get through late on that one for the transfer for Ken as he looks to try and get back. Connor's looking a lot better though as he goes into OZ2 and he's building gap here, needs to drive it off the exit. Ken's being left a little bit in his dash, going through to OZ3 and to OZ4. 2 tyres dip out from Connor. It's a little lackadaisical, but into OZ4 he's got more than the margins required to go through. Ken Chen couldn't chase him down. That Ferrari California was jumping away and saying, oh yeah, I want a bit more of that. Had to narrow it up on the exit of OZ1, over to OZ2, he'd built the gap, and then suddenly it's a case of, oh, I'm not going to see you for toffee afterwards. Lovely stuff between these two on their first run of 2. Glorious, isn't it? Absolutely glorious there on the line. Connor Shah there. I think Boyd, from that experience, laid down a very, very good first run. Ken Chen is going to have a lot of work to do to go and gather that one back. Very nice to speak to. He's very built as well, actually, is Ken. Very muscular as he looks to try and get himself through. So he knows that he's got a lot of strong battle to come along next. He's got to fight his way back against that Ferrari California. Connor Shah will be on the chasing end at this time. This is going to be all about who wants it more in this second run, because there's a lot to do for Ken. Whenever you get gapped, judges look around at that and go, well, you can't keep up. And if you can't keep up, you can't stay on. And it is very much that scenario that we see out there. Fans out there and giving their support. It's very lovely to see them here at Shanghai Tianma. and giving themselves a wave here. A lot of teams actually based around Shanghai and a few around Beijing as well, where we'll be very close to Tianjin for round 2. Raidans are based pretty much between Tianjin and Shanghai, and so they'll be right at home over at their next round of the championship. So Ken Chen pulls himself into position. We wait for that Ferrari California to fall into line. Fat 5 Racing, it says on the side, Slide Racing on the back. And I tell you what, it is brilliant when it goes spread eagle slideways. Now, these two know that they've got to go and put on a real performance. Ken not representing in terms of team out there today, but sometimes they do run for Shanghai Apex together. Now here goes on this next attempt, and it's going to be a case of Ken Chen who's going to have to really kick it in. Connor Shah's going to get it close here through OZ1. Little missing on the mark there from Ken, but Connor's giving himself a lot to go with. Oh, angle so shallow, he's going to have to fight hard out of OZ2 down the hill, and off and away. Cone goes flying here from Ken Chen here, but critically, it's a case of Connor Shah being right there into position, and he's so forward into OZ4. He works hard there to try and get that back. Very narrow through as well from Ken. I think Connor's done more than enough here, but again, it's very tough on that run. It was a case of a bits and pieces, a nuts and bolts run here on this drift. Both of them making mistakes. Connor struggling to get the angle here to try and stay with. Then over the top, takes 2 cones for his troubles. And then tip it on around. Ooh, look at it. It was so late, Connor had to commit. And he gets right down in. Look, they're both on the no-go zone, so I don't think you can fault Connor for that. I think Ken there's got to do a better job of holding the line. He needs to. Look at that cone spiraling there in the background. Ken was over-pushing in some areas there, trying to get himself the Watt 4 and understanding where he needs to be in the regard of that drift. Salud, mi familia, it says down there on the bottom. Ken having a good look at that. A question mark on the side. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be a question mark for the judges. I think that Ferrari California is moving on to fight Jarkko Ylhä in top 16, in my personal opinion. Good thumbs up and a hug, a lovely embrace between these two Chinese competitors. Very, very good to speak to both of them, actually. And I think they both know they want to be on the up and up, and both of them have the ability to do so. Judges side with Connor Shah, 5-0 on that one. So through Stepan Zemtsev, Denis Denisov, Staj Dolgic, Danila Vorobiev, and Erasmo Rios, it will be the number 18 machine, the 14 seed. That will move through, no shocks at this part of the draw. 2 more to go before the 1 more times get themselves into play. It is from time up, Maxim Grossman, who will be up against Sheng Jiacheng, who will be next up into play. Sheng will be actually at Goodwood next week, piloting one of the Chinese cars out there. He's a lovely character, very good social media following in China. Maxim Grossman for time up, running that beautiful blue and black there, and he gets a lovely drifter start, and Sheng Jiacheng being absolutely left in the dust through OZ1. He can't get an angle here into OZ2, and this is going to be perfect. That Mark II Toyota is running away out there through OZ3. Sheng, catch up, buddy. He's going to see that and go, I am nowhere near. Goes right through the outer bound zone, and it's going to be nowhere close. Maxim Grossman's power absolutely showing there with 1,000 brake horsepower to get away. These guys have run these machines for years. They've got it drilled down to a well-oiled machine at time up, and Maxim, who was the 6th seed on 93 points, ultimately finding out that he can run away from Sheng, who really looks around at that and goes, I needed a lot more to go and get that in. Sheng Jiacheng needed a lot more from that Raidans machine. I look at that on the sideways slide, looking absolutely pinned and pivoted through into OZ4, hits the marks a dream. Sheng will have a good chance now to say, look, you're going to have to do something special here, or hope he runs into you with the lack of power that you've got. You need a lot of control when it's power versus no power. And I think this is going to be a real testament of the abilities of Maxim Grossman here to just dial it back and keep the angle. Everyone can go out there and go forward for it. You'll see the difference on the horsepowers when they come back around and mark the other way. So Maxim Grossman, happy to go. So too Sheng Jiacheng, who will now be getting his chance. Sheng missed the cut in top 32 at the welcome round 2 months ago here at Shanghai Tianma. So now it's going to be a case of what more can you do to go and get that difference. So to the max, can you go through? Who will be the best at drift maxing in this top 32 run out there? The Lin Gaoyuan fan club still out there, even though he didn't make it through top 30 into top 32 cut. World number 2, former world number 2 table tennis player out here, so massive Chinese following. Then for him, drifting out there, didn't get the qualification. Maxim now on to the chase. Here comes a chance then for Sheng Jiacheng to try and get himself labelled up and into play. Needs a bit of magic now, does Sheng. Knows he's going to be a bit short. You can see all those names on the side, names like Adam LX. You got there Tanner Faust on the back. Sheng says he's got 1,008 brake horsepower, but I don't think he's got that. I think he's got about 500. I think he's got about 500, 550, the way he's been drifting. 3 out there. Let's go again. Sheng Jiacheng now needs to get this tipped in and give himself everything he can. Maxim Grossman follows him in. It's very much a case of I've got to hold on and give myself everything very low through OZ2. Maxim really struggling to not run into the side of his door, but he's right there, and it's absolute professionalism from Maxim Grossman. Into OZ4, oh, he's gonna get a little bit of wall, and he's gonna go through that no-go zone, but Maxim, sign of a pro, runs on in through with him, gives him all the room in the world. Very nice as they work on in and finish off their run. No doubt in my mind, Maxim Grossman's found his way into top 16 with that. Sheng Jiacheng will have to come back another day or in a month's time to go and get to that next stage. But it was a nice drift, actually, for what that equipment was there for Sheng Jiacheng. He chucked it in. That was the only issue there, really, on it. OZ4, OZ2 as well, just running in a little bit too shallow. You can see it here. Watch it go crunch. Boink. And then all the way down in and having to manage a little bit more of it. So it is a scenario that you put yourself in for. The lower down you are, the stronger the competition you have to face in top 32. Sheng Jiacheng will have to come back another day. Maxim Grossman moves into top 16, where he will face the winner of Jason Yi and Quan in the battle of the 11 and 22 seeds, which will be coming up next. So, a change of car for Quan. He's come out of his BMW and he's running that Corvette. Then that will get itself into play. Obviously, too many troubles there. Look at it sit down on its profile. Looks lovely. Jason Yi, a Nissan Safiro A31. He's seen a part go here, a part go there. Knocked out the back twice in qualifying. Look how aggressive that angle is, though, of what he wants on his caster. Jason Yi stares over at the 0 mileage lubricants ZMT Corvette. Look at it, it looks lovely. 317, 800 brake horsepower, Safiro A31, 1008 from the 2JZ. Let's get set and ready. Jason Yi will be shocked to be in 11th seed with a score of 90 plus. But he's going to look to go and lay something down here against Quan. Here goes Jason in and look at the angle there from Quan, looking to try and chuck that Corvette in. Now needs it to turn back here at OZ2. And Jason's struggling for pace, going to need to get out of the corner, just about manages it. Now in towards OZ3. Is there going to be any argument between them here? No. Looks lovely. OZ4, still a little bit of a gap. Quan is way too short and narrow, and he can't get himself into play. Oh, advantage Jason there on that run there. He'll be happy that he'll get himself out of there without too many worries at all. Oh, almost a back entry there from Quan. Trying to get that Corvette to grip up and work through to Safiro. Just trying to do what it could on the line. And that was perfectly set and centered. Jason then really having to look here at OZ2, fighting over the top of the brow. Then he built the gap. Quan trying to do everything he can to get in close. And Jason just says, no, you're not close enough. I'm gone. And there you see it there. OZ3 on the slow-mo. Looking nice. The lights there of the stage reflecting as he goes on through. Right up against the wall, but not near enough to make contact like he did yesterday. A lot of work to do now for Quan to go and get this back. Blower on him to cool him down. It will be getting hotter with the sun out. And so it's sun cream weather for pasty people like me. So, he'll pull away. Happy with that. Jason, we look around. Out of the way, Mr. Mechanic, please. Yeah, that car looks fine. Safiro will go back out and they'll play the second half of it. Get themselves ready. Some nice field over there and some good tree line. Very much in the outskirts here of Shanghai. We're about 70 kilometers away from Pudong Airport. About half an hour away from Shanghai Hongqiao. And ultimately, the city centre, about 45 kilometers away. So, here at Shanghai Tianma, there's the judges up in the tower. Stepan gives a wave and everyone follows in their mark through. So, now, leading with responsibility will be the 88 of Quan. Jason Yi will now be next up to it. Took out a piece of his rear, an 8-year part that didn't want to play ball yesterday. And now he knows that if he keeps doing that, the budget of this team will slowly diminish more and more. So he's got to go and give it. Big smile there from Jason. Quan, driving for 0 mileage, needs to go and give it everything he can and more. So, give it one more chance as regular running before the one more times ends at this point. Quan now looking to give it a big old chuck in. Lovely angle to try and set himself up. Jason's got to try and follow and manages to do so. Quan's got a lot more confidence leading here into OZ2. Jason's giving him everything he can at the door and saying, I am going to put myself in. Now into OZ2, OZ3, lovely. Now OZ4, how's this going to be? Jason, get more angle. Jason, get more angle. I think he's there, but Quan off the exit's just going to pull away a little bit more. Lovely stuff on that return back. But I think that Jason might have enough to say, I put that in the back pocket, because he stayed close, he stayed resolute on the chase. They've got the Wally system helping them out, so they know exactly where they are on the circuit through the GPS tracking. And look at this at OZ1. Lovely angle on that drift from Quan. Jason follows it in. Transition a little slow to it, but not too bad, I would have said. Now here at OZ4, tries to chuck it in. There's about 2-3 car widths there between them. And Jason, respectful drift there. Quan really lit that up on that second run. And I think can be quite happy at the rate and level that that was put in between them there. Very good competitors, 11 and 22 seeds. Jason, big smile, giving the 2 big hands up there. And respect between the pair as they had a little look over. Right hands with a number of drivers here over the course of this tournament to go and look at. They are one of the biggest teams out there. They've got 6 members and they're all very, very good when they go out there and battle with everything that they've got. Respect between the pair. 3 OMTs to come after this. We need to find out Matskevich, Kirill and Zheng Wenxi. That's next. Brian Chen, Chen Qian and Wen Qi. We need to see a difference between them. And then the battle of Zhengs, Zheng Shenqin and Zheng Zhenhe. Those 2 will go on next as we await result. Results are in. One more time. We'll have one more times to go and deal with. Not much to separate Quan and Jason. I thought Jason had the leg up, but one more time is going to be the call between them. And so we'll say, give them another go. This is how they stand. We've got one side of the bracket that we still don't know who's going to be in at top 16. Johnson Chen still awaits his fate here, whether he's going to get, or which Zhang he's going to run up against. And Maxim Grossman awaits his fate between Jason Yi and Quan as they go about. So, let's get ourselves in and ready. Matskevich Kirill will now have to go again, the Belarusian from Minsk, against Zheng Wenxi in that BMW E46, trying to really wheel that out. He's from Shanghai, this Zhongse team from Shanghai, but not running in championship form. Let's get ourselves there again. And in once more on the drift. So, Matskevich Kirill leading out. Zheng Wenxi has got to get himself close. He staggers out though through OZ1 and had to really fight to get it around. Matskevich giving himself a gap, and cones go flying here from Zheng Wenxi as the gap opens up a mile. Now you're going to start seeing once again the pure power of that Supra pulling itself in against the BMW. Matskevich Kirill needing that one, desperately needing that run. And Zheng Wenxi would not have wanted to put that one in the bin. Oh dear. So that just a masterclass of I am just going to set a big old pace. There at OZ2, the problem really epitomised, and spending the entire run just trying to go wait for me like the last bus went away. Goodness gracious, that was all big. Drivers like Connor Sharp out there looking to push on through, not quite Connor Shanahan. You've seen other drivers here, Yarko Yulha, big here, Artyom Shabanov, the #1 seed going into this one, and Pavel Korpelinski, who is here out there and competing for Rydans. OZ4 for the time up in the yellow machine there. Getting that one lovely and done. Leaf blower in on it. Get it cool as quick as possible. Zheng Wenxi with it all to do in this second run forward. I think you're seeing a lot more information that is leading towards time up here. Seeing 3 of their 4 into top 16. The best that they could do was 3 out of 4 into top 16 because Artyom Shabanov ended up fighting his own teammate in Leonid Schneider. Cones are going to get adjusted and moved into position. Please don't hit me. And there, one of the marshals going through. You can't do an event like this without the marshals. They are a huge part of putting on a show like this. And a lot of marshals out there in the world of motorsport give up their time to go out there and help some amazing competitions out there. So always give love to the marshals where you can, and all of the staff that are out there that put all of this work together to go and get this done. This is a major operation here at the Royal Drift Series to put this all into play. So, Zheng Wenxi, very far on the back foot, has it all to do as he rolls himself around, or we roll around him. Matskevich Kirill is there and ready to go and give himself another go forward here and say, right, I want this one and I need to be up there in top 16 out there. The number 16 to try and get to top 16, that LT5 engine against that 2JZ GTE that is in that Supra A90. Get him up, get him going, get the noise. We're now into play. Here comes the drift as they set on into play. Lovely roar from Zheng Wenxi, but Matskevich Kirill is there every stage of the way into OZ2, and now looking to get the run out forward for it. Nice on that run in on now. He's going to go to OZ3. This is looking like Matskevich Kirill's here with the way that he's been just following the shadow. He's been at the door handle to the front wheel all the way around. Zheng Wenxi puts a great run down, but it's not going to matter in my book because he didn't have a good enough chase to go and get that in. Matskevich Kirill out there, I think, has got everything he wants and more. A spot in the top 16 with that drift in. Wasn't a million miles away at any point in time. That was just a case of, Matskevich, you're going to have to lock in, buddy. And he did. and I'm sure that he's going to get himself through one more time. And so you don't want to do too many one more times in competition because it puts a lot more strain on the engine, the tyres you don't want to run out of. If you have no tyre at the end, there's nothing you can do on the drift. And so you've got to give yourself more and more. Thumbs up there from Shen Wenxi. Matskovich Kirill, I think, is going to be very happy with this result. And confirmation that Matskovich Kirill gets there 5-0 in OMT to put himself into top 16, where he will face the next drivers of this OMT, which is Brian Chen, Chen Qiyin, and Van Chi, who will have to go out again. 750 plays 900 horsepower, E92 against Z4. But the darling in the Franks is going to be in rocky waters. Now needing to go and get by this rival. A rematch of top 4 at the last run and attempt. Get him up into noise. Brian Chen is now looking to try and get away, and again he misses at OZ1. Needs to try and get this back. Van Chi gets right back up to the door after being a little bit laboured and behind. A lot of angle there from the likes of Van Chi as he's looking to try and get this back. Brian is really having to struggle now to get himself back into play. Now in towards OZ4, and that's lovely from Van Chi. Advantage Van Chi there as he works on through. Nice stuff between them, long and labouring on that initiation. But the line not quite there for Brian as he tries to fight his way by. Here at OZ2, really having to work to get back to the door. Gets there, but there's enough to run away. Street style livery there for Brian Chen. Really trying to get that to bite in on the line, and manages that a lot better than Van Chi, who has to shallow off in. And often with a car as short as a BMW Z4, you can get away with that in terms of line. I don't think you can on these 4K super slow-mos. Lovely camera shot there going into OZ4. Well, I'll have a go the other way. A lot less contact this time than their run in their initial attempt between each other. And so they are going to be looking around at this going, yeah, I want some out there. Their second half coming along after this. Back to the line in just a moment will come Van Chi for Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team. Brian Chen is going to have a lot to work. Chen Qiyin, you are on the back foot. You need to be finding yourself on that next level and going forward with incredible, incredible prowess. So, how's this going to work? Over in the paddock, they're having a good old look at this. Van Chi, advantage to you, my good friend. Brian Chen, my other good friend, you're going to need to really work hard for it. Notes then going to give themselves a chance. Their engine notes are going to rise, I hope. And let's get ourselves in for this next chance as they get themselves set in. Here goes. Van Chi throws it lovely in. Brian Chen struggling to stay with him and really shallowed out through OZ1. He's going to have to really fight back at OZ2. But again, I think the demons of the past are coming into play. Van Chi, perfect on the line there through TG2. Now into OZ3, gets himself a nice run. And OZ4 follows, but he's so shallow, he doesn't get much time for it. Brian Chen does very well to follow on, but Van Chi here, I think, has put together a very nice OMT run. That is not much that can be done to make the change between them. Look at it, just couldn't get it to fight in the way that he wanted to there, did Brian. And so now he looks over at OZ2. He's fairly close, but does fairly close get the job done? Look at it. basically has to say, I have to fight out and take the natural line. It just staggered out, going, oh, I've got nothing, I've got no power, give me some help and let me push on through. Did not really give that its 10/10 through there, but then ultimately comes back at OZ3 to OZ4. So great tenacity there and commitment to go and get back. But I do think this is going to be in the wheelhouse of Champion Speed Sports. And I think they will turn and look at this and go, it was a good attempt. And the most beautiful car out there, I think, in terms of livery, is going to get parked. Vunchy takes that on a 5-0. And so the underdog 20 seed disrupts the 13 seed out there. And we'll go on now to face Matskevich Kirill over in top 16. Over to the other side, and a battle of two Zhengs will continue once again. They both gave each other a lot. Supra versus Lexus IS200. Zhang Xinqian versus Zhang Zhenhe, as these two will go for their next runs. Both shut the door almost in unison, and this looks like a moment where you can say, if you really wanted it to, master and apprentice if you really wanted to go. Now let's set them up into again, because Zhang Xinqian is now looking to give it some really, really big angle as he works on in through OZ1. Nice. OZ2 follows afterwards. Zhang Xinqian is trying to break away here, but Zhang Zhehe, oh, he overcommits it, and he's going to be so shallow off the exit. You can put him in the shallow end of the kiddie pool if you wanted to. Now as they go into OZ4, Zhang Xinqian is going to be okay with that. Zhang Zhehe fights back to the door handle, but he has left the door wide open here. Zhang Zhehe through that run. He's slightly forward there at OZ1. That would be a concern. OZ2 though, this is where the trouble comes in. He fights to the door, gives it too much angle, and then has nothing back off the exit. It's just pinned in, it's off camber, so it's very easy to fight and get to the door if you're behind and you need to chase in, but you can't fight back out of it. And this is what you're finding with a very technical run like this. You've got to use the cambers to your advantage. You are fighting down and then back up the hill at turn 1. You're up the hill and then level at T2. But then as you head yourself through OZ3 to OZ4, you basically have to fight on a long brake zone to decelerate and get in on through. Zhang Xinqian, the experience really paying off, and paying off in spades with that run and attempt. So he'll be looking at his second attempt through at top 32 on the chase. Zhang Zhehe, I think, is going to be a step back and needs to find a way to be a step forward if he can at all manage it. Oh, hello, Vunchy. Back into pits he goes after a refuel. And so the two Zhengs will now look to make their movement and progress away to look to try and have another go at it here in top 32. Fans very happy to be out here, and they will all understand just how much of a day they are in for, and the treat that will come this afternoon with top 16 cut all the way down to your final 4-round robin. And how will this all set itself on by the time we get to the end? They were dropping left and right at the end of the welcome round in temperatures that were about 10 degrees cooler than what we have here today. And I would say it's cool for this time of year for Shanghai. So that will be a pleasure to some out there, but still hot enough that we had a couple of mechanics on Thursday go down with heat stroke, were able to recover fine. So all was good on that front. So it goes to the work that the ambulances do around here and the trips to the hospital that goes through. Zhang Zhenhe for 1087X will be now taking the lead on that recovery around the other side. It's Zhang Xinqian who's now got to follow with that experience that he has. He also won a Hyundai N-Cup race over a little bit earlier on in the month, but now he looks to try and really push that on, or I'd say in May. Now here goes the look at OZ2. Zhang Zhehe, oh, Zhang Xinqian, no! He's going to go out back entry. The door's opened up for Zhang Zhehe, here to make an upset. Now working through OZ3 into OZ4. Zhang Xinqian immediately back on it, but there's again no drift in, and it's late to try and get that transfer in. Oh, Zhang Xinqian, you can't drop it like that. Zhang Zhehe might have found his way to get to Johnson Chen. Oh my goodness me. Oh, you never see Zhang Xinchen make that sort of mistake. He's in deep, the back tips out, he just avoids the contact, and then he has to fight hard. He still manages to keep the smoke in to say that's still adrift. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, just watch this. Did really well to fight back. And the natural line there, I think, is going to discount here for Zhang Zhehe, who he himself just tips it up and again bunny hops through OZ3 as you go back onto the concrete, switch on into the asphalt and give it a little bit more. Some very nice stuff here between these competitors. And I think they understand just how much of a battleground that they are sitting on here between old and new. And a nice slow-mo run. Go on, look at the motor he's got to get to that cone. Go on, son. Oh, missed the grab. Missed the grab. They'll knock you down for that. Missed the grab on the cone. So. He gives his own back from the first run in. Gives him a shake. Come on, get out of the car, get out of the car. Love that camaraderie between these two. Absolutely epic. Oh, up you go. Up you go. Zhang Zhehe gives Zhang Xinchen a little bit of a lift. Lovely stuff between the pair of them. Judges, I wonder what you think of that. Double OMT. Yeah, go on. We'll go again. Double OMT. Zhang Xinchen has a habit of going OMT twice. He did so against Leo Schneider. He'll have to do again now against Zhang Zhehe. And he drops to his knees like he did on Friday night when he found out that he got the #1 seed in qualifying. Again? No. Please don't let me go again. No, you're gonna have to go again to go and get it done. So now, Jason Yi and Quan, the other superstar car that's out there, that Corvette is ready and waiting to go and get that self into play. So, Corvette 317 is going to be out there against that Nissan Safiro A31. Here we go. This is where the next attempt now sets itself up. Chucks it on in. Oh, and again, it's big angle energy there from that Corvette, wanting to try and line it back up here into OZ2, but Jason pulls a gap, and he's going to almost zero out, is he? I think you're going to have to say he has. Jason Yi is going to be in the huge driver's seat now with that. Chucks it a mile to say you're not getting anywhere near. Oh no! Jason goes as well! Oh, they're both zero on it. Goodness gracious, a Golden Gate opportunity that finds itself gone. Look at it on the backwards entry. Dropping out, making it tough. And then into OZ2, more of the same coming into play. Look, that's a full stop, so they'll zero it, but I think they'll have to zero them both. That is a flat for Jason Yi, and so he will have to take the time to get that repaired and get himself in and sorted. And while that happens, you'll give yourself a little bit of time to watch that tyre change. back into positions, and already a tyre change being done then by right hand to get Jason Yee back into position. So Quan, I look around, you've got a lucky break there as the tyre ran down for Jason. That aggressive angle will do that a lot more. It's why you often don't go as much as you do. Jason, very much aggressive with his tyre angles as they go and set. So, put yourself back in the wheelhouse once more. Give yourself anything you can and then some. And say, without any worry or fear of repercussion, can you go and get a bit more? Connor Shah, they're waiting, and now they're going to go again. So, Quan, big angle, he's going to get it in. Jason's going to go and follow. This is going to be the mark setter, I think, between the pair of them. Now in towards OZ2. Jason's going to really chuck it in on this outside, needing to go and get this sorted. Quan, though's got some lovely angle, and he's trying to pull it away. And again, he gets big angle into OZ3, now at OZ4. Oh, he's all the way sideways, trying to get it over and through. Lovely stuff by Quan, but can Jason Yee say he's had enough from it? He led a lot more and had a lot more gap. A lovely riposte from the pair of them after a nightmare first start to OMT1 in top 32. Jason right up on his door. And then fighting, slightly forward, but fighting hard to get to the door. Gets there through the middle. And then here at OZ4. Woo-wee! Big old angle there from Quan, leaving it all out on the table. OZ3 would have been a question point there for that Zafiro. But that call back, oh yes, look at it. You couldn't have even placed it any closer. Double OMT. I don't doubt that for a second. Double OMT between Jason and Quan. Go at it again. 6 runs to decide if you can get through top 32 and score those points. I think they just hear. He said that he's okay, he got it, Oh, he's not even got his car to drift back with. Well, they're gonna have to do repairs, get new tyres on it, get it going. They don't have long. So we still need to know whether Zhang Zhenqin or Zhang Zhehe is gonna get through top 32, or whether we need Jason Yee or Quan to go on back into that mark. Still a lot more to try and to dissect here in top 32 here of the Royal Drift Series. Fans very excited out there as we still await confirmation through the OMTs. We are running behind schedule as we look to try and get that sorted out. And still a lot more to come as we get through competition and moving over to that top 16. Time needed for both teams, all teams, all competitors out there to get the various amounts of repairs out and into play before we set ourselves into the next phase of our competition running. And so there is still going to be a lot that we have to try and navigate through as far as the context of this day goes and sorts itself forward with. So still a huge amount that has to be done, and we've seen some wonderful battling here over the course of top 32, still not done. And so you look around and see Artyom Shabanov, who's had the longest wait now before he'll get to his top 16 battle over with Nick Lee. He's certainly looking like he's the favourite out there. and everyone else is trying to play catch up to that regard. There was some great drifting out there from Paweł Korpelinski, very resolute. Jarko Julha looked great, but there are other drivers who are looking to try and prove it, including some underdog performances, which I think are making for a really important run. We'll see you in a moment.
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered, and one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Back on the start line with double OMTs to go. 5 rounds of drifting action, all here within China. And these two Zhengs are throwing haymakers at each other. Zhang Xianqian and Zhang Zhihe are there and ready to go and battle. Zhang Xianqian will lead off Zhang Zhihe. It's going to be ZML versus the 1087X Lexus, and into OZ1. Zhang Xianqian, who's got a knack of getting himself through double OMTs, now looks to chuck in another one. Zhang Zhihe way wide at OZ2. Zhang Xianqian's got a chance to break away. His longevity surely holds again and again. Now they're going to work into OZ4, and now Zhang Zhihe is very much on the back foot now. That was lovely from Zhang Xianqian, ever unwavering out there, waiting for his competitor to break, and there he finally finds a chink in the proverbial armour. Into OZ1. Zhang Zhihe just getting there, but then gets gapped off the exit and has to try and fight it back, overcooks it in, and then fighting to get back. Look at him, a mile back. That Toyota A90 just kicking it away and saying, you are gonna have to try and do a bit more sunshine to go and stay with me. You've given me a red hot battle. I didn't expect to fight this hard in top 32. A 10 seed against the 23. This for the honour of fighting Johnson Chen, the 7 seed in top 16. Zhang Zhihe, by the way, at the welcome round was runner-up. The fact he's having to fight this hard in top 32 cup with someone like Zhang Zhihe, who actually got stuck at his round against Echo Gao in top 16. I think Zhang Zhihe going to be that little wave there from Stepan Zemtsev. And now it's a case of you've got to go and give it one more red-hot go. This needs to be stellar. In fact, I argue it's got to be interstellar now from Zhang Zhenhe. He will look at Zhang Zhenqian and he will surely know that this is the make or break moment. He has got to either become a diamond with this run that he's set up with, or he's turning around and he is fossilized into carbon. Zhang Zhenhe up against Zhang Zhenqian. Now lead plays chase. Are you ready? One more time. Take two, part two. Now here goes the charge. Zhang Zhenhe, what do you have left? You're gonna have to throw an almighty go at it, and he does at OZ1. Zhang Zhenqian follows him every stage of the way. Now into OZ2. These two come along, and this is where you got to find the magic. Zhang Zhenhe does so, and look at a transfer. Lovely, little shallow if anything there, and again that shallow line comes in. Zhang Zhenqian really adapts to it well, going through OZ4, pinning it on the line. I think that's enough for Zhang Zhenqian to find a way through, judges. I really think it is. Zhang Zhenhe has given a brave go here at top 32 cut, but I think his story here at round one ends right now. Ooh, mama, that could have been so much to see the difference out there, but I look around at that and say it was a really good lead run. Late in on it, Zhang Zhenqian doesn't get that close, but again, he can't at OZ4 with the way that Zhang Zhenhe basically just waits until the last moment to flick it round. He gives a little bit of angle and then needs a lot. It's his style, look. So he waits. Look at it, he's just grab on that handbrake. The wheel's not locking, and now Zhang Zhenqian's gonna lift Zhang Zhenhe up. God, don't put your back out or anything doing that. Please don't. Please don't. Zhang Zhenqian at the third time of asking, the master of the double OMT, moves on into top 16, and he does so on a 5-0 count. So he will play against Johnson Chen. Thumb up. You had a really good go of it there, Zhang Zhenhe, and give him 10 years and he will be one of the giants of this series. Mark my words, he drifts so nicely. Now, Nissan Safiro A31 plays Corvette 317. Jason Yi versus Quan. I look at this and say this is a lovely scrap between these two. Jason, I think, will feel a little bit lucky that he is in for a double OMT. Go for it again. Give it some welly. Now into OZ1 and chucking it in goes Jason, and Quan this time a little bit more measured, going through with his effort and stays well with him. OZ2 comes along, nice from Jason with the angle, now builds a gap here and it's going to be work for Quan to get back. He's got to really fight hard through OZ3, gap still there and he can't really get anything on the angle chase. Now into OZ4, he takes a bit of ticker tape with him as he goes through, has to double take it through the line though. Ooh, Jason, did you get enough at OZ4, buddy? Quan has done well here on this one. I think he's thrown in a lovely attempt to find on the follow, and the follow actually has been where he struggled the most actually on these. Oh, straightens out at OZ2 over the crest, and then at OZ4, look, he takes the ticker tape, struggling to get it to bite the way he wants to, and then has to really fight back. Gives Quan the chance to get back before the finish mark. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Look at it. He's been getting close. He's been over. Oh, and another one. Look at it. Yo, it just eats, it chomps at the ticker tape. Excellent stuff between those two. Quan will have a good look at it. Am I doing enough? Am I there? Little study session before you go out for one more go. The red GPS there on the top, indicating where the car needs to be. They all have to be centralized on the middle. Yes, I do agree, Mr. Scrutineering Man. It is very long morning, and there's a lot of people who very much want their lunch because we are overrun at the moment by 45 minutes here. And I tell you what, I love the way that they have been going about it so far in competition. It's a hot one. Temperatures rising here on the battles. More and more we are seeing this look so sweet as far as they've been going out for it. So what more can you find? Jason Yi and Quan. Very much a case of how they are managing and melding. Everyone wants more. Everyone needs more. Everyone's got to get more. Everyone knows just how critical this is now going to set. Jason on the chase. Quan now has to pull out all the stops here for zero mileage lubricants. Do what his boss Young Sen Chun just did. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Rev it up. Get him going. Quan's got to find some magic in at OZ1. Gives it a lovely angle. Jason's going to go with it. Now over to OZ2 through TG1. Bang, Jason, over the top. Oh, he's gonna have to fight hard back to go and get in there, and he does. He stamps down on the throttle and gives him in there. Quan's got a chance to break away, but I don't think he's done so. OZ4 comes along between the pair of them. Lovely stuff as they now get him over the line. Ooh, I think we're gonna have a really big look. Even Paweł Korpelinski wants a look at it. Look at this. Absolutely haymakering in top 32. Oh, how do you not make contact, Jason? Stop it. Stop it, Jason. How do you not make contact there at OZ2? Catch it on the super slow-mo. Oh, he just keeps the foot in as well. Just the faith, the pure blind faith that it's going to grip up. And it just about does. Then OZ3 and 4 comes in. Quan looking really good off the lead. And Jason, knowing his responsibility, next to nothing to separate these two. They are level pegging with the way that they're going about it. And they don't want to go to OMT3. They really don't. I think the whole crowd's hoping for a winner, but they're just so good against each other here. They are the yin to each other's yang. And it's magical, absolutely magical. Quan is going to move himself then on a 5-0 count into top 16, doing exactly what Young Sen Chun does. It is an upset, 11C goes out, and so the 88 has the honor of fighting Maxim Grossman's Toyota Mark II in his Corvette 370. Lovely stuff and lovely camaraderie between the pair of them. It will be a shame there for Jason Yi, but he'll fight back as we now get the confirmation of what your top 16 is going to look like. And we are going to be in with some great battles. Artem Shabanov against Nick Lee. You've got Xian Zhuan against Sebastian Fontaine. Matskevich Kirill against Von Cheat. Kai Tak then up against Shalva Adiashvili. Paweł Korpelinski and Jerry Ju. Johnson and Young Sen Chun. And then you've got Jarko Yulha and Connor out there. Maxim Grossman and Quan is going to be there as well. So that is going to be how they set, and they know how important it is going to be for their runs that they have put themselves through. So they will know that that's what awaits them on the other side of lunch. We'll see you in a moment for more action here right now.
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
1087X 漂移车队成立于2023年，扎根中国天津。车队集结溜溜哥、高璇、钱尊、张展赫4位顶尖车手。近年来，我们持续征战国内外顶级漂移赛事，屡创佳绩，以硬核技术、赛场实力与超强流量领跑中国漂移新势力。从解说台到冠军赛道，从国内赛场到国际舞台，每一位车手都在用热爱诠释速度与掌控，用实力铸就中国漂移新高度。1087X 漂移车队不止征战赛场，更立志肩负起推广中国漂移文化的使命，以热爱致敬赛道，以实力续写荣光。
Chinese, okay. English little. Yeah.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Got it. We can start the introduction. Ready when you are.
Royal Drift Series is a racing series that right now is based in China.
Drifting is fairly big here and there's a good number of drivers involved. They have pretty decent car setups, their preparation is solid and they are very skilled drivers. We also noticed they're super keen to learn and have a passion for picking up new skills. We've made the decision to treat this as our starting point and hopefully it will provide us with a solid foundation for further expansion.
For all the drivers out there, we've always wanted to have some professional race and to have the chance to compete with other international drivers, especially from RDS or Drift Masters. I think it's a great opportunity for us to learn and progress.
41 drivers showed up with all kinds of builds, like 0 mileage with an SLS, A90, 4 F22s, and a Corvette. One Instagram story was enough to impress people.
Speaking of drivers, it's really cool to see such a huge turnout. There are some minor communication challenges since most of the drivers speak Chinese while we speak English and Russian. However, we're bridging that gap with the help of translators, and besides, drifting itself is what brings us all together. Most importantly, we see drifting as beautiful door-to-door tandem. Therefore, we need the leader to drive with high precision and consistency, making it clear and predictable for the chaser. This is exactly what we are trying to convey to them through the judges' tasks, focusing on line, angle, commitment, fluidity, and speed. By Thursday, a driver already knows what the judging criteria are for Saturday and Sunday.
We saw a very clear progression during practice, from the start and even by Thursday lunchtime. It was obvious that these guys finally got what it's all about. They are trying to change something. Yeah, some do struggle. There are less experienced drifters that are not quite there yet, because, let's be honest, the challenge we've given them is pretty tough. That's why we're seeing progress with every single run, from every single driver.
对于裁判的话，我可能觉得他们比较喜欢的风格和别的裁判喜欢的风格是不一样的。但是呢，他们主要是赛道设计得很好，然后裁判又根据他设计的赛道，给你每个人开车的风格去评判一个分数，告诉你什么是对的，什么是错的。那我之前参加的比赛，不管是中国的也好，还是国外的也好，他们给你的感受就是，他们给你这个赛道怎么开，你只能去猜，然后 你开成什么样，他给你一个什么分数。但是这个比赛呢，就是你开的不好，裁判会告诉你啊，你哪儿开的不好。然后我们赛道是因为什么要这么设计，你因为什么要这么开，才会拿到好的分数。对于我个人而言，我还是非常喜欢咱们办比赛的这种感觉。首先，对于赛道的设计，然后对于裁判的这个判分的标准，会让就是像我这样的车手有一个特别大的提升。所以在他们第一次办的时候我也跑了，在这次我也来了，会今年所有的比赛我都会参加。然后我觉得对我自己会有一个更高的进步，通过更好的比赛有一个更高的进步。
An accident just happened. The driver was very aggressive through the initiation zone. It felt like he saw the touch and go and thought, oh, okay, it's over, now I need to go up. But at that point, he already had too much speed. So to make it visually clear where that block and the touch and go are located, we decided to add some vibrant colors to the Tianma circuit.
对，就是感觉车手来到这里去比赛的时候，会感觉到怎么讲，就是有被大会照顾到，会让车手们都想来要参加这个比赛，因为我觉得整个大会的组织是非常有秩序的，然后包括特别是裁判，因为其实对于我们车手来说，最关注的是裁判。那么裁判在每一个技术的层面能够给到车手非常清晰的指令，然后告诉车手需要怎么开，需要怎么样得高分，就是会让更多的车手希望能够来加入到这个 RDS 的比赛里面来。
We really put a lot of time into them now to make sure that later on everything runs like clockwork and stays on the right track, because if we don't get things running smoothly, we won't get anywhere at all. That's why we're really investing a lot of resources into the participants right now.
We're trying to combine the best existing practices and introduce fresh ideas for our championship. We have 5 judges, unlike most of the championships currently out there.
By reducing the influence of each single judge, we also minimize the margin for human error.
We broke down the subjective style category into several specific criteria: commitment, fluidity, and pace. This will settle a lot of the questions. It took a massive effort, because nowhere in the world can you find a truly solid judging system.
We believe this will make the judging more transparent and allow us to select winners more openly, avoiding potential conflicts and misunderstandings.
The top 4 Super Cup features the 4 best qualifiers that will compete in tandems to crown the Saturday champion. Later that evening, we sat down with all the drivers to review these tandem battles. We point out the mistakes and explain exactly why we chose one winner over the other. Last event drivers actually learned from this. One driver that made mistakes in Saturday tandems won the stage on Sunday because he listened, reviewed his performance, and fixed his errors. Everyone has the skills. You just need to figure out the specific drift philosophy you're expected to drive in.
It's all about the community spirit, the fans and the drivers. We want to create a cool experience so that it feels like more than just a competition. That's exactly why these show effects are essential.
We are looking to do something fresh and aim for the absolute best that the world has to offer. We might be wrong, of course, but regardless, we have to try something new. For the first time in history, we will have a season-long prize pool spanning across 5 rounds. $1 million, never seen before.
I think a lot of drivers came to this event for the prize money. Yeah. People will start hit each other because they want to win the prize so much.
Yeah, number 1, I win this race. Oh. Never car, never team, and everything is never to me, and never track, and you know, that's not easy, but yeah, we do that.
对我来说，可能是有一种圆梦的感觉。为什么？因为其实我关注俄罗斯的比赛好几年了。俄罗斯有好多车手，其实我都一直在关注他们的比赛。然后我其实一直很希望能够也去俄罗斯参加比赛，因为我觉得可能在俄罗斯的这种规则下，包括大家比如说轮胎尺寸的这个限制，让比赛非常的好看。而今天这个比赛来到了这里，然后我可以来参加，所以我非常的高兴。
Sharing this experience leads to a major leap forward in the understanding of drifting and its overall development. The goal is to make the sport popular worldwide and to ensure that the quality of drifting is exceptionally high across the globe. We are basically the ambassadors of cool style and quality drifting across the globe.
我觉得就是可能在中国，你们的比赛的 level 可能在这个位置，然后剩下的比赛的 level 在，不是一个层阶的问题，而是很大的差别。
We want to create a drifting platform that is as open, fair, and transparent as possible. A place where everyone can find their spot. The spectators will be totally gripped, and drivers from all different backgrounds will be out there competing and having a blast. The organizers are gonna love it because they'll finally see all their hard work paying off.
We offer constant development, a massive prize pool, and great opportunities for overall growth. This is exactly the place to express yourself. It's where your efforts are recognized. The place that is making history and shaping the whole sport. All these races make us who we are. And in return, we make the races.
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Royal Drift Series as we are set in and ready with action here of the parade that comes through here at your halfway stage of drifting. Action top 32 over and completed here at a sunny Shanghai Tianma here for action out there. All the cars are lined up down in the front stretch here as your parade is soon to start. And down then over at the paddock is your Chinese commentator Alex Koo, who is here to give through all of the action. He's doing a great job. Alex.
Hello， 现场的包括我们线上直播间的所有观众朋友们，大家中午好！欢迎大家 来到我们 Royal Drift Series 2026本年度的第1站，来到我们上海天马赛车场。那么再次欢迎我们所有的观众朋友们。那么接下来请全体起立。接下来请全体起立，请全体起立。接下来要奏国歌。大家再一次感谢所有来到现场以及我们直播间的观众朋友。那么现在站在大家面前的就是我们本次的参赛选手。接下来我们为大家一一介绍我们本次实力强悍而且技术高超的所有的选手们。好，现在大家先看到的这一台黄色的赛车，就是来自于车震车队上海本土选手童令。观众朋友们，请看大家的左手边，跟大家一起打个招呼吧。再来一点尖叫声。我希望接下来每一位介绍的车手，大家都可以给予他一样的掌声跟欢呼声，好不好？紧接着这一位就是刚才经历过2轮 One More Time 的选手叶志成。哇哦，上海的观众朋友们实在是太热情了，谢谢你们。再接着过来这边，看到我们穿着粉红色战衣 1087X 车队的张展赫，刚才他也给了2轮非常精彩而且技术高超的 One More Time， 大家记得他吗？哇哦，好，太爱你们了！这届的观众实在太优秀了。紧接着，同样是来自于 1087X 漂移车队的天津选手钱准，帅不帅？有帅到是不是？每一个都很帅，对吧？哦，全场唯一一位女选手高璇，女选手的待遇就是不一样啊，这欢呼声都大一点。接着来到是一位来自乌克兰的选手 Shark， One more， 再来。紧接着这一位身高超级高的荷兰选手 Sebastian， 这一位选手也是技术超级厉害哦。接下来这一位呢，日本选手乔曼且广大，对，就应该给丰富的掌声。他也是一位拿过地区他们国家低温冠军的选手。紧接着这一位上海本土选手 Johnson，00后超帅气选手哦，女粉丝在哪里？好，接着这一位是波兰的年度冠军，来自于波兰 Kobliński， 同时他也是欧洲 Drift Master 的年度第4相当强悍的选手。接着这一位来到我们的这一个超级帅气的李凯文 Calvin Lee， 再来一下，对嘛？紧接着这边王总好，王凯伟来自于 DIS 漂移车队。接着几位都是他们车队的选手，而且实力都不容小看了。紧接着这一位是李江海，还记得他这一台非常帅的 S15吗？然后接着是 DRS 的车队队长王琦，就是开全场唯一一台宝马 J4 的99号选手。这一位是26号选手陈之龙。 啊，大家的热情度要再来一点哦，让观众朋友们记住，因为我们现在是全球直播，所以全球的观众都在看，让他们看一下我们中国的观众朋友有多热情，好不好？接下来这一位，我们上海本土选手陆笑。哎，到了上海本土选手声音都大一点，对不对？接着这一位也是全场唯一一台法拉利的战车夏昌浩。好，旁边这一位来自于北京地区的选手盛嘉诚。盛嘉诚在这个也是一个自媒体博主，然后全网超级多粉丝啊，大家可以关注一下。紧接着这一位302号选手李展宇，技术非常高超哦，刚才大家应该有看到他32进16的这个表现。接下来这一位是来自于欧洲芬兰的2个年度冠军 Yako， 同时他也是我们上一站比赛的冠军选手啊，来自于0公里润滑油这个诺于GCJM 漂移车队的，包括旁边他的队友3号的侯少宇。每一个车手都超级帅，对不对？好，稍等一下，来到旁边，哎，这里少了一个，没关系，又是一个我们上海的本土超级前辈级选手钱鸿生。哎，主场优势就是不一样哈。好，紧接着旁边是钱鸿生的队友，来自于16号的郑文熙。好，看过来旁边这一支车队厉害了 ，Tianma 车队4位技术高超的选手，从俄罗斯远道而来，也是他们俄罗斯的年度冠军。包括我旁边的这个 Shabnov， 你们看到他们的4台赛车包括2台同样的 Super A80， 旁边是2台同样的这个丰田的 Mark II， 超级完整而且超级漂亮的一个做工。紧接着来到旁边的这一位 Maskiewicz， 哇，欢呼声那边的远方那边的朋友再给我们来一点啊，待会儿啊。然后这一边开着这一台蓝黑色的是我们的 Gossman， 他们几位都是我们本次赛事的超级大热门。接着当然还有我们Tianma车队的创始人，也是最年轻的00后选手 Leo。哇哦，帅不帅？反正我有被他帅到。紧接着这一位中国的常胜将军90号选手张胜军。哎呀，再来旁边的，刚才也是经历过2轮 One More Time 的88号选手薛坤。哎，看来现场非常多我们0公里的车队朋友。接着旁边这一位上海本土选手，在上个月刚刚拿到了华人第1个国外这一个 FDJ 比赛的单走冠军。我们这一位朱元禄。好，那么以上给大家介绍完我们现在的全部选手呢，将会在我们待会儿很快的时间就会开始我们的16强，一直到怪尔季军决赛的比赛。观众朋友们不要走开，待会儿精彩继续，一直关注我们的比赛。还有7月份我们有天津 V1 国际赛车场的第2回合比赛，票已经在售卖了，所以想要继续看比赛的朋友们，记得尽快购买门票。待会儿我们一会儿再见。
Lovely work there from Alex Koo, who has had a wonderful run through the grid there. That's got themselves set and ready. On the other side of this, they'll be driving back to the paddock, and immediately afterwards, top 16 will get itself into play. Stay with us here with the Royal Drift Series. Your pilot parade done and dusted. We'll be moving over next on up into top 16 showdowns.
say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
1087X 漂移车队成立于2023年，扎根中国天津。车队集结溜溜哥、高璇、钱尊、张展赫4位顶尖车手。近年来，我们持续征战国内外顶级漂移赛事，屡创佳绩，以硬核技术、赛场实力与超强流量领跑中国漂移新势力。从解说台到冠军赛道，从国内赛场到国际舞台，每一位车手都在用热爱诠释速度与掌控，用实力铸就中国漂移新高度。1087X 漂移车队不止征战赛场，更立志肩负起推广中国漂移文化的使命，以热爱致敬赛道，以实力续写荣光。
Okay, let's roll, let's roll.
Chinese, okay. English, little. Yeah.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Got it. We can start the introduction. Ready when you are.
Royal Drift Series is a racing series that right now is based in China.
Drifting is fairly big here and there's a good number of drivers involved. They have pretty decent car setups, their preparation is solid, and they are very skilled drivers. We also noticed they're super keen to learn and have a passion for picking up new skills. We've made the decision to treat this as our starting point, and hopefully it will provide us with a solid foundation for further expansion.
For all the drivers out there, we've always wanted to have some professional race and to have the chance to compete with other international drivers, especially from RDS or Drift Masters. I think it's a great opportunity for us to learn and progress.
"41 drivers showed up with all kinds of builds, like 0 mileage with an SLS, A90, 4 F22s, and a Corvette. One Instagram story was enough to impress people.
Speaking of drivers, it's really cool to see such a huge turnout. There are some minor communication challenges since most of the drivers speak Chinese while we speak English and Russian. However, we're bridging that gap with the help of translators, and besides, drifting itself is what brings us all together. Most importantly, we see drifting as beautiful door-to-door tandem. Therefore, we need the leader to drive with high precision and consistency, making it clear and predictable for the chaser. This is exactly what we are trying to convey to them through the judges' tasks, focusing on line, angle, commitment, fluidity, and speed. By Thursday, a driver already knows what the judging criteria are for Saturday and Sunday.
We saw a very clear progression during practice, from the start and even by Thursday lunchtime. It was obvious that these guys finally got what it's all about. They are trying to change something. Yeah, some do struggle. There are less experienced drifters that are not quite there yet, because, let's be honest, the challenge we've given them is pretty tough. That's why we're seeing progress with every single run, from every single driver.
对于裁判的话，我可能觉得他们比较喜欢的风格和别的裁判喜欢的风格是不一样的。但是呢，他们主要是赛道设计得很好，然后裁判又根据他设计的赛道，给你每个人开车的风格去评判一个分数，告诉你什么是对的，什么是错的。那我之前参加的比赛，不管是中国的也好，还是国外的也好，他们给你的感受就是，他们给你的一个赛道怎么开，你只能去猜，然后 你开成什么样，他给你一个什么分数？但是这个比赛呢，就是你开的不好，裁判会告诉你啊，你哪儿开的不好。然后我们赛道是因为什么要这么设计，你因为什么要这么开，才会拿到好的分数。对于我个人而言，我还是非常喜欢咱们办比赛的这种感觉。首先，对于赛道的设计，然后对于裁判的这个判分的标准，会让就是像我这样的车手有一个特别大的提升。所以在他们第一次办的时候我也跑了，在这次我也来了，会今年所有的比赛我都会参加。然后我觉得对我自己会有一个更高的进步，通过更好的比赛有一个更高的进步。
An accident just happened. The driver was very aggressive through the initiation zone. It felt like he saw the touch and go and thought, oh, okay, it's over, now I need to go up. But at that point, he already had too much speed. So to make it visually clear where that block and the touch and go are located, we decided to add some vibrant colors to the Tianma circuit.
对，就是感觉车手来到这里去比赛的时候，会感觉到怎么讲，就是有被大会照顾到，会让车手们都想来要参加这个比赛，因为我觉得整个大会的组织是非常有秩序的，然后包括特别是裁判，因为其实对于我们车手来说，最关注的是裁判。那么裁判在每一个技术的层面能够给到车手非常清晰的指令，然后告诉车手需要怎么开，需要怎么样得高分，就是会让更多的车手希望能够来加入到这个 RDS 的比赛里面来。
We really put a lot of time into them now to make sure that later on everything runs like clockwork and stays on the right track, because if we don't get things running smoothly, we won't get anywhere at all. That's why we're really investing a lot of resources into the participants right now.
We're trying to combine the best existing practices and introduce fresh ideas for our championship. We have 5 judges, unlike most of the championships currently out there.
By reducing the influence of each single judge, we also minimize the margin for human error.
We broke down the subjective style category into several specific criteria: commitment, fluidity, and pace. This will settle a lot of the questions. It took a massive effort, because nowhere in the world can you find a truly solid judging system.
We believe this will make the judging more transparent and allow us to select winners more openly, avoiding potential conflicts and misunderstandings.
所以最终结果 one more time。
The top 4 Super Cup features the 4 best qualifiers that will compete in tandems to crown the Saturday champion. Later that evening, we sat down with all the drivers to review these tandem battles. We point out the mistakes and explain exactly why we chose one winner over the other. Last event drivers actually learned from this. One driver that made mistakes in Saturday tandems won the stage on Sunday because he listened, reviewed his performance, and fixed his errors. Everyone has the skills. You just need to figure out the specific drift philosophy you're expected to drive in.
It's all about the community spirit, the fans and the drivers. We want to create a cool experience so that it feels like more than just a competition. That's exactly why these show effects are essential.
We are looking to do something fresh and aim for the absolute best that the world has to offer. We might be wrong, of course, but regardless, we have to try something new. For the first time in history, we will have a season-long prize pool spanning across 5 rounds. $1 million, never seen before.
I think a lot of drivers came to this event for the prize money. Yeah. People will start hit each other because they want to win the prize so much.
Yeah, number 1, I win this race.
Oh.
Never car, never team, and everything is never to me, and never track, and you know, that's not easy, but yeah, we do that.
对我来说可能是有一种圆梦的感觉。为什么？因为其实我关注俄罗斯的比赛好几年了。俄罗斯有好多车手，其实我都一直在关注他们的比赛。然后我其实一直很希望能够也去俄罗斯参加比赛，因为我觉得可能在俄罗斯的这种规则下，包括大家比如说轮胎尺寸的这个限制，让比赛非常的好看。而今天这个比赛来到了这里，然后我可以来参加，所以我非常的高兴。
Sharing this experience leads to a major leap forward in the understanding of drifting and its overall development. The goal is to make the sport popular worldwide and to ensure that the quality of drifting is exceptionally high across the globe. We are basically the ambassadors of cool style and quality drifting across the globe.
我觉得就是可能在中国，你们的比赛的 level 可能在这个位置，然后剩下的比赛的 level 在，不是一个层阶的问题，而是 很大的差别。
We want to create a drifting platform that is as open, fair, and transparent as possible. A place where everyone can find their spot. The spectators will be totally gripped and drivers from all different backgrounds will be out there competing and having a blast. The organizers are gonna love it because they'll finally see all their hard work paying off.
We offer constant development, a massive prize pool, and great opportunities for overall growth. This is exactly the place to express yourself. It's where your efforts are recognized. The place that is making history and shaping the whole sport. All these races make us who we are. And in return, we make the races.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Shanghai Tianma. And this, the first round of the Royal Drift Series. We move away from top 32, and now we get to the nitty-gritty. Top 16 is now looking to set itself up and say, are you going to make your way into top 8 and then over to top 4? That is what we set ourselves in with next here in terms of racing action as we crest over the top of the main grandstand and pit building and see a glorious Shanghai Tianma in all of its glory in the sun. It is a hot one now out there as they set into the afternoon, and they know that they are going to be in for a real treat. First up on the line then, your number 1 seed, Artyom Shabanov with Nick Lee. This is where we stand at the moment. All of your top 4 seeds still in contention, but many a driver looking to upset the apple cart out there, and we have seen shocks already with the likes of Echo Gao out then as the 5 seed, allowing Kai Tak Ho to move on in to that position of top 16. So, here is Artyom Shabanov, Toyota Supra A80, 1,000 horsepower against Nick Lee's 1,000 horsepower in his BMW M2. Out there, Team Dorimos on the car out there, but representing then as we get ourselves set, the green dropping and into top 16, representing Zero Mileage Lubricants. Artyom Shabanov giving it a whole lot of welly into turn 1 and OZ1. Nice in terms of that effort, and Nick Lee's gonna have to work hard to get back. Bang! Big contact there in OZ2, and he does exactly what happened to him early on. That's a big old hit there for Kevin Lee, and he'll now look to go on through. Well, we said we wanted to start top 16 with a bang. That wasn't the bang we had in mind, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves back in. That was a huge old lunge in from Nick Lee, and Artyom Shabanov, I think, looks like he has just shrugged that off and said there is not much worry out there on that regard. So, take another look here. Chucked it on in. Was just trying to get up in his grill, and it just wouldn't come back. He's a big old hit there into the side, enough to completely temper the drift run there. Get it into super slow-mo. Boom! Into the side, and that is a hefty shunt in, but they are built strong, these drift machines. Got the roll cage in there as mandated there, just a tag into the side. Nothing more, nothing less. And ultimately enough to say that's there. Now let's get over that side and see if there's anything there. Eyeing up whether there is any worries of alignment there on the tyre. It scraped that time up, but yeah, getting close on it. It has scraped that up a joint there as he works on through for it. Nothing but superficial damage by the looks of things for Artyom, which will be great news. Nick Lee, I think, taking a lot longer to get himself around and into position. If not, he has already gone by. So, a lot of crews over to look at Artyom's machine. Hopefully finding himself okay with it. Not what he wants to have, but ultimately will put him absolutely in the driver's seat, heading towards top 8. And knowing that he's on easy street and he's just got to follow to find himself the result that is needed there. So, pretty simple to say. Contact there certainly hurting. Fans out in attendance, very much keeping out of the heat. There is Nick Lee, who's now going to have to hope that, beyond hope, the boss of all bosses decides that he wants to get his tit for tat back, and ultimately I don't think that will happen. But you never know. In Royal Drift Series, stranger things have happened. And so here is the chance to go and get that back into play. Not any damage there on that 302, despite the big lump into the side of Artyom Shabanov. Here comes Artyom now, looking to give himself a little bit of time to get into line, see if there's any need to put the heat in the tyres. And now you set yourself up for the mark needed in top 16. Here goes the big effort that now needs to come back for Nick Lee. Knows that he's on borrowed time and needs to put something down that says, right, Artyom Shabanov, you can't do anything about it. We need to go one more time. That will be his saving grace here, will Nick Lee. Shabanov now on the chase. Nick Lee will have to chuck it all on in and hope that it will hit its mark to the test. So, can this be a run of runs to go and gather it back, or will this just be regulation into top 8? We will hold, we will wait, and they are on the command here of the steward there down with the flag and ready to walk that forward. Ready, ready. Let's go set. Light sequence will now start. 1, 2, 3 lights. Nick Lee, you're gonna need a little bit of help here now. Here goes Nick then to try and set this up. Artyom Shabanov is gonna just need to have a decent run and stays well clear into OZ1, into OZ2. There's still a gap that finds itself here, and work's gonna need to be done to get through the middle of the corner. Nick's still got his margin, but the key here is just to put down a run by Artyom Shabanov. Prostian in the way that he goes about it, only doing what's required here on this run. Simple. Very, very simple from Artyom Shabanov. And Nick Lee gets his run down and doesn't get the respite that he needs to go and get back forward. So, you can see here, it's just giving the space, keeping it at about 2.5 car widths there. Nothing out of the ordinary. And just saying, right, I'm going to go and get right back into play on this top 16 and try and put my place into top 8. Getting that drift to try and kick round late on it, having to really grab that handbrake there was Nick Lee. Releases it nice. But ultimately, I think we are staring down the barrel of a pretty predictable result here. Both of them over, and Artyom Shabanov, no time wasted here by the judges on a 5-0. Is going to move over into top 8. Where he will see here as the judges are up there giving a big old wave right up there in the bleachers there of the cherry pickers. We'll be looking over at this next battle coming up of Xianjuan up against Sebastian Fontaine. Fontaine switching into an E46. The E46 there of Xianjuan ready. And they know that this afternoon is going to have to go quick now for fear of having to go underneath the darkness to finish off this drifting competition. So here in top 16, Xianjuan for 1087X chucks it in. Sebastian Fontaine follows him every single stage of the way. Lovely stuff between them. Into OZ2, slightly narrow there and having to fight to get the angle round is Fontaine. He's right up there, trying to get him back. Closest we've seen of anybody in this one. Doesn't follow that well through OZ3 and into OZ4. Xianjuan just staggers it a bit. Fontaine follows. Sebastian Fontaine with a great chase. There, Xianjuan really tried to put down some mustard, and he said, did Sebastian Fontaine, don't bother me, I like it spicy. Then as he looks to try and get on through, it was only mustard, not really chili sauce or anything like that, just look at that. Gets in right up close. You could knock on the door and say, can I come in? Going through OZ2. And that look over from that top side shot over up to OZ2. Look at it, lovely. Just had to stagger in slightly, but ultimately once he got to the door frame, he was very happy through the middle of the corner. So, nice stuff. And working through into OZ4. And so a little more needed there to go and get it sorted. I'm sure Sebastian Fontaine will be very pleased with that run. And there was a very interesting chat in the paddock then with Jason Yee and Pavel Korpelinski in tow that I was able to get a bit of an ear on and just to have a little sense of where it's going to go. So Xianjuan now the only hope of 1087 to go and pick up a result, and what a fortune change that is from the only man from 1087 last time out, or the only person I should say from 1087 who did not make a qualification in at the welcome round. So it's a complete role reversal here in top 16. Sebastian Fontaine is looking very, very good as they await to go forward for another attempt. So the pair will roll back around. beyond all the garages and around into position. Sebastian Fontaine will then be able to set up in the leader's position. It will then be a chase that follows on from Xian Juan, who will, I think, be very pleased in the fact that he led a good lead run. Sebastian Fontaine, though, brought the heat between the 8 and 9 seeds out there. It has really ramped up to 28.5 degrees, nearly 10 kilometers an hour of wind out there. Very tough to feel it, actually, as you're walking by, but 28.5. It is starting to scorch out here in Shanghai Tianma. And so with the heat, it's a case of they've got to really go and give it some out here in Shanghai. So they'll set themselves back into position again. 680 brake horsepower, place 750. They get themselves now the signal. They'll wait for the light stand to get themselves through in LED form. Sebastian Fontaine now with his chance to lead. Xian Juan, how do you hold on to him? Into OZ1, they come along. Oh, Xian, shallow to begin with, but able to try and gather it back. But Fontaine's got a massive gap out there. Oh, and zero's out. Seb Fontaine's going to move up into top 8 with that there. Xian Juan ultimately overkicks it in. Something went up then and didn't really set through. And look at that there for Sebastian Fontaine. The front starting to peel off on the front right there. The wheel arch trying to tear away. But this is going to be an interesting look. So he chucks it in so deep there. Does Xian Juan, doesn't get to contact, has to try and drive it off the exit. And then as he looks to go over the other side, this is where I think it's going to be interesting. I think we're going to see the wrong car on super slow-mo here as that's going to pop on up. So nothing there. I can't reach. Xian Juan will see top 16 only as an opportunity. And Sebastian Fontaine, then in my regard, will say 77. We'll look to play 76, and it's still going to be down there. So we're going to need a tow truck or a flatbed to get that one back. Not sure if it's a pop tyre or what it is, but it looked like it was the front left, which has just gone away. But I think it's going to be where the mark of it has gone wrong. It's really pitching over. I wonder if he lost the wheel with the way that that's set. So Sebastian Fontaine gets it, but I would really love a look around the other side of that. It's just the wrong place for our camera angle to go and look for it. So he's going around looking underneath, hoping that it's going to set. So we'll take another look. It's the outside tyre, which is the key. Going nice and slow in. And just take a look at it in the background. I just want to see whether there's something that's gone horribly wrong with it or not. And through the smoke, I'm not sure we're going to see it there. So it just rolls out. Oh yeah, it's the wheel. Wheel completely caving in, the suspension collapsing there on that BMW on the front right, and it hobbles to a stop, and there is not much more that you can do about it. There was worries after the contact there that some lasting damage had been done. All that bodging of repair to try and fix it has just completely disintegrated then from that hit earlier on. So a real shame for Xian Juan, who without that massive hit that he was involved with in his battle out there with Dongling, really tough.
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its place is on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
1087X 漂移车队成立于2023年，扎根中国天津。车队集结溜溜哥、高璇、钱尊、张展赫4位顶尖车手。近年来，我们持续征战国内外顶级漂移赛事，屡创佳绩，以硬核技术、赛场实力与超强流量领跑中国漂移新势力。从解说台到冠军赛道，从国内赛场到国际舞台，每一位车手都在用热爱诠释速度与掌控，用实力铸就中国漂移新高度。1087X 漂移车队不止征战赛场，更立志肩负起推广中国漂移文化的使命，以热爱致敬赛道，以实力续写。
So, up onto the flatbed, it will have to go, and a big disaster then for Tianjuan. And we'll take a little look then at some of the runs that we have seen moving on forward. This was Nick Lee versus Artyom Shabanov, and on the retake through, that was the hit between those two. Nick Lee zeroing out on that, being the cause of contact, and then having to do work. And then this was the battle between Tianjuan and Sebastian Fontaine. And then at that point, it's a case of front right deciding it wanted to detach itself, popping up on that drift into OZ2. And it already had gone at that point as it went on through. There was the little look underneath as he pulled himself out of the cockpit. A big kick there to indicate, yeah, that ain't gonna go nowhere in terms of where it's at. So Tianjuan not gonna be a happy bunny out there. Live look down in. Oh, as they set themselves in and say, right, how do they go? You've got the time-up boys down at the bottom, and even the likes of Kevin Lee and Shanghai there in the middle, out there and keeping themselves steady on it. So gets itself upon the flatbed, and ultimately that is going to be a take back to the 1087X garage, and they are going to look at that and have a lot of work to do to go and put that back together again in time for Tianjin, and at 100% strength as well at that. So a real shame, but that's the end of 1087X's exploits and attempts to go and get the big results. They will go back to home base, team based out of Beijing in China. So they will go, right, we'll have to have another go at it. We'll have to go and make this happen next time. Echo Gao out, Zhang Zhehe out after a double OMT, and then it is top 16 where it all falls apart for Xian Zhuan. And it's going to need a little bit more in order to pull that back to where it needs to be in the championship. So, with that in mind, once that gets cleared and sent back to the garage, as it currently needs to take its arms up there on the hydraulic press and back in before it's allowed to drive itself back off and run to pits there, that flatbed truck. Gotta love a good flatbed, don't you, when it all goes wrong. It is next up going to be Matskovich Kirill over against Wang Qi, the 20 seed playing the 4 seed. Matskovich Kirill going through Zhengwen Xi, and Wang Qi going past Brian Chen. Chen Qian losing out there in that regard. And then following after that battle, which will be the next one up, you will have Kai Tak-ho over against Shalva Adziashvili to go and make that sorted. So ultimately, that is all what you have to go and see out then as this starts to put into play. I'd be a little bit concerned at 1087X that this one's been a washout, and still a lot more to deal with. Look at it, hobble into position. Oh, angry toss of the helmet out. Had a chat with Echo on a message. Is Xian Zhuan's car fixed? She said, yeah, it is. No, it isn't. Not anymore, it's not. But that is the nature of drifting. Gotta love a photon truck as well, that will pull itself around and drive itself back into position. A sad sight, a sad end to 1087X's run here in the Royal Drift Series from round 1 at Shanghai Tianma. Right, next up on the docket, on the left-hand side, Matskovich Kirill, a man from Minsk, up against Wang Qi, who has had to try and fight back from a position where he knows just how to get through. It's Supra plays Z4 in this top 16 battle that we have. Lights are ready. Let's get ourselves in. Matskovich Kirill now letting out a little bit of steam as your leader. And Wang Qi is going to have to try and follow in, and he matches well through OZ1, if a little slight shallow. Now gets the transition over, and he's fighting hard to get the angle while maintaining the pace here with Wang Qi. He gets back through the second part, though, quite nicely. He's a little bit, though, too forward. He has to delay the transition through OZ3, and that gives Matskovich Kirill the gap into OZ4, gives him everything that you need and then some, and says, thank you. I'm going to break away then and give myself the advantage there on that lead attempt. So I'd look at that, Wang Qi, that was a good go, but a couple of small issues out there create the overall bigger picture then of the trouble that you see out there in that battle there. Really fighting hard in and on and trying to get that in online. You can see he gets very close and then has to basically steer out of it. And ultimately Matskovich Kirill is never going to waver from that point onwards as he dictates tempo. Builds that margin. Wang Qi desperately trying to get back and doesn't quite manage it, so now he's going to need a bit more. Maxim there helping out the spotter who was so influential there with that time up team, and as well has done some consultancy work for the Royal Drift Series. Now looking at that, we'll go, yeah, I think that we did well with this part, and you put yourself down a really good run. You've got the advantage. It's now up to Van Chi to basically force the error out of you. And those chase attempts, I think, are going to be so important. For a driver who ended up finishing in 3rd place in the welcome round, running out at top 16 is not what the doctor would have wanted. But you know what they say, it's going to be a battle a day that's going to have to keep someone like Matskovic Kirill at bay, and there are no guarantees that that will be the case. Going by the karting circuit, which is in use at the moment as well, out here at the Royal Drift Series. And then, of course, you've got all of that is going through. Look at the work there, and the 2 massive haulers there for the work that goes through with zero mileage lubricants. Time up, looking for 2 now into top 8. Van Chi looking to try and stop this in any which way that he can. So, they get themselves set up once again. This time, Matskovic Kirill with the advantage. Van Chi is going to have to pull out all the stops here to overturn it. 750 horsepower plays 1,000. Z4 plays Supra. The cue given manually to start the light sequence, which is ready and is given itself off and underway. Van Chi, you're going to need to do something well if you want to try and put the pressure on. Slow on into it, on his contact there, and Matskovic Kirill has nowhere to go. But out there, it was the delay on that to turn around from Van Chi. Going to be very interested to hear from the judges whether that's going to be put on Van Chi on that regard. And if it is, then it's going to be a case of that one is pretty much as you want it. If it's put on Matskovic Kirill, it completely changes the context of where they are going with this top 16. So a real shame to see that contact into turn 1, OZ1. Take a look at it here. It was trying to get around, and Matskovic Kirill just chucks it in with energy, and you're not going to bounce out Van Chi at that regard, who is always going to just take that natural line. The judges will take a very good look at speed to see if it was too much or too little compared to qualifying runs, because if it is a variable reduction there into OZ1, they are going to pin it on the car that's not going quicker than what we naturally see. So there's going to be a big look into the Wally system here to see whether Van Chi has slowed that down unnecessarily. God, Matskovic Kirill has gone in at a rate of knots, torn a little bit off the front, and definitely not what's needed there. You can see it's trying to hang off here, that front splitter. Always looks so good, the bottom of the bumper there. Matskovic having a good old stare at it. Oh, yeah, I'd have a little wince at that as well. Van Chi there, taking a look at that, and he says, oh, well, it's not great, is it? Never an ideal situation between those two, having a little crunch at it like that. So, more to try and gather it back with. And these two, I think, sit back, and they'll have a very nervous wait from the judges. Well, they're going to get some tape on it, try and keep it together in one piece. You can see the main strut there has come off. take another look here. So Vanchi's trying to get that one to turn in, and it's not quite going about as much as it necessarily needs to. But it's not an excuse to run into the back unless the speed is definitely down. Oh, look at that. That was a big old look back there from some of the time-up team that was down there at the front. And so there are going to be a few questions about whether this will be one way or the other. And I can see the argument from both sides. Vanchi didn't put enough angle in to throw it in, and Matskevic-Kirill's always going to throw the angle. At the same time, you've got to try and hold it up and be as close without making contact as possible. So this one, I think, can be a toss-up either way, but it does depend on the speed that Vanchi normally throws it in, and he doesn't throw it in with masses from what we've seen over qualifying and into the race. He's more of a consistency drifter than he is a pure outpacer. And so I look around, and it will. Vanchi will go through and will upset the odds on Matskevic-Kirill on a 5-0. So Matskevic-Kirill becomes the first from Super Top 4 yesterday to fall out of the competition, and he does so at top 16. So Vanchi will see Matskevic-Kirill at fault. The pace was definitely up, and so he's out. And Vanchi makes his way to top 8. And will now turn around and see who he's up against. It will either be the 12 seed there on the right of Shalva Adiashvili, or it will be the 28 seed of Kaitak Ho, who will look around at that. So top seed will always get the preference on the first run forward. So that's why Adiashvili is on the left-hand side compared to the right. It doesn't just go down the order of where you are. Top seed always gets the preference of the run first on the left-hand side. So Shaq is ready, so too is Kaitak. The Shaq-Kaitak showdown in top 16. Getting itself underway. Adiashvili giving it everything. Kaitak Ho trying to hold himself with, and looks nice, but it's all about this drive off the exit. Now for the transition, and Kaitak's having to work hard to stay with it. Shaq's gonna have to give it some more if he wants to get himself off the exit. This is where Adiashvili looks good. Going full Shaq attack. Ho Xiao Yu having himself into position. Kaitak Ho is gonna need to work hard here through OZ4. Oh, and he gives it a lot of angle to get back to the door to finish there, to try and say, no, I'm not done. Adiashvili really looking to give it some more as he works it in through OZ1 and into OZ2. Lovely line as he went on by, and then had to go and navigate that back around in through OZ2. Look at it, pinned it to the line. And Kaitak then shallow in, has to fight back to the door, using that as a little bit of a cut through. And manages that well as well. Here we go on the slow-mo. Tyre pinned to the floor where some have been bouncing over by comparison. Lovely there from the Ukrainian. Just getting that one to set itself about and get itself through the corners. Lovely stuff as he takes a little look there. Cooling of the tyres. They should be off and away shortly. So a statement then from the pair who go off together and get themselves ready now for their top 16 part 2. Fans out there in attendance looking to be very much enjoying it here on this summer's day here in Shanghai Tianma. Waves are plenty out there, and they're now looking to get themselves in for what will be that next attack. Oh, good line there through the hairpin. Take that there on the karting line. But ultimately now, I think Shaq's laid down a good margin. Kaitak is now going to need to go and get something more out of this. The Lilu on the side, looking absolutely ace on design there with the white and the small hints of gold there on the trim down at the bottom. So, Shaq up against Kaitak. Getting into this one and ready. Jerry unfortunately out of the tournament after his defeat earlier to, he's still through in against Pavel Korpelinski, defeating Van Kai Bei. So, here we go. Kaitak's gonna have to go and make something of this here as he shoves it into OZ1. Oh, he gives it more and then some. Shaq's gonna have to hold himself steady here as they now look for the transfer. Yes, he pops out the smoke, has to get up in and close and personal with it. And he's trying to stay there, but it's still about a car width and a half. We just lose the picture as we go to OZ3. There's a look, it straightens out so early though, here as he goes through. And then Shaq's got nothing. Has he run out of tyre here as he works through? Oh, zeros round. Kaitak had it. Kaitak had it, he zeros round. Shaq, I think, is going to get out of jail free here. He looked like he was going to get away with it. But over at OZ4, can't get himself back. He was dead and buried. And he rises from the grave. Look at this here, OZ3. You just worry if he ran out of tread here. Tries to throw it in, can't get angle, can't get angle, can't get angle. But Kaitak's over pushed it in, and somehow Shaq has been able to stand it up with about 8 feet down on the floor like the anthill mob to basically stop that from being a sizable shunt with that ZM, that zero mileage lubricants gold core team. Shalva Atiashvili on a 5-0 is going to move through and face Von Chi here in top 8. So we'll move to the second half of the bracket, and it's now time for the powerful Pole, Pavel Korpelinski, who will be up against Jerry Zhu, and will now be looking around at this, going, right, my bracket now is all about getting back to that top 4 position. So Jerry there is going to be set. He's the slower seed, so I think he'll actually go from the right rather than the left. And so you've got Pavel Korpelinski, who will set off first. Jerry Zhu will go from second. And ultimately, it'll be a good battle between them. And they will say, wait. False start. We'll run back. Get yourself back into position. And so they were held there. And so there's going to be no penalty between either of them for that jump. Ultimately for Pavel Korpelinski, Nissan Silvia S14 then from Rydans. Over for Jerry over in the Shanghai Apex Drift team. Out there running his BMW E92, which he hasn't touched for about 18 months, and he'll get himself to top 16. Just like he did, of course, at the welcome round, where he'd like to go one better, but he's going to have to take out someone really, really cool in order to make that happen. This guy is a drifting machine, Pavel Korpelinski. His fans are out there, and we're seeing more and more of you pour in on YouTube, and thank you so much for joining us. You can catch us as well and buy tickets for round 2 of the championship over in Tianjin. But this top 16 now is getting itself ready. Pavel Korpelinski on the lead. Jerry Zhu is going to have to give him what for, and is going to get close here through OZ1, and says very nice on terms of that. Has to give it a bit more angle and get close. Pavel trying to pull himself away here through OZ2, and he's managing that very nicely. Now here comes the transfer. Jerry's going to have to fight hard here to get back, get the angle, get himself close. Pavel Korpelinski pretty much there. Jerry gets back to the tail, but gets distance through OZ4. Lovely stuff between the pair of them. Just the few margins difference there, seeing Jerry a half step behind Pavel Korpelinski. Chucks it in nice, gives it a little bit more angle, can't get the drive off the exit. Pavel modulating the throttle a lot better there through OZ1, and that leaves them over the crest of OZ2, over the concrete, back to asphalt, getting that onto the transfer, back to concrete, back to asphalt, and into OZ4, where Jerry gets close, but ultimately chucks it in so deep, Pavel just drives it off the exit and says, lovely stuff. I will take that, and I will take that all day long. Very nice stuff there from Pavel Korpelinski and Jerry Zhu. So now the responsibility will be Jerry to make something happen rather than for Pavel. to have a monstrous return over and against it. So there will be questions out there that need to be discovered. A big old look down at the engine to try and cool it. And there's a lot of attention there being taken by Rydans. Jerry's fine though, he'll just drive on. But if they do have concerns over the engine, I would not be best pleased if I was Pavel Korpelinski. So they're having a good old stare, and they're staring right down in at potentially the radiator and in and around there. They're going to have to really cool it in. Look at them, gloves on, but they're trying to get themselves down in. I'm not quite sure what they're looking at here. Something really down deep there on that engine. That 2JZ engine. Oh, this could be not what Pavel Korpelinski wants. They are desperately trying to get this cleared. We're in a competition timeout. So the engine fired, which was a very good sign. And so Jerry Zhu will wait and go, what's all the fuss about? Door open, trying to get himself into top 8. But Pavel Korpelinski, still a lot of chatter out there for him to go and deal with. And this is going to be a very, very awkward situation. But I think he'll be coming round and getting ready. The Tianma Lake in the middle, and food concession stands there on the left-hand side. Over the top of that, you can see the paddock, and then, of course, over towards Shanghai with all of the tower pylons there in the distance, getting ready. Pavel Korpelinski back into position. And so now, here we go with the rebound for Jerry Zhu. He's got to find something here against Pavel Korpelinski. This second run, 850 plays 860 on brake horsepower. What does 10 horses mean in difference? That E92 has got to turn up the magic here. Let's go. Top 16, part 2. Pavel Korpelinski on the follow. Jerry Zhu is going to have to give it some big old angle here, and he does so, and then somebody dips 2 tyres over and overcommits. Pavel Korpelinski waits for him there through OZ1, through the transfer, through TG1. OZ2 is there. Pavel is forward, and that could be a little concerning then, driving it off the exit. Jerry getting enough room to go around. Pavel disappearing behind him and looking for a way, pushing out through OZ4. Jerry Zhu has put down a lovely run there, but has Pavel got enough to go? I think you might have a half call for one more time here. Those 2 tyres might be the saving grace of Pavel Korpelinski. But look at this, he has to re-engage back up, but he's forward, he's fighting to get back to the side. Eventually gets there on a half compromise and gets to the door. And then look at this, he just hides behind. Where's Pavel? Out there, perfect screenshot. There he is, he pops behind. And that transfer, he's way back and even clips the wall there through OZ4 to drive him back into play. I think Jerry has done a very, very good run there. And that is going to be a very close one between these two. And if you're having any issues, you don't want to go one more time out it. Pavel out the car. They're going to give it to Pavel Korpelinski on a 5-0. So more than enough done in the books. And he will dispatch of Jerry Zhu. And the number 74 for Rydans 441 BW Updrift moves his way into top 8, where he will face either one of these 2. The Street Fighter Johnson Chen up against Mr. Double OMT Zhang Sen Tian. Those 2 will go on next. Judges would have said more than enough with Pavel Korpelinski. It's an honor to go into that battle. Zhang Sen Tian has had to really go for it over the course of his runs. And so Johnson Chen I think might be in an advantageous situation already. They get themselves set, and let's chuck it into play. Johnson waiting to kick the right-hands machine into action. Gives it a lot into OZ1. Zhang Xinchen stays with him then, and stays with him quite nicely. Gives a lot of line then into OZ2. And Johnson Chen is absolutely throwing it here around. Staggers a bit and holds on the way. Now you put up the power and now try and go in. Look how narrow it is on the angle into OZ4. That will give Zhang Xinchen a little bit of help there on that. Lovely stuff from the pair of them. That was a very, very nice drift between those two. That is what drifting is all about. Johnson Chen really trying to break away. Zhang Xinchen a little bit behind there at OZ2. Has to fight to get back to the door. A look again at OZ1. This will tell the pretty story out there. And there is a little bit of a gap, about a car width and a half. So had to try and close that down. Struggled over the berm. This is the Sebring of China in terms of circuit layouts here at Shanghai Tianma, because you've got a lot of concrete to go and get over. Look at how it pivots and bounces, and then it just stays narrow on that transition going over, and so really tough. Then it sets for Johnson Chen, and that might be the only part on that run where you can maybe say you need a little bit more for it. Lovely stuff between these two. And I tell you what, if Zhang Xinchen has to go to another OMT, I think he's going to be very, very tired at the end of this running. Lovely stuff as they'll pull away and look to get ready for that second run. Fans out there excited for some wonderful drifting coming up. There's the judges who have had a very big day out there. I was talking to Erasmo and the judging crew. They're really excited by the level in top 32. Seeing so many OMTs, seeing just how high the competition bar has already been set. Zhang Hao gives a wave, and everyone else will as well. Kevin Lee there as well as one of the Shanghai Apex guys, who unfortunately did not find a way on through, and that would have been Avon Pei, who was there giving us a wave as well. Zhang Xinchen now on the opportunity to leave, and race control there down at the starter's gate, giving a little bit of a chat there over to Johnson Chen, saying, is everything okay? And if the answer's yes, you can go out and go again for top 16. So, buckle yourself in. Trying to sort the helmet out. Very important that helmet is safe and secure before you go. Otherwise, it will be a violation of safety, and you will be out of the competition for it. So, Zhang Xinchen ready and in waiting. One of the most experienced and wealthy characters on the grid. Has a lovely temperament that we saw with Zhang Zhehe earlier on. This for the right to face Pavel Korpelinski in top 8. So, still got coming up afterwards, Yarko Yulia versus Connor Shah. And then Maxim Grossman versus Xue Quan. And Quan doing very well in that Corvette. We're getting ready then. Second part of this top 16 clash between Zhang Xinchen and Johnson Chen. Here we go. Johnson, report for duty. Zhang Xinchen gives himself the angle here at OZ1. Absolutely nice. Slightly over the mark, but Johnson Chen gets himself back into position, working through OZ2. Big angle there by Johnson, but again, it's Zhang Xinchen trying to break himself away here. Gets a lovely crossover then through over to OZ3. OZ4 is there, and he's starting to try and gap, and Johnson Chen's going to work hard to try and get back to his door. Lovely stuff between these two in top 16, and not much at all to split and separate. Into OZ1, gets in fairly decently close, had to work hard, try and get back slightly forward there at OZ2. Definitely see the style being kicked up from them as you chuck on in. OZ2 fights hard to get there and then sees a little bit of a gap start to form. Has to really work hard for it here on the crossover at OZ3. Zhang Xinchen getting a very nice line, and then OZ4, bang, locking on with the handbrake. Really good stuff there. Johnson will know he wants a big old result here. Zhang Xinchen watching there in from his car. Nice wave. And ready, and Zhang getting out of the cockpit now. A lot of respect there given. Everyone very friendly with everyone else, and that's really cool to see actually from this. I don't think there's been a prickly conversation anywhere between any driver, any team, any member of staff. I think it's been an absolutely wonderful experience to see and be a privilege of, and I'm sure that a lot of drivers will look at that and go, yeah, I'd like that too. That's what it looks like. That's what they're trying to get in for. Still got Jarko and Connor, Maxim Grossman against Quinn. And still a lot more to go and deal with. You've still got Shabanov and Sebastian Fontaine for top 8. Bongchi and Shak there to go. Shalva Adziashvili. All getting ready. All getting set. And judges here will have a good old look and hope there is going to be more than enough to get a decision sorted. At the moment, we await their result. As they watch and wait, we'll watch and wait as well. Results it. Zhang More Time. We're going to have to give him a nickname. He's going to be called Zhang More Time from here on out. It's his third OMT he has to go through. And so it's going to be a lovely, lovely scrap between Johnson Chen and Zhang Xinchen. Zhang Xinchen now going to be called Zhang More Time from here on out. Jarko Yulia and his R32 Skyline, seeing the Ferrari California alongside him of Connor Shah here in top 16, and now needing to make his way over to top 8. This will be one where the fan base is out in force here over in our YouTube chat land. So give yourself some representation. Connor Shah waiting in that Ferrari California. Wants to try and get that 2JZ engine, 830 brake horsepower in that. He's got 30 more clicks over there on Jarko. But Jarko's got the lead, and now can the Jarko maniac, Jyrki Stunt, give himself something for it? Connor Shah wants to get himself in on the picture. Here we go at top 16. Connor's a little forward here, but Jarko gets a lovely line here through OZ1. Switches it up from OZ2. He won the welcome round. Connor, oh, he almost makes contact there. He was so deep in trying to get that to turn on by. OZ3 on the switchback. Lovely. OZ4 comes along. Connor getting himself back in, but he's slightly back now in terms of distance and getting to it. This is an advantage, Jarko Yulia, then over in competition play. Connor Shah, a winner. First ever Chinese winner in Formula Drift Japan over at Suzuka a couple weeks ago. That is so deep in. Oh, could have had a massive disaster. Doing so much to try and kick it out. I think Jarko knows he just needs to put a decent run on the board, and he's there, because there were mistakes littered about here for Connor Shah, who is, I would argue, one of the best rising developing talents out here in Royal Drift Series. Look at that, right up to the wall, holding it for as long as he dares. Trying to get it to rotate round and does so beautifully. That R32 has been a very tough cookie to crack out there. Still more to come. Connor having a good old look at it, hoping that there's going to be more to be found. Very nearly in a position where we had that Ferrari California basically punched in the mouth. But they'll get themselves ready for the second part out there. There goes Jarkko, and there will go Connor Sharp. They'll run themselves back to line shortly. Connor is going to have to do something very, very nice here to put the pressure back into the camp of the two-time Finnish champion, Jarkko Julia. A constant competitor when it comes to Drift Masters is Jarkko. And now these guys are going to have to chuck what they can at the wall, hope it sticks, and it gives them a lot of ace competition out there. They know as well that they got that Corvette waiting behind them to go. Connor Sharp now will take the lead. Jarkko Julia for 0 mileage lubricants. Gold Core will now be looking to try and chuck the number 63 into the top 8 with a very good run out there. Look at those two. Lovely stuff. Connor's got to put it on the table. Jarkko knows all he has to do is sit at it to try and get himself in through. Doesn't have to look around. Connor's not playing for table scraps. He's looking to try and sit at the head of the Vikings table. Now, let's go on, because here's the second part. Connor Sharp looking for a big response after that first run. Now kicks it into gear. Oh, he has to try and fight for it. Jarkko gets a little bit low because of it, and now needs to try and fight here through the transfer into OZ2. They're going to come along here, and Jarkko is through the door of that California. Look at this through OZ3. Nice stuff here. It's going to have to work into OZ4, and it's going to be nice on it, but it's critical. Speed maybe a little lacking off the exit there for Jarkko Julia. But Connor Sharp, I think, has tried to say, I've got something about it. This was a lovely drift, but Jarkko at OZ2. Stuff that Finnish dreams are made of. You look here through OZ1, pushing off the exit, leaving all the room, chucking it back in here at OZ2. Look at it, perfect. Cool, nice. Nice, nice, nice out there as it went through, working into OZ3. Definitely no understanding there that it's going to be anything less than a Jarkko Julia top 8 as the 63 continues to remain undefeated since a super top 4 defeat to Pavel Korpelinski yesterday. Big fist pump saying I'm incredibly happy with that. And on the 5-0 as well. Maxim Grossman, the last in regulation, will have to get by Shui Quan. Can Quan find a way to go and make this one a dream as it goes? Toyota Mark II versus Corvette. Look at it from Maxim, giving himself a good advantage to start. It's going to have to be worked hard. That's so early in there from Quinn. Going to have to work off the exit here. Maxim is pulling on a smoke show out there, and Quad's trying to keep up in that Corvette, but it's not often you see a Corvette lagging behind there. That Toyota was absolutely rapid working on through. Look at that in terms of a getaway speed. He had to cut so many angles in to try and get anywhere near the door. And ultimately, every time you do it, you compromise the next stage to the next stage to the next stage to the next. And Maxim Grossman looking really, really sharp. And it's gonna look at this moment like we might have 2 time-ups in top 8. Really working hard to get that round. You can see Quern in the background, a half step behind, and really giving it the what for into OZ4. Look at that as it tries to dive on in. Whee! Got there just, but ultimately a lot of gap then that's given. 2 leaf blowers underneath it, trying to keep it cool. Fortunately, it's in the shade behind the trees, which will be very, very useful for them as well. So having also a look here at the steering, whether to the right there was anything in trouble with the play of it. Looks like it's both okay. Second goes around. Here we go. .4 is what it is out there. The humidity starting to fade away. It's just hot out there at this point. Although we do call it overcast conditions, it's bright blue skies out of my commentary box position. A little bit of light, fluffy white cloud over in the distance. Maxim Grossman sat and ready in that Mark II. That Mark II itself in terms of car, absolutely ace in the hands of Leo Schneider at the welcome round, got to top 8 and then ran into Zhang Shenqin. Right now it's just run into Zhang Shenqin's teammate, and that's not going. It's not firing there for Quan, and that's going to be a concern there for that Corvette 317 if he can't get it to push. Is there any wheel rub or something there that's saying it's not going to go? He gives the X that says he can't get it working. So it doesn't seem to be firing. He's trying to demonstrate to it. I can't get it to go. Every time I can get it to move a little, but it's not going to manage. That is not great for that Corvette 317. And so I think he's trying to say, look, I'm going to want some crew on it. There's the camera that sits there and everyone waving, saying hello. But it looks like there might be some problems for the Corvette. And whether he'll be allowed some mechanics in or not, I think is going to be a different question. Awkward time for Shui Quern. Quern's going to be in the wrong place, wrong time, and he's going to need a little bit of help. And I think they're trying to illustrate it here through a picture to say, look, can I or can't I? Will it be more than enough for me to get myself to go forward for it or not? So, shuts the door. Are we okay? Pulls himself into line. Not quite sure what that was about then in the end, if it's played itself properly. Okay, I think we're ready. The steward there sits himself ready, looking to set themselves off. That Corvette 317 there on the left. Maxim Grossman's Toyota Mark II JZX090. Give it some and try and hold. Shui Kwon needs to tip this one in with some power and poise. He doesn't quite hit the mark that he wants to. Maxim Grossman follows him every stage of the way into OZ2. Lovely angle there from Shui Kwon. Now Maxim Grossman chases back to the door. Needs to try and get this one back the other way. Here on the transfer, gets himself covered. OZ4 puts itself in, but it's not that close. Compromises there, gets back to it though. Nice stuff between the pair, but I think Maxim has done it just enough. Oh, buddy. I think that Corvette has run into a right fist of Maxim Grossman. Look at the angles here. Fantastic stuff. Right up on that sawtooth curb. And into OZ2, fighting to get that in. OZ3, well across the mark. Lovely balance, no bouncing. OZ4, that low center of gravity on that Corvette, really helping to swing it around. And claps there, very happy was the time up, boys. Seeing that one for Maxim Grossman. Kwon there, just having a chat to his team. And confirmation of a 5-0. Maxim Grossman will go to play Jarkko Ylhä in top 8, and that's going to be a heavyweight clash. Aren't they all at this point in time? Aren't they all? So, only one to decide left here to get into top 8. It has to be you, doesn't it? Zhang Xinchen with his third OMT of the day. Shang more time against Johnson Chen. That's what comes up next. And they're lined up ready for it. The Street Fighter against Mr. Second Chance. The big boss has had to really scrap through at top 16. Zhang Zhehe gave a real big go. Sam Chen wasn't able to get there. For Johnson Chen, he knows now he's got to lay down a mark. Equal on horsepower. Toyota versus Nissan, Silvia versus Supra. Johnson Chen leading us off. One more time, part one. Giving it a lovely drift there from the pair of them. Perfect lines from both, working through into OZ2. Zhang Xinchen runs it a little bit deep, and Hardy has to straighten. He straightens, and now Johnson Chen is going to get a chance to break away, but Zhang Xinchen's immediately back there and really tries to kick it in straight again at OZ4. No, Johnson Chen has got the advantage there. A big old kick over to say, look, finish him is the next stage out there. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. That was her hit box there that says you aren't gonna get to me. Nice stuff from the Rydans 441 BW Up Drift team. Really chucking it through. They want a team versus team battle in at top 8 to guarantee a top 4 spot. Chucks it in. Zhang Xinchen had to go really deep to get somewhere close there. Very, very nice stuff here in top 8. Johnson has a very, very good ear. That's Jason Yee there who is giving him the help out there at this point, trying to get him to see everything that's going on. Yeah, you look really good out there. There goes Zhang Xinchen, sorry, off to go and push forward. And he is going to be on the back foot once again. He is going to need a mistake of pretty epic proportions to put this one the other way. Fans anticipating this final attempt it could be in top 16. There is Zhang Zhenchen. 770 there ready of Johnson Chen. A chance for the American to move into top 8. Is there something left of Zhang Zhenchen to go and get there? I wonder if there is a tyre trouble, for example. He's burnt through a lot, having to go through 2 lots of OMT. And maybe a little bit low. Every time you go to OMT, it gets tougher and tougher and tougher, because you have nothing left for the later rounds. Zhang Zhenchen, they call him Zhang more time now, or I do at least, because he keeps on finding it. So, how good is this going to be? Zhang Zhenchen needs some help. Johnson Chen is in the wheelhouse at the moment, but is there anything left to go and kick with? Zhang Zhenchen absolutely kills it, but ultimately drops a tyre through OZ1. Johnson Chen's got to fight back here because he's starting to drop a little bit of ground. Zhang Zhenchen is going to try and run him away here as they work through OZ2 towards OZ3. Johnson, hold on, he's being dropped. Johnson's being dropped. Zhang Zhenchen's trying to come back and say, look, I've got something. I think he's pulled it back. We might need to go OMT ×2. Oh, that was a big old run by Zhang Zhenchen. Never count him out. Look at Johnson Chen here. Fights back for it at OZ2. But it's the legs of that Supra that bring it back into play. The shallow line couldn't quite get the drive, could Johnson Chen. Zhang Zhenchen knew it. Had to throw an absolute Hail Mary at it. And he looks like he might have just got it. I think we're saying one more time again, judges. Leo is very, very impressed with that. He knows what he's all about. He knows that character and fighting spirit. He had to run against it in the welcome round. Oh, Johnson Chen pointing something out on the rear tyre that doesn't look great. Maybe the tyre down a little bit. Zhang Zhenchen out of the cockpit already as well. These two. Wow. Zhang Zhenchen's going to get tired of one more time. He is. And I swear, if he gets back-to-back double OMTs, what will it do for his psyche? What will it do for his psyche? That he has to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. He is a fighter, but he doesn't want to keep going at this level. Way too much effort for him. At some point, something's got to give. A nice wave. We await what the judges have to say. And they give it to Zhang Zhenchen. Oh, magical. He did more than enough to impress. That is the mark of him. On a 5-0, he will now move himself up into top 8. Zhang Zhenchen is an animal, and he will not go down. And he will not ball. He will not ball with anything less than 100% out there as he sets. Top 8 now set. Artyom Shabanov against Sebastian Fontaine. Wang Chi versus Shalva Adziashvili. Pavel Korpelinski will go against Zhang Zhenchen. And Yarko Yulia will play against Maxim Grossman. It's round robin in top 4. But critically, they've got to work their way through top 8. The boss of all bosses sits at 99 in qualifying from Artyom Shabanov. and he will look around at Sebastian Fontaine. He's in that E46 of ZZC, Zhangzhichun, because of the fact that he was going to have the engine completely blow up in the last practice. So Sebastian Fontaine fighting here against a driver who has got it all in terms of power, poise and prowess. Now here comes the work through OZ1, and Fontaine is to the door of Artyom Shabanov. Shabanov's going to have to work hard to get himself away. Lovely stuff then through OZ2. Oh, Fontaine is right there. Now they've got to work on the transfer. He had to delay a little bit here through OZ3 into OZ4. They're going to go along. Sebastian Fontaine starting to be gapped slightly. Artyom Shabanov's had a really good run. Fontaine is with him every step of the way. That is elite wheeling. Absolutely elite wheeling between those two. Look at Fontaine up at the door. He's forcing Artyom Shabanov to go to the bag of tricks now. Lovely stuff through OZ1. The transfer into OZ2 looked absolutely mint as well. Sebastian Fontaine chips are down. He's kicking in with everything he's got and more. It's not even his car. It's not even his car. He had no practice time in that car, and he's doing that to Artyom Shabanov. Incredible. That's what he can do to the 2024 Russian champion. And I think he understands he has now got to go and put one hell of a run down to go and chase that back. Sebastian Fontaine, so long as he gets a good run, I think he's in pole position for the top four. And a staggering upset on the cards. Look at this into OZ4. Only thing is he started to get gapped here, and he fought well to get back to the door. It's compromise. That's the only thing you can say. It's compromise on the exit. That's the only thing I think you can say is the mark down on Sebastian Fontaine. But that is having to be incredibly, incredibly nitpicky on how that all sets itself in. This is elite level out there. I challenge you to find drifting like this. You could put James Dean out here. You could put Freddie Arsbo out here. You could put the likes of Wycheck out here, the Shanahan brothers. They'd struggle in this competition. This is a really, really strong level. Waves then from the crowd. And they know what they have to try and get to. They are watching an absolutely glorious competition. Artyom Shabanov sits himself ready into the chaser's position. There in the background is Sebastian Fontaine, who will look to try and put a magical run down that gives himself everything and then some to move into the top four showdown. This guy has been bulletproof. Well, right now, I would say that Sebastian Fontaine has put a run one down that is better than bulletproof. You need something better. He's just gone between the fibers. Sebastian Fontaine, Artyom Shabanov. This is a big old scrap, and this is going to be a big telling point on this drift. 3 lights. Let's get it going again. Sebastian Fontaine now needs to put down a run here that is sensational. Shabanov trying to get to, oh, he straightens out. Artyom Shabanov straightens out. Sebastian Fontaine has got everything he wants, and Artyom concedes. Oh my! Sebastian Fontaine is going to top 4, and he has done so on an absolutely whirlwind run today. It's not even his car. Oh my God, what a moment! What a moment in Royal Drift Series folklore. RTM rolls to a saddening halt on the backstretch. Straightens out there. I wonder whether he got a puncture or something just let go. Sebastian Fontai brought the heat to Mr. 99 and says, I'm better than that. Absolutely magnificent. Tianma will be so disappointed with it because that's not Max, that is not Artyom Shabanov's fault there at all. If the car gives up, he's not done anything. And I think Sebastian Fontai knows that's just competing. And Raidan's here could have, in this position, 2 cars in there. And look at what it means to the team. Look at what it meant to the team there. They know how huge of a result that is. And Sebastian Fontaine was saying earlier on, I'm fighting against the power. I don't have enough of what Pavel has. I don't have enough to get me in, and I want to fight. I want more. And he's getting it and then some. Welcome to top 4. 9 seed, number 76, Sebastian Fontai. Right, we've had that as one part of your top 8. Shalva Adziashvili versus Vanchi. Vanchi knows what it takes to make top 4. He made top 4 like the welcome round. First round that we've seen Shaq out there and running, and I had a sneaking suspicion over the course of this weekend that Shaq would make top 4. I said I'd put Artyom Shabanov in, and I think everyone who had a brain would have put Artyom Shabanov in top 4. But he's run himself out, and now it's time for the second part of top 8. Shaq attack. Let's see what you got. Over against Vanchi. Adziashvili hits the mark 1-1. Vanchi Z4 tries to get himself closer in and moves on in to OZ2. Now is there going to be enough to get himself out and into position here off the exit? Shaq's pulling a gap and now needs it through. Vanchi follows him back there to OZ3, now to OZ4. Little shallow on the line, trying to get it back through the second part of it. Vanchi gets himself back to the door slightly, but wow, there, good first run that sets itself in and into play. Let's have another look. Really nice there through OZ1. And so OZ2 follows on in tow. Vanchi fighting to get to the door, gets there and slightly behind, so they'll say that's good in terms of what he was showing there in terms of that drift. Bit of a gap at OZ1. You'll have to work hard to fight that back. And then you're trying to get this here at OZ2 to set up on song. Look at that, lovely stuff. OZ4 fighting hard, look at it, arrow to try and get in and back to the door. Shaq throws the gap, says magic. So, can the Ukrainian find his way in? I think Vanchi is going to need a very, very good run here. Shaq, if he can get to the door, I think he can knock and say he's going in top 4. And I think he knows how important it would be to go and get that level of result in the number 43. It's a battle of the 2 DRS cars as well for Champion Speed Sports DRS team. It's not the scenario you'd want for the team championship. One of them is going to depart here in top 8. The other one will advance into top 4. And they play round robin against each other there. And however they score, there's no one more times in that top 4. If they mark it 5-4, it's 5-4. If it's 5-5, it's 5-5. So been a lot of 5-0s in this. We had a 3-2 Fontaine and a Vompe. There's been some big old scraps out there. You can see the war wound on the front left for Shaq Adziashvili. Now, Z4 versus Sylvia S15. Let's get ourselves set. Part 2. 3 lights. Vanchi, you're gonna need to pull something out here, buddy. You've done it twice already. Can you do it for a third? Pulling in to OZ1. Shaq is right there. He's not gonna let it go. in towards OZ2. Really pushing hard. The small wheelbase there is going to be there. Almost contact for Shaq. He has to get out of it. Now Van Chi has a chance to build gap, but Shaq straight back into it then, into OZ4. Lovely angle being so. Shaq, hold on to it. Van Chi might have just found the opening that he's been requiring. Prizes it open at OZ4 with a crowbar. Shaq had it on a plate. Oh, he almost had that on a plate. And ultimately, he gets himself to the table and he drops it on his feet. Oh my goodness. Isn't top 8 delivering, ladies and gentlemen? That's some incredible, incredible stuff. The 20 seed moving into this. Van Chi is showing that there is depth to this competition. It's not just a case of he got a bad score. He scored in the 80s, let's not forget. To be 20th with a score in the 80s. In fact, I got it here in front of me. He scored 81.5 in qualifying. It was good enough for 20th place. That's the level they're all showing here today. And Shaq will look at that and go, oh, have I dropped the golden goose? Here at Tianma, the opening round. Lots of respect between these two. Thumbs up then from the pair. Van Chi, I think, is the most underrated drifter in the Royal Drift Series. You cannot underestimate him. He is so switched on. And he just flies under the radar through all competition. And he goes and gets an amazing result. And it looks like he might be on his way to back-to-back top 4 showdowns here in this Royal Drift Series from the welcome round and round 1. Is this going to be more than enough? We will wait and see. We wait for the judges' scores. Let's get another look at this one here. Has Shaq attack been extinguished? Van Chi leading this run. Looks very good through OZ1 and OZ2. A little gap, but enough there to say Van Chi was trying to break it away. Shaq just gathers it back. And here at OZ4, he gets in close, and I think he stands it up because he's worried about running into the side of that Z4. And then that's where it just falls apart at the end of the run. The dying of dying embers. A reprieve for Van Chi, who looked like he was going to be second best in that until that very last moment. They are pulling off the Wally systems there on the top, which I think means that we're going to get a decisive result. We'll see. Van Chi having a little look there. Maybe a chat. Look at that. Close, says Shaq. Lovely stuff then between these two, and they are teammates. And they have really given a great showcase of what Champion Speed Sport DRS drifting team is all about. Confirmation, 5-1. Van Chi is going to go to top 4 again. As a 20 seed, that was a much tougher run than he wanted, but the 99 is in and on to play. Next up in top 8. Now the highest seed remaining, the 2 seed. The powerful Pole, Pavel Korpelinski, up against Zhang Xinchen, or Shang Mo Time, as he's been known. Double OMT in top 32. OMT, top 16. Top 8. Are we going to see another thriller like we did in the welcome round from Zhang Xinchen? Pavel Korpelinski chucks it in, and Zhang Xinchen says, I want in. He's slightly forward at OZ1. Now he's got work to do here at OZ2. Going to go and fire that one back. Pavel is on the line magnificently. Oh, and he had to straighten slightly there. Did Zhang Xinchen. He's narrow as they go to OZ3. Lovely stuff from Pavel Korpelinski. Over into OZ4. Now looking to try and get this run. Zhang Xinchen is right back there, but he has left gaps open. Excellent stuff from Pavel Korpelinski. Just what he needed there to require. And top 8 is again proving to be a magnificent battleground between some of the best in the world, and I do mean that, some of the best in the world. Back at OZ4, Rydans versus ZML, 0 mileage lubricants. Threw it in with what he could. And Pavel Korpelinski really kicks that tail at OZ3. Makes that Sylvia sing. Zhang Xinchen. Never count him out. But once again, he is behind. Really trying to get some water into that radiator. And Pavel gets himself away. Zhang Xinchen has already, I think, bolted round, or is in the process of bolting round. Isn't Royal Drift Series great, ladies and gentlemen? All 860 of you. Isn't this great? Judges are having a whale of a time out there. I think they can be really pleased with it, and they're having a lovely chat out there trying to discuss what's going on. The fans there watching, ready and waiting in this third part of top 8. This could be magnificent as far as they go. Right, give it some more. Give it some welly. Zhang Xinchen and Pavel Korpelinski are there together. They absolutely want to be rocking and rolling and saying, can we go and get even more out there to go and rally on the troops? So, call has been set. Now is the time. Zhang Xinchen, what's in the back pocket? Pavel Korpelinski, how good can you follow him? Zhang Xinchen chucks it, needs to get it in good, and he's got it in a mile! Look at the angle from Zhang Xinchen! Pavel gets back to his rear quarter, now into OZ2, there's a gap! Pavel's got to work hard to get back here! Zhang Xinchen is putting in an absolute showcase against Pavel Korpelinski! Now over into OZ4, Zhang Xinchen will see that gap diminish, and Korpelinski gets himself back! Oh my goodness gracious me! We're getting drifting from the heavens! We are getting drifting from the gods! Oh my God! Oh my God! I am staggered. I am staggered with this top 8. There is simply no other way of putting it. This is one of the greatest top 8s I think you can see out there in drifting. They are knocking the bells out of each other. Zhang Xinchen will look over at Pavel Korpelinski and go, I am giving you everything and more. And I think Zhang Xinqin is the sort of driver who sits down and says, the tougher you make it for me, the more I'm going to give. And he is just absolutely brutal to go against. I think you're going to see his name up there on sheet lists, wherever he's going out there. And I think you're going to quake in your boots. This guy, 47 years of age, is drifting with an absolute animal's instinct. And it is forcing everybody around to wake up and take notice. Now, where are we going to go with this? Zhang Xinqin has knocked out Pavel Korpelinski in the top 8, and he goes back to back, does the 90 on a 5-0 into the top 4 showdown. We have 2 returning from the welcome round up into there. Zhang Xinqin is a beast. The roaring tiger of Tianma. And now, Maxim Grossman has to get by the winner of the welcome round, Jarkko Ylhä. This is your icing on the cake. Jarkko leads. Maxim, in that lovely Mark II, is going to have to go and follow. And oh, he's going to get right up on him. Jarkko, can he get some drive off and away? We know how good the pace has been for the timeout drivers. It's contact into OZ2. Jarkko now is going to have to run away. He thinks he's going to get the advantage now into OZ3 and into OZ4 now. Jarkko Ylhä is giving it everything he can, and still Maxim Grossman says there's something there. I don't know how we're going to be out there, but there's contact to go on through. Oh, this is a dream. This is an absolute fever dream of drifting. Oh, there's a little tap there at OZ1 as well. He's nibbled once, then he took a bite at OZ2. Maxim Grossman is finding that the pressure is up. That's the tag at OZ1. Takes a little bit of bodywork off. OZ2, how about a bit more? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Maxim Grossman, you need help, buddy. This is a level, an insane level, a truly insane level. Look at that wheel hop. You're going to have to find something special, Maxim. Jarkko Ylhä could be on his way to top 4. He could be well on his way to looking to try and get a double of doubles. Out there is the 3 seed. Currently we have a 9 seed, we have a 10 seed, a 20 seed, and Jarkko would be the best one remaining, the only one from Super Top 4 if he goes in. And we said that those who go to Super Top 4 don't have a guarantee to make it to round robin top 4 on Sunday. Crowds are being treated to arguably some of the greatest drifting on the planet. Jarkko Ylhä from Puppara in Finland up against the Moskva man in Maxim Grossman. Second go around, 44 plays 63. We're set, we're ready. LED light boards come up. 1, 2, 3. Rev it up! Maxim Grossman needs something truly magical. Jarkko gives it everything and more. They shallow off the exit. How's Jarkko still there at his door? Now into OZ2. Maxim struggling. Jarkko Yulha gets back to his door again. Now moving into OZ3. He's starting to be gapped slightly, but that's all right because he's got a lovely run. OZ4, Maxim Grossman gave it everything. Jarkko Yulha has done something magical yet again. Oh my goodness gracious. That is tightrope close. A fine line pinched him to build the gap and got him back over. Jarkko, don't budge for nobody, Maxim. Look how low this is off the exit. It gripped up so early. There's no angle being offered as well. That's deliberate to try and get himself to shake him off his tail. Jarkko didn't care. They're finished. They rally all the time. Their roads are gravel. You have to do a Scandi to get a driver's license. Then out of OZ3 into OZ4. Chef's kiss. Royal Drift Series is the best drifting on the planet, bar none. And you get a real look at the sense of what it's all about. Jarkko right up in. Was there a tiny tap? That's the next question. He shallows him, misses a load of marks there at OZ1. Trying to just shake and create contact. Not going to work. Jarkko drifts it in the dirt. Brings it back in and says, that ain't going to work. I'm too good for that. And he knew he needed to give himself something of a mark of mind out here. He won at Tianma in April in the welcome round of the Royal Drift Series, which was there to introduce everyone to competition. He pulls himself back into paddock and have a look. Maxim there as well. Gives a handshake to Leo Schneider. And they're either side here of this tent, awaiting the score and result. Some truly incredible drifting here that has brought itself together. Fans out there waiting. We're waiting. I'm on the edge of my seat here. Absolutely on the edge of my seat. Results are in. 1-1, 2-2, oh! 3-2, 3-3, 4-3, 5-4 is the call. Jarkko Ylhä on a 5-4 is winner. And that will be enough to see Jyrkistan move himself in to top 4 again. A brilliant, brilliant result on a 5-4 count. Jarkko Ylhä will join Zhang Xianchen, Von Chi and Sebastian Fontai in top 4 competition. An absolutely epic result. Maxime already getting to sign some autograph out there of a VIP. What a battle. What an absolute war top 8 has been. He's not pleased, but I think he's more not pleased about the fact it's 5-4 and he doesn't get a one more time. It's 5-4 and a winner. So the result has been in. And now they will battle against each other in top 4. And they'll correct and say it's one more time. So on that 5-4, they'll go again. So someone's going to get to Maxime and they'll say it has been corrected. It will be one more time. So we're not there yet. Jarkko, you're going to have to go back out and go for 2 more. So a little bit of controversy here. But they'll have another go at it. Maxime Grossman gets another chance. He thought he was dead. He's now got another way to get himself back up into play. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They'll get the tyres sort and set up in a moment. We'll be back in a mo. So, drivers will be looking to get ready, and we'll look to try and show what they're all about here. As top 8 will get one more go about for it. Maxim Grossman and Jarkko Ylhä will have to go again and say, right, what more am I going to have to do? There goes Maxim Grossman for another 2 attempts round. Oh my goodness gracious me, are we in for a treat? Royal Drift Series, man. Absolutely ace. They all sit and wave. Very happy to be here. I don't think there's a problem seeing more drifting out there, but there are questions about that run and how much of a push it was to go and get that one over. It was very tough, that lead line that was taken, but it's about how well you chase, which will take more priority. And ultimately, Maxim had a couple moments out there where you go, okay, he's had a couple nibbles of him. I think 5-4 was a little bit generous, but we will soon see whether this will be another 2 battles out there that make all the difference. So, Jarkko Ylhä, I'm sure will take it with a lot of dignity to try and get it sorted, but we'll await what will happen next here at top 8 of the Royal Drift Series. On the scene is Jarkko Ylhä. Maxim Grossman, knowing he's got to chase, and he's got to chase hard here. 5-4, not enough to split it. Sends out the love and a good thumbs up, saying I want to get this go again, and I want to show what I'm all about. Jarkko Ylhä, only beaten on Saturdays. He's never been beaten here in Tianma in the Royal Drift Series on a Sunday. Is that about to change now? His R32 has been on rails. That Toyota Mark II JZX. Sets ready. One more time. Jarkko Ylhä. 2JZ, 800 horsepower, GTE turbocharged. That 2JZ from Maxim Grossman. One more time. Jarkko to lead, Maxim Grossman to try and get in his business. Ylhä pulling in at OZ1. Oh, lovely line. And they're both going to follow in lockstep into OZ2. Very shallow on the line there as he worked through. Did Maxim Grossman. Now he's got to work. Ylhä then sees him back to his mark, over into OZ4. They're going to come along. How much more does he go in and try and take it? He gets all the line, all up in his business. Goes Maxim Grossman. Both of them throwing down an absolute magical run out there. Tiny folds to go and get to. But Jarkko Ylhä, a lovely runner's lead. Maxim Grossman, a very, very good run. as the chase. It's short and shallow there, but he fights back to the door off of OZ2. And it's that crest that has made the difference. Look at that. That's where you say he didn't follow as well as he maybe should have. OZ2 entrance. Take a big long gander at that. And then he's out very wide trying to bring it back in. I know that 2JZ is a very long wheelbase. They'll have to take that into account. And he really chucked that one back in at OZ3. Lovely stuff through the final bit. Jarkko really going out to the extremity, trying to get every little bit out of it. Oh my. This will be a really interesting chase coming back. Lots of clapping out there. There's a lot of happiness there from the time up lads. Now what is the next question? And so what can Jarkko do on the reprieve? As now it stands for Maxim Grossman to lead, to try and break an unbreakable Finn. Hold yourself steady. This one more time is going to be absolutely on it and then some. This crowd very happy. I'm ecstatic with the competition that we've had. Maxim, Jarkko, game on. Yilha pulls into line. Maxim Grossman for time up is there and set. Mark 2, R32, time up versus 0 mileage gold court. Here we go. The second chase. 3 marks. Let's get going. Jarkko Yilha will have to give Maxim Grossman something here. And into OZ! He's over the mark! He's got to try and fight back now! This is Maxim's wheelhouse! He's got to get back at OZ2! He does so! Just about does so! Advantage Maxim Grossman heading towards OZ3! Jarkko Yilha has got to find something magical now at OZ4! He tries to get it on the angle, tries to stay with it, and he's right up to his door! Oh, that might be the bit that gets him back! Oh my goodness, this is going to be another close one for the judges. He had to fight, it understeered. Maxim Grossman could get away at OZ1. Jarkko had a lot of work to do to get back at OZ2 and he managed it. And he didn't really sacrifice too much on the line either to do so. Maxim was a lot better here in this second run of OMT. Jarkko late on the transition. Oh! He's almost touched his tyre. I have not seen anybody get close, anywhere closer than that. Oh, judges, I think you're going to have to throw him round again. I really think you're going to have to throw him round again. I think it's a double OMT. Oh, this is going to be such a tough decision. Jarkko taking it well with pride, both of them smiling. So, let's see how it's going to go between them. In or out. This for the last place in top 4. This also to say that no top 4 seed makes the final. Jarkko Yilha walking with a smile. We hold our breath. So we wait for this final result to join Sebastian Fontaine, Wang Qi, and Zhang Xinchen in final four. And these judges, Stepan Zemtsev, Denis Denisov, Stanislav Dolgic, Erasmo Rios, and Danila Vorobiev, have a very, very tough job on their hands. Leo Schneider there with Maxim Grossman. How's it going to go? Zemtsev says it's Grossman. Denisov says it's the pair. Dolgic says it's the pair. Vorobiev says it's Grossman. Erasmus Rios says it's Maxim Grossman. 5-2. It's going to be Maxim Grossman who will advance. And Jarkko Jylhä is knocked out in one more time at a result of 5-2. So the number 44 will book the final place in. And it is now confirmed. The 6th seed, the highest seed left in the competition. The 9 seed of Sebastian Fontaine, the 10 seed of Zhang Xinchen, and the 20 seed of Wang Qi. Epic work by Jarkko Jylhä and Maxim Grossman. They put on an absolute show. And so now we immediately move into your round robin top fours. First and foremost, the 76 of Sebastian Fontaine against the 99 of Wang Qi. Now, it doesn't matter in this phase what you do necessarily. If you score points, there's no one more times. So if you win by 5-3, you get 5 points. If you score 5, you get 3 points if you score 3. They carry on into that next result. You add up the points over the 3 drifts that you do. Whoever's got the most points wins. Second, third is third, fourth is fourth. That's how it stacks up in this round robin format. Sebastian Fontaine, the fairy tale story, had to change his car right at the end of qualifying to get himself into play. And so now he will look to get ready. Wang Qi, the most underrated drifter, I think, in the Royal Drift Series. That Z4 is a weapon, and he is going to try and use it with everything that he's got and then some. Fontaine versus Qi. Right hands versus champion Speed Sports DRS. Let the battle commence in top 4 round robin. Stage 1. Awaiting the signal now to be allowed to go forward. They're both set, they're both ready. They both know what this is all about. This is for big points. And for Sebastian Fontaine, he knows that this is mega. Absolutely mega. That's what it's all about, the Royal Drift Series. Here we go. Top 4, part 1. Fontaine leads, Qi is on the chase. Beamer versus Beamer, and Sebastian Fontaine chucks it in at OZ1. Wang Qi follows him and does very nicely on that follow into OZ2. Wang Qi is right there. Fontaine with a lovely line. All the way to the door goes Wang Qi. Fontaine all the way over at TG2. OZ3 looks nice. OZ4 struggling to get it around. Wang Qi tags the wall. Wang Qi tags the wall. Fontaine gets a gap, and that's the breaker. That's the breaker. That's the breaker that was needed on that first way around. Hardly anything to split them. Wang Qi, ever cool and composed. But Sebastian Fontaine said, I'm going to fight for it. I'm absolutely on the point. I've got this Beamer down pat now. And he just about got there into position and said that was more than enough. He had to fight late on the transition, but Wang Qi lost the gap by tagging the wall on the back of that Z4. And it's very tough to do that with a car so small. Had to really fight for it to get around. Feng Chi, bang. And he doesn't want to leave points on the table, does Feng Chi? Not at this stage. Nah. Now look to set, to rack them round, and go on the other side and see what points they get away from it. So, let's get ourselves ready for the second half of the first of 6 duels in round robin. Feng Chi pulling himself over to the left-hand side. Sebastian Fontaine will move to the right as the chaser. The lovely silver and pink and blue iconic paint splat design on the front there of that beautiful BMW Z4. Fontaine a little laborious to get to his point. He's probably just making his way around as far as things stand. We get the confirmation that he has pulled himself away from that point, otherwise we'd be down and looking at it at this moment. But Seb Fontaine, the Dutchman, giving himself absolutely every chance out there. A look over, they are queuing round this screen in the paddock to have a look and see how this competition is going to play itself out in regard. I hear the engine noise there in the back. Definitely some eagerness there from Feng Chi. There's Sebastian Fontaine. A giant here of drifting by the nature of his 6'6" frame. He towers over everybody in this paddock. He's been coming to China to drift for about 3 years in various competitions. And here in this top 4, he knows he's got a result to try and get against someone who has been through this scenario before and finished in 3rd position for it. The last time Feng Chi was in this position, his engine caught fire. As we move into the twilight hours here in Shanghai, Tianma, at a time of 5:10 local. Feng Chi versus Sebastian Fontaine. Now run 2 here in top 4 between them. Lights will come on. Feng Chi will have to set a good pace here. Sebastian Fontaine will want to give it everything and more. Feng Chi to tip it in. Fontaine, he's a big angle drifter, gives it all of it as he goes in through OZ1. Feng Chi with a very nice line, back to OZ2. Fontaine is so close to him as he works through OZ2. Now as they come up the exit to OZ3, Feng Chi's going to get no room to break away. OZ4, Fontaine is still there, waiting for that to turn around. Epic stuff from Sebastian Fontaine. He's done enough to take the maximum points there. Oh, baby, what a drift then that has put through Feng Chi. Given absolutely everything. Fontaine gets it right up to the grill and says, I like mine rare. Oh my goodness, he almost tags him in the rear. Epic, epic stuff between them. Gives room for transition 2, gives room for transition 3, stalls it out nicely with Feng Chi not getting the angle in. And then he gets right up towards it as well. Maybe 2 feet maximum difference. 18 inches. Love it. Oh, did he tag him? The way that oscillated over the jump, there might have been a slight tag there at OZ2. Lovely stuff between them. pure essence of drift here in top 4. And applause all around. Look at that. Happy from the right hands boys at the back. Seb Fontaine knows what it's all about, gets the right hands hat out ready. He is absolutely drifting with what he can. Wang Chi, very good again to get himself to this point. How much is the question? The point's going to be 5-0. They are going to call this to Sebastian Fontaine, and I don't doubt that for a second. So next up, the 90 and the 44. 5-0 off the start. There are no OMTs left to give. You just have to score the points. On the left-hand side, Maxim Grossman. On the right, Zhang Xinqun, the Tiger of Tianma, here over today. Here we go. Maxim is a little slow to get away there as he looks to try and get up into speed. Zhang Xinqun has to really wait and go through, and he's so shallow there. I think he was put off by that as he worked through OZ1. Maxim Grossman then over into OZ2, looking to get away, but he's already back there in the Supra, and he's looking to try and fight hard. Zhang Xinqun getting back. Maxim Grossman now looking over through OZ3, into OZ4, they go along. Zhang Xinqun is right back there, and say, no, he's gone deep. He's gone deep, Zhang Xinqun's gone deep. Maxim Grossman gets out the corner, well. A number of important talking points there. Zhang Xinqun was so late onto the transition. And it was that initial stutter that didn't go, that probably threw the rhythm off. Got it back at OZ2. Did well to fight that back. You can see here off the exit of OZ1 how much work had to be done here by Zhang Xinqun. Got back into position here on the 4K slow-mo. Fighting through, and then he just understeers out. That's a tyre giveaway. And he's going to need to dig into his reserves again here as Zhang Xinqun if he wants the points on Maxim Grossman. So, they are there and set, knowing how important the points are going to be over the course of this season. And Maxim drives it off and away. Zhang Xinqun will follow in tow. Only cooling required then on both of those machineries. Absolutely wonderful stuff then, as they pull themselves off and around and ready for their second attempts. So, Maxim Grossman here will now chase. Zhang Xinqun is going to be there on the left-hand side. He knows how critical this will be to go and fight back. He's had to do it all day. 2 OMTs against Zhang Zhehe, an OMT against Johnson Chen. Had an absolutely wonderful return back against Pavel Korpelinski to knock him out. Now let's go for it. Maxim Grossman had to fight for a one more time he thought he wasn't going to get. Now here we go into OZ1. Nice stuff from Zhang Xinqun. Maxim Grossman follows him nice. Now into OZ2. They're going to come along. Nice on the marks again from the pair of them as they look to get this run through. Maxim Grossman is following with a very, very nice run. Zhang Xinqun's trying everything he can, and he's narrowing. He's narrowing, and he had to open up the steering board in Zhang for the way to avoid contact. Maxim Grossman chucking it in with everything he's got. Zhang Xinqun throwing down another great lead run. They are ace. Both of them are ace. Look at the angle at OZ2. Half a car width between them. Chasing off the exit, Zhang Xinchen gets a lovely work. Now watch this OZ4, this is the key. Maxime fighting, has to do more on the line there to go through, so that will affect his fluidity. Zhang opens up the steering more to allow him the space to come in. So you can see here, he's trying to fight, gives it more, trying to avoid that contact. He's looking to his inside, allowing that space, avoiding that one to hit. How will that factor into the points? I don't think it's 5-0. It's 5-something, but it's not 5-0 in my book. Judges do say, though, it's 5-0, and Maxime Grossman here gets the job done on Zhang Xinchen. So, tied at the top, Sebastian Fontaine and Maxime Grossman. And Zhang will go, oh, I didn't get the points. Oh, well. A win for Maxime. We'll put him up there with Sebastian Fontaine. Smiles from the right hands, boys. Up in the grandstand. The fan base are out in force. And they want this one to go. Ever the philosophical man, Zhang Xinchen. So, some lovely drifting that we have had there through the first part of round robin. The second rounds of round robin are to come up next. Of course, because of the nature of what we've got, we don't quite know where those round robins are going to be and who is going to be up against who next. That's suddenly being coordinated right now. And so when we get the confirmation of who will be up then on the next round of drifts, we know at least one of the drifting pair of Maxime Grossman or Zhang Xinchen is going to have a very quick turnaround needed. So he's obviously going to need the time to go back to the garage, get fueled up, get the tyres into play, and go once more for it. But critically here, look at the sun starting to set on Shanghai Tianma. Isn't it pretty? Isn't it picturesque? And there is the confirmation of the runs. So it will be Maxime Grossman's 44, which will be going out there. Third and sixth, Feng Chi will be going then in the number 99, fourth and sixth. Sebastian Fontaine will be going then next in the number 76 against Maxime Grossman, and also will be there with Zhang Xinchen then in run 5. And then it will be Zhang Xinchen who will be remaining then in the number 90 to go and battle in races or in drifts 4 and 5 of your top 4. Magic stuff to come along next. And we will absolutely be drifting here into the twilight, looking to go and get that result. There comes Maxime Grossman, back out again for another attempt. This time, he's got to go against the only other driver who's got 5 on the board. If you want a Fontaine, Sebastian is your guy. Maxime Grossman, resilient as anything, is ready to prove that he's got what it takes. Trying to get the heat in the tyres here is Maxime Grossman as he awaits Sebastian Fontaine's appearance and his chance to jump up. The two heavyweights from the first lot of drifts ready to do battle. Russia versus the Netherlands. As he pulls himself back around and looks for a little bit more temperature in and into position. Back in a moment with more from the Royal Drift Series. So, drone shot working through here, back to the start line. Underneath the RDS bridge and up and over. There is Sebastian Fontaine, looking to get himself ready back there by the looks of things. Here he comes, he's been given the word. He'll now have the chance to light it up. Down on power compared to Maxime Grossman. But that's the tools of the trade that you're given with. He's got to do more than enough to keep himself in that right hands 441 BW. This is where you make your bacon. How crispy do you want it? Fontaine, ready enough, as he will play chaser to the leader, Maxime Grossman. Gives it an 11C to get himself the heat back in. Game on, lads. You both scored 5 in the opening attempt. Points will mean everything here to start your season off properly. Maxime leads. 3 lights. Green up and go. Sebastian Fontaine will have to get in the grill. He dispatched of Artyom Shabanov. Can he get another time-up car? It's trouble. He's slightly low into OZ1 in Sebastian Fontaine, but Maxime Grossman's trying to chuck it in with everything he's got. Fontaine is still with him, though, and says, I'm not giving this one up. Not like this. He's going to say, right, I want it. And now into OZ3, into OZ4. Sebastian Fontaine chucks up a Hail Mary. Lovely stuff between the pair of them. Absolutely ace drifts there between them on lead. Hardly anything to separate them, as a good drift should. Slightly forward is the only thing I would note at OZ1, and having to do a bit of work to get into the transition here at OZ2, but Fontaine from OZ2 onwards was absolutely pinning it. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Claps all round in the garage. Maxime Grossman's already gone. And now Sebastian Fontaine will pull away, knowing he's got to lead and he's got to find a big old result. Hello, judges. You've got yourself a lot on your plate with this competition now, the way that it sets. It's absolutely magical what we have seen so far, and there is more to come with some absolutely epic drifting still left in the competition. So, Sebastian Fontaine looks to get the mark. This result is huge in the context of this round robin, because it will give you the sense of who is on top and who needs what for the final drifts of the competition. Maxime Grossman gives a wave, wipes a bit of sweat there from his brow, underneath his helmet. Sebastian Fontaine pulls up into his position. Right hands of a superstar in the Dutchman. How will this score in terms of points? Well, Fontaine has put down a lovely gauntlet to Maxime Grossman. And if they go 5-5, which is the mark of a one more time, it's going to make these drifts at the end really, really interesting. Light 'em up. Fontaine versus Grossman. The rebuttal. Grossman tries to get in. Fontaine again gives it a whole load of welly, and it's Maxime Grossman all over him as he works through. Has to fight hard there on the run into OZ2, but Maxime Grossman is all over him right now, working to OZ3. Fontaine's trying his best to try and shake him off, but Maxime Grossman is there, and now there's finally a little bit of separation at the end. Is that the tiny morsel that you have to hold on? I think it's 5 apiece. They've put together some epic drifting there between the pair of them. Nothing to separate them. Absolutely nothing to separate them. I think you're going down to minutiae if you give it a 5-4. And I mean proper minutiae. It's absolutely by the textbook here from the pair of them. All lines are hit by Sebastian Fontaine. Look at the wheel work he had to do there to get it to grip up over the jump. There is next to nothing that splits these two. Sebastian Fontaine's got all the talent. Maxime Grossman is talent. Very strong professional. And he is proving that, and then some, for time up. It's a pleasure to see both of them drift. Maxime Grossman especially.
They're changing the clutch.
And they're going to give it to Maxime Grossman. 5-0. And I think that's so harsh. I think that's really harsh of a result there. They had to look at something little, maybe a wheel off or something of that ilk. But it now puts it into result that Sebastian Fontaine here is going to have to rely on a mistake from Maxime Grossman in his final run against Wang Chi. Zhang Zhenchen and Wang Chi now fighting to give themselves a shot of second place and potentially a win, depending on how it goes. Zhang Zhenchen will lead off, Wang Chi will follow. Oh, look at the gap given immediately from Zhang Zhenchen. Wang Chi is going to have to work really hard to get back here, and he does so. Nice then over OZ2. Zhang Zhenchen gives himself a chance to break through. Here goes the switchback. Little bit late there from Wang Chi. Back over into OZ4. Oh, the stagger's ace going into OZ4. Lovely stuff by Zhang Zhenchen. Wang Chi follows him every stage of the way. Great stuff. Great stuff between the two Chinese talents. Look at that over TG1. Nice, crisp. Marks crisp. drop it in. Wang Qi there and close. Zhang Zhenchen absolutely pushing it to his limits and showing what he's all about. Wang Qi would also know how critical of a run that is. And they will go to the flip side and find the result then that goes on into play. The second half around will be critical. We are over halfway in your round robin. 5 drifts remain in the day. And the nerves will be palpable. Mistakes are critical. Everyone must hit their marks as the light slowly sets on Shanghai Tianma. They will know that whoever picks up the victory overall will take the championship lead, going over to the second round of the championship over at V1 Auto World in Tianjin. Zhang Zhenchen pulls himself into position, as will Wang Qi. Get yourself ready. Wang Qi, I think, has got a bit of work to do here on this one. Zhang Zhenchen has had the most drifting to do. You start worrying about the tyres, the components, all of it. The tiredness factor. Here we go again. Wang Qi leading off in that BMW Z4, the Supra. Then of Zhang Zhenchen gets himself in and he's all 4 over almost. 3 tyres go out, he grabs cones. This is what Wang Qi was looking for. He's back in, there's contact. There's contact. Zhang Zhenchen's overdriving it, but still he keeps the foot in. Does Wang Qi? He doesn't care he's been hit. He goes at it through OZ3, over into OZ4. This one should be Wang Qi's. Zhang Zhenchen has overcooked it. I said, what about the tiredness factor? Misses by a whisker. 3.5 tyres over. Knows he's got to do something to get back. Gives him a kiss in the rear. Then still keeps his foot in. Ever solid and stable in that BMW Z4. Wang Qi is a menace when he drives it. Boom. And gets himself away. Another cone gets deposited by Zhang Zhenchen. I think it's a couple drifts too many. And I think Wang Qi is still in the wheelhouse here. And funnily enough, the honor of trying to beat the Russian Maxim Grossman is going to come to whoever gets it out there between Wang Qi and himself. Pulling it back to pits. We run along with Zhang Zhenchen, the big boss man, over at Zero Mileage Lubricants. So, a little too much on it. Get him some life, get him some tyres. I think he's going to look around at it and say he's going to have to drift for pride and to try and find 3rd place and an upset. Judges' scores are in, and Wang Qi takes that 5-0. And so the 99 gets it done on the 90. And so it sets. Maxime Grossman on 10. On 5 is Sebastian Fontaine and Wang Qi. And unable to get off the mark at this moment is Zhang Zhenchen, as we take a good old look at the rear suspension there and the work that needs to be done. That 90 has to go out immediately. They have next to no time to repair it. And if they can't repair it, it's a 5-0 walkover for Sebastian Fontaine, which would put him to 10 points and tied with Maxime Grossman. And Maxime would know he'd have to score 1 point 1 point over against Van Chi to get the championship round scored at the opener as time-ups. Otherwise, you'd be looking at a very interesting scenario of a three-way tie-break where Fontaine has beaten Van Chi. Van Chi would have beaten Maxime Grossman, and Maxime Grossman would have beaten Sebastian Fontaine. How on earth would you split that? They'd have to drift twice. They'd have to drift 4 times. We'd have more rounds of Robin. At least 3 more battles. Goodness gracious, I don't even want to think of the ramifications of that. What even would be the tiebreaker in that situation? Gracious me. Zhang Xinqian has got to get it back out quickly. Sebastian Fontaine waiting in the wings for his final drift of the day to go and score at 10 points. Welcome back to Shanghai Tianma. And now, the face of Zhang Xinqian on the left. On the right, Sebastian Fontaine. The stakes, simple. Zhang Xinqian needs a point or 5 to get back to Van Chi and Sebastian Fontaine for points. For Sebastian Fontaine to stay alive for the victory, must score 5 points and hope that Van Chi finds a way to stop Maxime Grossman. It's a big old battleground out here at Shanghai Tianma. They have worked so hard over the course of 4 brutally grueling days of practice, of qualifying, of Super Top 4, of competition from Top 32 over to this round robin finals. It has been nothing short of sensational, and we'll be seeing that in and ready. So we'll be all looking out, ready and set for it. The ready repairs needing to be had as we take a zoom out at the lake inside the middle of Shanghai Tianma, here on the Songjiang district here in Shanghai. Not a million miles away in that Songjiang district, by the way, is a little place called Thames Town, which is an English-themed street or two out there with English-themed pubs, English-themed hotels. It's incredible what gets created here in Shanghai. Such as memories of drifting that will last a lifetime here at the Royal Drift Series. Sebastian Fontaine getting himself set up and ready as much as he can possibly get that tyre temperature in. He knows that this is an all or nothing moment. Zhang Xinqian knows if he wants anything out of Super Top 4, he's got to go and get it too. Sebastian Fontaine here from Rydans, 441 BW updrift. No team has a seed above 6 in this final. A 6 seed in Maxime Grossman, a 9 seed in Fontaine, a 10 seed in Zhang Zhenchen, and a 20 seed in Wang Qi. Could a 20 seed go and win it all? That's a real question that will have to be asked and understood. A big fist up from Sebastian Fontaine. He's ready. The next question is Zhang Zhenchen. We'll wait for him to arrive, and I'll be back when he does. So with Wang Qi waiting back there, and the damage unrepairable, it's going to be a lap of honour by the looks of things. So he's just going to have to go on his own. So in that regard, this will be a walkover and a drift of honour for Sebastian Fontaine. It will guarantee him 10 points. And he will now have to rely on Wang Qi to create the three-way tie in order to get him back into position. Seb, it's your last lap. Go and put it down in honour. Lovely on the slide through OZ1. Kicks it around into OZ2. Looking here at OZ3. And now knowing here in his result, he goes to 10 points. And Zhang Zhenchen is confirmed in 4th. OZ4 looks lovely. He's a big style drifter. He's the giant out there of drifting at 6'6" plus. Sebastian Fontaine has given us all a fun time. And everyone should know just how great this guy is. Lovely stuff here through OZ3 into OZ4. Leaving his mark on Shanghai Tianma. And now for all the marbles. A 5-0 washover. Zhang Zhenchen not offering a response with the damage that was there on the rear. Wang Qi versus Maxim Grossman for a three-way tie, or for the overall victory that would condemn Wang Qi to 3rd position. They're all there together having fun. Shung there, along with Jason Yi. Rydans are really happy with Sebastian Fontaine's performance. Is this going to be one? The resilience needed from Maxim Grossman after top 8 with Jarkko Ylhä, thought he was out. And that 5-4 one more time gave him a chance to get back in, gets himself into top 4, and now has to just beat Wang Qi for it. Wang Qi, you're gonna have to play spoiler, a 20 seed jumping in. Here we go, one final time. Then for Maxim Grossman leading, Wang Qi follows nicely there through OZ1, over into OZ2, gets back into position. He gets better and better with every drift. Look at it from Wang Qi. He's sending a message, not that great through OZ3, into OZ4. He tags the wall, gets himself deep, there's contact, and that should do it. That should do it for Maxim Grossman if he only puts a run down. Oh my word. Into OZ2. Wang Qi is getting himself right up in the business. OZ3 can't carry the same speed. He's got to come back at OZ4. Late transition, tags the wall, tags Maxim Grossman. And Maxim now only needs to finish a run decently to be crowned the round 1 champion here. Turn forwards the moment, potentially, that this championship round was won by Maxim Grossman. And he's done so well. He has done so well to get himself to that point. He put it on the limit. Wang Qi couldn't. Gives him a big knock in the side. And he'll probably hold his hand up and say, look, I apologize. All he needs is a drift without any issue. And Maxime Grossman is going to be your round 1 champion for Time Up. Would take the championship points lead, heading to Tianjin, and knows better than anything else how critical, how incredible, how wonderful it has been at Shanghai Tianma. Maxime and Maxime there. Right hands know, they're trying to give it to Wang Qi. They know they want the 3-way tie. But they're gonna need a miracle. Is there one last send from the heavens available left in this competition? Maxime Grossman looks calm. He looks ready. His spotter helping him out, telling him all he needs to know. Competition timeout. In the Royal Drift Series, 1 drift remains. It's the nibble at the left rear that's the problem. I think we're just going to miss the point of contact there on the super slow-mo. Here we go. Indy, bang. It's the rear tyre that is the problem, not the front. Look at it. Oh, it kicks up there a bit. And so they're underneath trying to use this competition timeout to get it fixed and sorted. And if they can't get that back out and running, I think Wang Qi's going to take those points. And if you can't offer a run with the damage, then any further run is going to be done with. Under there with spanners. I think they're okay. They're lowering it now. Are we happy with this? Is it layered out straight? Leo Schneider there, taking a good old look at it, at his teammate. Are they getting the clearance to go out there for it? Taking their time, making sure it stays cool. Out there in the back. Rear jack goes away. Fist bump. You got one more drift. And go is the call. So we will get one more drift, and all he has to do is put it together. Wang Qi knows he's got a very tough job on the line. If he wants to go and get victory here in the Royal Drift Series and force a 3-way tie at the top. Right hands will be cheering him on. As far as it sets now, the fans having a big smile. Wang Qi looks at Maxime Grossman, and Grossman is tantalizingly close to success in Tianma. Grossman pulls himself into line. Wang Qi is ready. There is the sight of number 44. Representing time up in that Toyota Mark II JZX 090. The BMW Z4 of Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team. Alongside him and in front, having to lead, Wang Qi. Arguably the most underrated drifter in this competition. I think after this, everyone's going to see him as a threat from what he's done at Tianma. For the final time, potentially, Wang Qi and Maxime Grossman. Here we go, into OZ1. Wang Qi looks to throw it down, holds the line here out of OZ1 and over into OZ2. Maxime Grossman keeps it close and marks it every stage of the way. That Z4 is very tough to hold station with for how small it is. Out of OZ2, into OZ3, now to OZ4. Maxime Grossman, no mistakes from here, buddy. It's time up for everyone else. Maxime Grossman takes round one and gives it a big old doughy to say he is champion of Tianma and this opening round of the Royal Drift Series. Absolutely incredible stuff. Wang Qi takes off his helmet and hands device, gave it a red hot go. As we await the final confirmation, it should be pretty resolute. Maxime Grossman will await for the official word, but he knew it there as soon as he put it around. The job's a good one. Judges, do your job. 5-0 for Maxime Grossman. It is first place for the time-up man. Second will belong to Sebastian Fontaine. Third for Wang Qi and fourth for Zhang Xinqian. 4 different teams in your top 4. And an absolutely wonderful day of drifting here. You couldn't have asked for anything better out there. Maxime had to dig down deep. His pathway to victory, yay! He gets tipped up over the top. And an incredible celebration there. His pathway through, he had to get by Sheng Jiaqiang, had to dispatch of Quan in the Corvette. One more time over Jarkko Yula. And then through his OMT, through his round robin against Sebastian Fontaine, Zhang Xinqian, and Wang Qi. A wonderful, wonderful display of drifting out there, and one which I know that he will have a massive smile of pride standing up on the top step of the podium. And what a wonderful tournament we have had to start things off. More, of course, to come in just a month's time in July, when we head over to V1 Auto World in Tianjin for that second round of the season. And how epic it is. Wang Qi pulling himself over to one way. There is your winner. And a magical, magical result for Maxime Grossman here in the Royal Drift Series as he walks with his car back to paddock. In that regard, the Royal Drift Series then seeing a lovely start to competition play. And there'll be a lot to deal with here over the course of running. Celebrations will begin here in Shanghai. Some wonderful action coming through. Stay with us here with the Royal Drift Series, because after this, as he moves himself back to his garage, we'll have the award ceremony. That'll be coming through, showing the highlights of this weekend and your winners here from Shanghai Tianma. Welcome back to Shanghai Tianma, as the rest of the cars will now pull themselves around and we get ourselves ready for the awards ceremony that is due to take place, with all of the amazing work that has been put through. Team photos being taken down in the garage there by the likes of Zhang Xinchen and his entire crew over at Zero Mileage Lubricants. The ZM team, the Gold Corps, all there and proving that they've got exactly what it takes as we get to the finish of this show. A lot that has gone through and a lot of love and care and dedication over the course of this weekend and what will go into the season. There's the spotter Elias there just walking by through in the middle of the screen. I'm sure he'll be looking at that and go, okay, we're going to need a top 8 sauna for all the work that's gone through. Shui Quan there into position, had a lovely run, ran into Maxine Grossman at top 16, had to really work hard and ultimately didn't find himself the right side of it, had to get 2 OMTs over Jason Yee in order to work on through. So everyone will pull themselves over to the major grand stage that is there and ready for people to go and get ready for. And then that confirmation of results as everyone will get themselves down to the paddock to try and score, get their results, and showcase what the teams are all about. Be back in a moment when your results are all read out here from your awards ceremony. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to your awards ceremony here from Shanghai Tianma. After a magical week's worth of drifting action that has taken its place here of the season opener, games were stepped up, the level was intense, and ultimately the end result is one where Maxim Grossman has come across the line and got the all-important win, championship points and cash prize to go and walk home with for Team Tianma. Honestly, a wonderful day's worth of drifting. 4 different teams in the top 4. There you can see Sebastian Fontaine there, stood towering over everyone else there with Erasmus Rios, Stepan Zemtsev, and Denis Denisov there. Over on the left-hand side, Danil Vorobiev, who is there and setting up. Hi, Alex. Back of your head there. Already into position. And the grid girls there for Wang Chi and the Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team there stood beside his car. A wonderful, wonderful result for them. And pushing on for what will be a very great platform to go over to Tianjin with, which you can still get tickets for. You can buy them now over with the Royal Drift Series. And you can follow us on all of our social medias, be that on Bilibili, on Redbook, on Douyin, on TikTok, on the likes of us, of course, on YouTube that you're watching this, and of course over on Instagram and on our website, royaldriftseries.com. Pavel Korpelinski knocked out by a buzzsaw in top 8 in Zhang Zhenqian, who really put it on the mark and said, look, I've got to go out there with everything I've got and master it to an intense level. Epic stuff being put together as we await the podium ceremony to take place, where we will go through the qualifying winner, the individual standings and the team standings here with you before we sign out and close off our running here from Shanghai Tianma.
持好现场的秩序，也是为了大家的这一个安全着想。
Welcome back to the Royal Drift Series and the podium ceremony that is about to take itself into play. A wonderful day's worth of drifting action that has come to a conclusion here in the twilight of Tianma. The fans are out then, around the barriers, the security there and ready. Media officials around taking photos of the all-important moment where celebration is key to competition that we have had. Ultimately, it's a day where the form book was going to be any one of 12 or 13 different ways. And it could have gone any one of 20 different ways with the way our top four ended out. But honestly, a magical, magical performance from those all about here from Shanghai Tianma. And what a wonderful way it has been to start off the opening round of the season. I'm Jake Sperry, bringing you through all of the coverage then of this post-race ceremony. You got Alex Koo out there working as master of ceremonies, your Chinese commentator out there who will be very, very instrumental on the podium proceedings that now set themselves out into play. So, with everyone there ready and set, a little wave then from a few who are out there and onto the screen. Very happy with the result out there as they will look around and say it's been some wonderful drifting in a country where drifting continues to get better and better and better with each passing time around. Honestly, the level is incredible, and I think we will see it again and again and again. Lin Gaoyuan getting a lot of love down there as pictures time and time again get taken on the left-hand side as he's here to watch the ceremony. So, we will get ourselves over to the qualifying plate, and then those trophies that you saw for the individual and team standings in their mix too. Back in a couple of moments here with the Royal Drift Series.
边。观众朋友，包括我们线上的观众朋友，以及来到现场观赛的所有的亲爱的朋友们，再次感谢大家观看我们本次的比赛，再次感谢大家关注到我们的
Welcome back to the Royal Drift Series.
接着我们
as we move ourselves firmly into the award ceremony as emceed by Alex Koo.
那么现在要开始
And we get ourselves in for some wonderful results then, and some excellent medals. And look at those trophies. They look magnificent, don't they? They look absolutely ace. You take a look at them, spearing up to the sky. Proper trophy, proper handles out on them. They look ace. Number of VIP spots then, going of course to the fan base of Lin Gao Yuan. Unfortunately did not qualify himself into top 32. But many a happy character here around at Shanghai Tianma, which was great to see over the course of action here today. So a lot that has gone through and a lot that will be discussed coming out of this event and into the next one over at Tianjin. And a lot of respect given to each and every single competitor out there, of all teams, of all nations, of all walks of life, that have gone through and seen some amazing action here today. It's been a universal effort to bring the Royal Drift Series in, and Shanghai Tianma has been really welcoming and a fantastic venue for the season opener as they set themselves into position. We await here the moments that will put ourselves ready and into position for the Royal Drift Series award ceremony. Hopefully we'll get that started for you soon.
现场的还有线上的所有的观众朋友，
Welcome back
我们的
to
颁
the
奖仪
Royal
式
Drift
现
Series.
在
Alex
开
Koo
始。
then here with the
请
microphone
允许我代表
and
我们
getting
的赛
through
会再一
everything
次
that
感
is
谢我们
set
的
and
所有的
situated here with
观赛的
this
朋友以
Royal
及所有
Drift
的参
Series
赛车
opening
队、
round.
工作人员、车
Had some
手，还
wonderful
有全
running
场所有在场
out
的人
there,
士
which has，
关注我们
put in
Royal Drift
together
Series 本
some
年度第
brilliant
一站在
action.
我们上海天马赛
And
车场
so
的
we will
第一
get
回
this
合的
all
比赛，
sorted
再一次
on
感谢
the
大家
result。that
现
will
在
be
我们即
coming
将要
through
颁出
very,
我
very
们本次
shortly. Then
赛
with
事
the
的
awards that we
World
have,
Car
three
Show
lots of
的
awards
5
to
位
go through
获奖名
and
单
to
将
walk
会
on
率先
in,
颁
which
出
has，been a
分别
wonderful
获得
result
我
here from
们
everyone at the
这一
Royal
次车
Drift
展 World Car
Series.
Show 的5位
All of
分
the
别是
drivers that
驾
we've
驶
had
这一台
here, the
BRZ
teams that
的
have come together, the
Camaro，
judges who have had
这
a
是
strong
第一
work
位，有
ethic,
请
work,
来
the
到我们的这
spectators
个
and
颁
the
奖台
championship
前。
partners.
第二位
And
是一
look
台
at
Honda 的
those
GK5
wonderful machines that are out there
Tianma，
battling for
欢
your
迎，
top
恭喜！
three
紧接
out
着
there
Mini
overall,
Cooper JCW 的
making their way
XYZ，
all the way to position right in front
还
of
有
the
当然
stage.
还有第4位驾驶 G87 M2 的 Ryan， 恭喜！
Getting
哇哦！
confirmation
然后
of
当然还
winning
有这一
results
台第5
in
位
the
EVO 6的
category
这一个葛
down
汉廷，
over
有请
in
葛汉
the
廷带领
drift
带车子带
competition,
领。
not the drift competition, sorry, but the
好，恭喜
style
我们以上
competition.
5位 World Car Show 的
then
5位
on car
获
design
奖
that
车
was down
主，
over
恭
on the left-hand
喜！
side.
那么由我们的主办
Lovely
方团队
liveries
给
that are out there
他们
from
颁发我们这一
machines
次 World
here,
Car
there,
Show
and
的
everywhere.
奖杯。也请现场的观众朋友们给他们一点热烈的掌声，好不好？
The positions that we have. So
对了，哇，小朋友拿奖好开心哦！
a long look then at the
好，
line
有
of
请各
many
位合
adoring
影留念
fans。for some amazing drifting action here today. We will look around at this. Ah, hey, look, there's good
好，谢谢
hunting，
再一次恭
there
喜
on
各
the
位。
right-hand side. Very happy. Was out there drifting, of course, in the opening round.
在颁发完了我们 World Car Show 的这个奖项之后，来到了激动人心
We'll
的
look
时刻。
happy with the results
要
that
颁
have
出的
come
是
on
我们
through
本
there.
次漂移赛事
13th team
的
for Shanghai
所有
Apex.
的正赛的
Potentially
奖
there.
项。首先要颁发的是我们 Super Top 4，也就是昨天
So we go.
获得我们排名名单之后
Super Top 4 and
前
your
4位选手
qualifying winners.
进行的这一个 PK 赛，获得胜出的 Super Top 4的这一位是 Adam Shabanov， 77号选手，来自于俄罗斯 Tandem 车队，驾驶他的 Super 180。有请 Shabanov， 哇哦！给一点欢呼声给他好不好？
result. He will get the qualifying winners plate.
首次参赛 ，Super Top 4就拿到了这一个奖
He
项，
will take
再一次恭喜！
the plate badge
哇
bottle，of
这
champagne
一个碳纤维的奖杯太漂亮了，
and
对
the
不对？
trophy. Absolutely wonderful.
好，有请合影留念。
How do you propose you take that back on a plate? Hey, very, very sharp. Brilliant work for our Tim
好，请留
Shabanov.
步。
Drove absolutely wonderfully, but
紧
got
接着
unstuck
马
in
上要
top
颁
8
发的是我
today.
们 Qualify， 也就是单走的排位冠军。再一次也是同样一位选手，再次给他掌声跟欢呼声。排位冠军77号选手 Adam Shabanov， 他们车队
And
再次把这个奖
congratulations
项拿
there.
下。
For our
现
Tim
在台上2
Shabanov.
位颁奖的
We
是
will
我
be
们
back.
的5位裁
We
判
will
员
be
的其中
challenging.
2位。
And 2 trophies to hold in his
再一次
hands.
恭喜！
Love it.
现
Super
在
top 4
来到的
and
是要颁
best
发出的
qualifier
是我们
as
正
far as
赛
it goes.
冠亚季军的3位选
I
手。
believe we'll now stand over
获
to
得
the
我们正
individual
赛
standings next.
季军的选
As
手
far as
是
my run of sheet goes.
99号，来自于冠速体育 DS 漂移车队王琦，恭喜王琦！
Third place overall in individual. Representing Champion Speed Sports DRS Drifting Team.
哇哦，
Wang Qi
第2次参赛，王琦
getting the
这一台
result
全
as
新打
he
造的这一次
has to
获得季
wander
军，
over.
再次恭喜王
There he
琦！
is. Incredibly
接着我们
happy
要颁发
with the
亚
result
军，
that he has set himself up with.
来自于
Really
雷登
criminally
40
underrated
LPW
drifter in this
76号
competition.
Sebastian，
Kept it nice and neat. Never put a foot wrong.
好，有请
Double
Sebastian。
thumbs up. Job well done.
对
You're
上
right
面
in the
那里才是
championship
你的位
hunt.
置
And he's going to be a
接着
very strong
来
contender
到了冠
if
军
he，keeps this
获
level
得
of
冠军的是
consistency up
他们
over
车
the
队，来
course
自于俄
of
罗斯 Maxim
competitions.
Gosman。
Your number 1 position.
非常精彩的比赛，
going to Maxime Grossman.
这一个轮流的一个6
And
轮的
second
比赛
belongs
当
to
中，
Sebastian
通过
Fontaine there, who drifted with so much talent and poise. A fairy tale, didn't quite have the magic ending, but was very much close enough to it. And critically, Maxime Grossman had to really get himself re-geared up after that top 8 debacle with Jarkko Ylhä. It takes a really strong professional champion's mindset to do that, and Maxime Grossman got himself re-geared back in and did a wonderful, wonderful result. Time up, take the win. Right hands in second. And Champion Speed Sports, they're in third. Your top three. And the confirmation of 340,000 Rembrandt going the way of Maxime Grossman there.
我们的精彩还在后面。
And a
我们本年度有
wonderful
5站的
chance
比
to
赛。
celebrate
Okay,
what
now
is
it's
an incredible
scoring
scoring result.
time.
And it's time to get yourself celebrating in and together. Excellent
哇，我
stuff.
们的这个双门龙先拔头
And
筹，
Artyom takes his as well, and he gets got.
太开心了，激动人
Lovely
心。
stuff as they celebrate
同时
out there.
大家可以看到，
Artyom
冠亚季军的这
going
一个
across.
奖金
Maxime
非常
Grossman,
丰厚。
your winner
说应该是全球最
of the
高的
opening round of the Royal Drift Series.
再一次恭喜三位，
Lovely stuff then.
给我们所有
as
的
they
观众朋友
celebrate
带来了
over
无
the
与
mark.
伦比的这一个赛事的
It will lead over to the
表
team
演
standings as well.
表现啊。
And a really tough one to debate between the teams because
给予了我们优
everyone's
秀的
had
车
a
手
mark
颁发
out
出了
there
这
to
个
say they're on
还
top.
没完
Top
够
three get onto the podium together and
还没完
celebrate
够，再来
as they should. 135,000 yen the way of Vanchi.
颁发了我们给予我们
The
优
third
秀的
place.
几位车手颁发出奖项之后呢，当然
Absolutely
还有我们的
magnificent
车队
drifting
积
from
分
all
奖
our
项，
competitors.
看
out
谁
there
会
overall.
哪一支车队会获得我们的
And
车
there
队
was
积
the
分。
winning celebration
率先
from
颁发
Time
出
Up
的是我
when
们
it
的车
became
队积
official.
分第3名单站车
And
队季
very
军，
much a case of
获
a
得
happy day
车
at the
队季
office
军的
there.
是0公里润滑油诺鱼 GC JM 漂移车队，恭喜！
So
有请0公里的车队代表上台领奖。好，再一次有请0公里的车队代表。 紧接着颁发出来的是我们车队亚军，来自于雷
as
登42
third
B
place
W G。
is announced.
雷登的现场的粉丝朋友在哪里？
And they'll be very happy
拿出
to
你
go
们
and
最大
grab
的
that
金球
result
声！
out there. As second,
好
by the，
再
looks
一
of
次
things,
恭喜！紧接着
goes
当
the
然
way
要颁
of
发出我们
Rydans
的车队冠军，Tianma 车队，来自于俄罗斯的顶级车队 Tianma。
a lovely
同时大
moment
家也可
there
以
for
看
zero
到
mileage,
我
who
们
end up in
车队
third
的这
position.
个奖金
Rydans
同样丰厚。
then takes second in the team standings. After a really strong display from Pavel Korpelinski, Sebastian Fontaine.
哇哦，现在上来的是他们
And
的4位
Johnson
帅气的
Chen.
选手。
So zero mileage lubricants, Newer U, GC/ZM, Gold Court /zero mileage. Getting that third place, second, and 170,000 yen to the team over at Rydans. That will help a huge moment for Rydans 441 BW Updrift.
Wow!
But the overall going to Time Up in the team standings, who got two of their entries into top 8.
再一次恭喜我们所有的获奖车队以及选手。
It'll be more than enough to take the team standings and the biggest result up there. So Time Up on top and saying to everyone else, if your time is up, our time is now. As far as the results go. What a pleasure it has been to bring you all of the coverage here. My name's Jake Sperry here with the Royal Drift Series. From the pilots, the teams, the judges, spectators, and all of the championship partners that helped to get a wonderful show like this going. The marshals around, the likes of the safety crews that are there and available. What an incredible day we have seen as the champagne goes flying everywhere here as we head towards night here at Shanghai Tianma. So brilliant stuff. But ultimately today, you needed to find that champion's mindset to go and get the result. Ultimately, the day belongs to Maxime Grossman and to Team Time Up. We'll see you in Tianjin in 1 month's time. Thank you.